Alright,
Reid, some of you guys
live
weren't here
from the
last.
darknet,
Oh God.
and in memory of our great hero, Acid Rain.
We were nothing before we put on the mask.
Yeah. There's something I have to address before I start the stream, like big time. I've gotten some shit because I somehow worded things wrong on Reddit because I have suggested an ethics policy for a Gamespot, and I've been called mentally unstable and shit like that, and I've also gotten shit from Gamespot staff as well, which is total bullshit. I can't actually reply to one of them because they blocked me. Surprise, surprise. And yeah, I also on the stream yesterday, those who watched it, I got a lot of shit from Satan because he accused me of being just as bad as GamesJournosPros because I write for ship to block 20, so I don't see the connection there, to be honest. So yeah, I've gotten quite a lot of shit.
Satan's pretty gay.
Huh?
Satan's pretty gay.
Yeah, I mean that came out of nowhere, to be honest. I kind of got angry because of him accusing me of shit like that, just because I suggested a policy, ethics policy for GameSpot. I haven't seen him doing shit like that, so you could just shut the fuck up. Yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to address. People have been attacking me because they say I claim to work for GameSpot, which is total bullshit. I never said that. I only said I'm trying to work with GameSpot on an ethics policy and want the suggestions for what they could put in that. And yeah, surprise, surprise! Just for doing something good, I get tons of shit. So yeah, I don't give a shit. I've done what I can, so I'm just gonna move on from that. So yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
Any questions about that before we move on?
No.
God forbid we try to accomplish what we set out to do.
Yeah. That's pretty much what I think. I don't want to start any drama. I'm just it's uncalled for. I think just to give me shit just because I want to do something for a site. So yeah. Next.
Worry too much.
So next thing, Rogue, you wanna talk about your suspension thingy?
Oh sure, I'll go over that again. I'm the guy who gets suspended on Twitter all the time for various anomalies and reasons. I just got my 12th suspension about. I think it was 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I can't even remember. But yeah, I got my 12th suspension, so I'm on my 13th regeneration now, out of dozens of backup accounts that people have donated to me. What happened a few days ago was I got greenlit on Steam, one of my projects, and so yeah, that caused a lot of both GamerGate-related celebration and anti-gamer-related butthurt and salt. So what I decided to do was unblock and unmute everything on my prior account, just to so that everybody can see the data. It's like, oh look, I'm greenlit, blah blah blah, fun times. It generated a lot of just general discontent and salt from the anti-gamer side, and I was literally getting spammed with like all these hate comments and whatever. One thing that happened was, the day after that, my email account, a couple of my bank accounts, what else? My Steam login. Basically, they got spammed with login requests that were pretty bogus. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm glad I set up the protections for those early on. But yeah, there was a concentrated effort to just, I guess, what I would call real online harassment. Luckily enough, I know how to protect myself. And then about the time 4 days, my estimate, 4 days after I get greenlit, I'm suspended on Twitter. So I was like, what the fuck did I fucking do, So I called Twitter up, did the usual appeal process thing, and they said, oh, you were, targeted harassment, one-sided arguments, here's Twitter use. Twitter rule says something about, like, targeted abuse. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean, In any case, they said they weren't going to activate that account again. So I was like, okay, well, time to get 13th regeneration out of my backup accounts, which are mostly created before GamerGate, by the way. So they're not like, evade banning or anything like that, which is some dumb myth propagated by these people. Anyway, I'm on my 13th regeneration. GamerGate's pretty dope. They all like, oh, there's Rogue's account again, Everybody started following again, and it's turned into its own meme in a case. It's turned into a mini game. Every time I get suspended, people have to refollow me again and try to find where the fuck is Rogue on Twitter. Oh, I'm gonna follow you.
All
again.
you have to do is just type in hashtag GamerGate Roguestar or Rogue,
Yeah.
and you'll find it.
I'm still creating a drinking game based on that.
We need to consider giving you a new name so they can't find you as easily.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm
Why not
suspended on
Wally or
Twitter.
Waldo?
Yeah. Where's Rogue? But I mean, just to honestly say this, the only thing I care about on Twitter is the FleetCom account. Like, it's got the FleetCom handle on it. It represents my project's brand. I'm actually going to trademark that thing. The corporate entity going to be registered with the game is going to be the same service brand. So there's a lot of business stuff that I do care about on Twitter, because I don't want somebody registered with FleetCom and all of a sudden pretending that they're part of my project. I don't want to go through the Twitter process of going to fucking middle of San Francisco, knocking on some SJW infested building and paying them 15 grand so I get a fucking verified account. Because what people don't really know about Twitter, all these, sort of verified accounts, it's actually driven through a lot of advertising flow through Twitter. So you pay between 10 grand to 15 grand worth of advertising money, and boom, you're verified. That's why you'll see a lot of these, like Ben Kuchera or some, New York Times writer or some unknown writer with a fucking verified account. It's like, who is this person? So you'll see that, and it's not necessarily associated with, oh, you're a relevant person in the world, that you've actually done something. Most of these people, they're verified through advertising. And what happened when I was green-lit, people like Chris Warcraft, who else? Ben Kuchera, a couple of other people with high follower counts were all basically trying to troll me and, oh, your military career is bunk, and your fucking greenlit game is shit, blah blah blah, your Kickstarter's late, and I'm like, yeah, what fucking ever, dude.
David was the funniest. Holy shit. Oh, why don't
David Escalante. I want to expand on this story. So,
that was
taking up the facts on this fairly mediocre. Actually, no, he's not mediocre. He's a really bad game developer. And I mean that in all senses, and just professional assessment of his career. He's done very bad things.
How dare you call me
like a shit game and shit interaction with fellow game developers. It's like it goes all the way back to 2013. I'm seeing forum comments about David Escalante, just going psycho on other devs. So anyway, he gets butt mad about FleetCom getting greenlit. Full disclosure, FleetCom actually tried to get greenlit in 2012. We didn't. Like, our product wasn't good enough for Steam at the time. So what I did was I took down the page. Just deleted it. It's like, okay, I'm going to try when I'm better.
what happened with David Escalante, he brought in his shitty, I would say it's like a call center game with MS Paint graphics that some, mental ward patient drew in a couple of hours. And he's charging money for this. It got greenlit. What I gauge from that is, I think it was last year or 2013, but there were 2 events on Steam where they basically cleared the entire greenlit queue because it was getting saturated with a lot of games being submitted. So they wanted fresh data, and it made sense for Steam to just say, okay, you're default greenlit, whatever, launch whenever you want. I was actually talking to Jennifer Daw, and GM Shivers, she makes Seedscape. She's actually more connected to a lot of Steam developers. And she tells me there are projects out there that get the Steam greenlight, but they don't even follow through. It's like, it boggles me. It's like, dude, you're greenlit and you don't submit to the store. What the fuck? So in such a case, David Escalante is actually a person who deleted his greenlit project so he could score political points. Just let that sink in for a while. So
I hope he's in the comments. I really hope he jumps in the comments.
I don't know. He deleted his greenlight page, and apparently he says he's coming back to Steam. I'm like, how are you going to work that with Valve when you just deleted your project, now you're coming back in? I don't know. It's fucking strange. And he's wondering about FleetCom getting greenlit. So, what was that?
I said, I wonder how those politics really worked out for him.
Well, apparently the dude wants to get out of games. I was like, all right, cool. I really have nothing against the guy, even though we have Twitter spats or anything. I don't know this person personally or professionally, nor do I want to be involved with him. He just seemed like the guy who kept, harping on, me being one of the leaders of GamerGate, and keeps accusing me of these fucking conspiracy theories about, oh my god, you obtained illegally downloaded data from Polytron Corporation because of my involvement with analyzing all those things from Phil Fish when all his data got leaked out publicly. I'm like, okay. Yeah.
Well, my question for you is, Rogue, is this for them, it doesn't seem like they're having an issue with your product, with FleetCom itself. It seems all just this big personal drama bullshit that they want to perpetuate.
I don't get how it can get personal because I don't know any of these people. More than half of them are anonymous. Most of them, they try to. It's like they scramble for everything. They scramble for a lot of data that's old about FleetCom and say, "Oh, look at this! He had a bug. He couldn't make a file save system." That's like. They're scrambling for a lot of straws about FleetCom's development when there's 100 not 100, there's about 85 updates to the project, and if you look at the last 20 updates, it's oh, FleetCom's being developed. What they're doing is they're digging into I don't know, shit that's been solved. I guess they try to pin me as some sort of scammer, some sort of internet terrorist. The latest trend is, oh my god, Roguestar didn't go to combat. I was like, yes, I had a military career. No, I never claimed I went to Iraq or Afghanistan. I've been actually very open about that. It's the places I've been deployed to were mostly Japan, Thailand, Korea. I served at demilitarized zone. I would even dare say this: OIF and OEF aren't the only combat operations in the world, and I'll leave it at that because one thing I don't do over social media or even over the internet is talk about grunt life or gun rock life. I don't talk about that at all. You know, you'll notice a guy named Foxygun on Twitter. He's I would say he's pro GamerGate, even though he doesn't like what's going on in GamerGate much, but he is pro GamerGate. The dude has a fucking Purple Heart. You know, you get that for getting shot or getting injured and suffering from fucking enemy fire. That is a medal that no one wants in the fucking military. I don't want that shit. But it's like, yeah, people talk to Foxygun all the time. How was combat and all that shit? I was like, dude, shut the fuck up. You don't ask that shit over social media ever. Not
people
even in real life.
You don't ask that in person. No, it's something that's. My dad, he was in combat during the Gulf War. Very big battle, very big tank battle he was in, and he doesn't like to talk about it at all. The only reason why I found out about it is I did research on his battalion and learned that he was in this major battle. But you don't even talk about that with your family. Usually, the troops don't.
No. I mean, I'm not saying. You know, here are the things that I never experienced. I never experienced someone getting shot, injured, or dying in front of me. I don't want to experience that. What else? I have never experienced, let's say, like mustard gas or any other kind of bullshit that you have to deal with in the Gulf War scenario. But at the same time, when civilians start talking about combat operations, they don't realize that combat is 95% sitting around being fucking bored out of your mind, and then that 5%, oh my god, we're getting shot at, what the fuck is going on? You know, that's your time. Because
yeah, I can attest to that. I've been in the army as well, so yeah.
Yeah, it's civilians talk about, you know, like all these hipsters on Twitter talking about, oh, you never served in combat. I was like, dude, you would never get past boot camp, you know, and you're talking about fucking combat to me? I'm like, okay, dude. But yeah.
Trust me, yeah, even if you had, I've had a lot of friends and family go to combat and stuff like that. I was thinking back when I was in high school, I wanted to join the Air Force, and everyone close to me says, no, you don't. Don't have anything to do with the military, so I didn't.
Yeah.
A lot of people keep trying to glamorize the military lifestyle.
No,
it's just not glamorous.
No, it's not. They break you. No, this is how it goes. This is how it goes when you go into training. Rogue could probably relate to this. They break you down as a person through boot camp. They break you down, and then they
do that in units too. The boot camp experience, depending on what kind of unit you join, they will keep breaking you down and building you up. It's a psychological process. It is military indoctrination. You know, it's 300 years of, you know, military tradition that's been going on since, you know, the inception of the United States. I mean, that's what I experienced. Yeah, it's just, you know, talking about military life, I'd rather talk about that face to face to another person. That way you can see my face. You can see me getting drunk over this issue. I don't like doing that over the web. And, you know, moving the topic on, a lot of people attack FleetCom for all sorts of fucking reasons and attack me.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
it's you.
You know, well, I point at my IGF articles and, you know, all the research I'd done in December. Actually, it's not just me. It's also myself and numerous anonymous contributors. And we're like, hey, there's this pile of data and assertions. We researched it. How come no one's paying attention to this from the other side? Debunk this. Prove us wrong. No one's approaching it. You know, every time someone calls out Chris Warcraft and posts those articles, he just shuts the fuck up. I'm like, okay, you're a fucking mental coward. It's like, you know, these people are engaged in. To me, it's not just me. You know, it happens to the higher profile people like Daniel Vavra and Christina Summers, and they get a lot more fucking shit. Heck, what's his face? Juice Bro, which I say, you know, humorously, Mike Chernovich, he got fucking swatted, man. You know, it's like it's so fucking strange what's going on with these people. And they're attacking visible figures or loud figures, or try to get me suspended, or try to get a whole bunch of GamerGaters suspended over Twitter. And I'm like, what? I can just come back the next day. People know the Roguestar brand. they'll try to find it again. I'll register a new user, and bam, it's back. So
people will find
you. Put that on. You need to put that on FleetCom. You need to have like 30, proudly brought to you by 13 suspensions on Twitter.
But yeah, I got a couple of articles coming out with TechRaptor. Stay tuned for that. I don't want to divulge the whole story, but the FleetCom project itself is going to come out pro GamerGate. It used to be neutral. All right, it used to not make sense for some project composed of 5 small-time developers, myself included, and say, oh, this is a pro GamerGate project. No, that didn't make sense. But what's developed in GamerGate so far, the project itself is going to come out pro GamerGate, and we have a story for that. I'm just waiting on TechRaptor to fucking push it out because they wanted to do the interview. But
so the entire team is pro GamerGate at this point?
No, not my entire team. I'm saying the project is.
Okay.
Because of the things that happened to my team.
Oh.
And I'm not saying not necessarily me, but my team. So anyway, I'll let you guys read up on that. I don't want to diverge all the details, but I mean, Twitter suspensions, people fucking cracking into my shit, spreading weird ass fucking claims and storyfies and all this fucking misinformation, man. I was like, what did I do to these people? I never had to go fish. Or something about joining.
You had a fucking opinion.
I don't know.
You had an opinion that you said was an opinion, and they didn't like it, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're pissed at you for disagreeing with them, because apparently, don't forget, disagreeing with them is equal to rape threats and harassment.
That's just ridiculous.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there is what has happened with GamerGate. I'm sorry, what's up?
FleetCom is very anti-woman, isn't it?
It's sexually charged with all this space combat and aliens and laser beams.
Hey, if you need a female VA to deal with oppression, I actually can do some voice acting. I can send you a resume and shit.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I could use voice acting though, because not to spoil you or anything, but
oh no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just out of offer.
Well, yeah, I probably do that for other projects, but FleetCom itself, the protagonists are all AIs. Like, there's only one human in that story, and that's you. So. But yeah.
I can't wait to play it. That sounds awesome.
Voices, right? And Maja Roddenberry was the voice of the computer on Star Trek.
Oh.
Gladys.
Yeah. I guess that was the hard thing about FleetCom, where there's barely any human association with it. There's when I released it, it was just here a bunch of ships, a bunch of aliens go shoot at each other. And I'm actually trying to develop like a little storyline for that where you could play 2 to 3 hours in a campaign mode. And I already picked out the NPCs for it. It's just voice acting and all that. It's like out of my budget right now. So yeah, I'll probably do it for other projects. But yeah, nothing is stopping FleetCom from coming to Steam. It's I can't wait till these people try to brigade me off of Steam or try to report me as like some neo-Nazi or whatever. Like that's what happened with Hatred. They were claiming that the game was made by neo-Nazis, and they brigaded Steam off of it. I'm like, You know, if Gaben himself steps down from the heavens and you're like, this game is okay, you know, it's like
Well, they're trying to do the same thing with Honey Pop, because I noticed, like, I was, excuse me, I was looking up some info for the Valentine's Day expansion, and I kept seeing article after article from Kotaku and Polygon going, oh, this game violates the Steam terms of service, even though they had point blank said several times, no, they know it's all in the game, they know there's some nudity and stuff in the game later on, and it's fine.
Yeah, you have to specifically state sort of cartoon nudity on Steam. What Steam's agreement is actually saying, you can't do full human pornography. That's what's not allowed on their network.
Yeah.
So
like, are you really going to be
like
offended by alien tits?
Yeah, it's like, you know, anime porn, which is not, you know, by the strictest definitions of the law, not the same as porn with humans in it, because there's a whole bunch of other U.S. codes that you have to go through if you are publishing porn. It's got nothing to do with, like, morality or whatever. It's Steam saying that, oh, we don't have the licenses for these, nor can we afford them, you know? So I wouldn't be surprised in the future if Steam actually offered a porn service, you know, delivery through Steam after dark.
You know what? I would support that. And Adam one just came on the TV. Sorry.
So, so I'm not gonna say it.
Then it would be steamy.
Something. No, I would have said something about Mercedes, but I'm not going to.
We'd rather just talk on Mercedes.
So, could someone just drop quickly and coming back in? Warpig wanted to just drop on quickly.
Oh, I haven't been on stream with Warpig. That's cool.
Yeah, I can help out. Just let me know when you need me back in.
Yeah, I'll just give you.
I'll let him know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know when you guys are done. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, this game is freaking hilarious.
Just waiting for Warpig to come in. He wanted to talk about his Foxygon thingy, didn't he?
Oh, Fox got something new? Nice.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hey,
Hello?
Daddy.
Had some small technical problems.
Okay.
That's alright.
Is that Daddy Warpig?
It is indeed.
Daddy Warpig.
Hey, what's up? I haven't been on stream. It's been 6 months and we haven't been on stream together. That's fucking strange, yo.
I say yes to just about every invitation I get. I stopped doing my own GamerGate streams because I just didn't have enough time, but I try to pop in whenever someone invites me because it's only polite.
Did you want to talk about your thing with Foxygon? I saw there was some stuff yesterday, I think, or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's a... I mean, it may have looked like we were having, like, one of those infighting arguments, but we really weren't. We were having a discussion. We disagreed with each other. We were just having a discussion. It wasn't an argument, and it's actually a discussion I've been avoiding since December, so it probably was inevitable sooner or later. And he doesn't think that Operation Disrespectful Nod has done anything significant to advance, like, what the goals of most people in GamerGate are. I disagree, even though his point that we don't have hard numbers to support my position is true. I mean, that's true. We don't have hard internal financial data because we don't have access to that. The companies don't publish that. At the same time, I think we are being effective, or were being effective with it before participation dropped off, and I think if we had more participation right now, it would be more effective, but at the same time, I always recognize that was kind of a temporary tactic. It was kind of a temporary gambit that not only was it not going to be able to work indefinitely as effectively as it was back last year, but that people would not want to participate in it for, I mean, the fact that as many people participated for 4 or 5 months is astounding. One of the rules for radicals is you've got to make the tactics your group uses fun for the people involved, and sending emails isn't that fun. And so the fact that so many people did it for so long is just really impressive. And sooner or later, we were always going to have to move up to a different tactic. And I think the tactic I see right now is, since we have weeded out who will listen and who won't listen, people are beyond trying to get them shut down directly, but we're moving into corruption investigations in a larger area with IGF, obviously spearheaded by Rogue and Camera Lady. We're moving into alternate gaming venues like Tech Raptor and Niche Gamer and all the other ones that have sprung up, and then we're seeing a move towards some developers coming out and moving to loudly neutral or even pro, and also prominent YouTubers starting to be tired of the BS that the journalists and their useful idiots are selling. And I think all of that is not only on a wider area, but it is fun. And people will be excited at, if you're doing it well, patronizing it and also setting up their own. That's my opinion on the subject.
Going after UPM is fun too.
Right, because they're direct competition.
Any questions to Warpy?
Do you reckon we could probably start it back up again? Like, I know, I recognize that we have had a massive drop in people actually partaking in things like that, but do you reckon we could sort of get it back to where it was, or do you think at this point it's gone too far in now, and that people won't be willing to start up again?
I don't know that we necessarily need to. I don't think it would be a bad thing if it happened, but I don't know that we necessarily need to, because there are so many different options available for people who want to have an effect on the culture, of gaming, to make alternatives to these ossified, captured organizations, that I don't know that we necessarily need to, and I don't know how you would. That's just not my specialty. Organizing people to get them involved in a effort like that is just not way outside my sphere of expertise.
Yeah.
To me, Operation Disrespectful Nod was more of a scare tactic for the corrupt journalists to give them a wake-up call. Everything else afterwards is just kind of, okay, it's a victory if somebody pulls out, it's not a victory if somebody doesn't, and we don't care if that happens.
I think the damage it did to the journalistic community was great, to the corrupt journalists who would not reform, and I think it was in many ways a distraction for them. It kept them focused on the financial pain of the situation, or even fear of financial pain, while other people started ramping up their experience in writing and their experience in making connections in the community. I mean, we just saw yesterday where Lizzie F620 and Brandon Morse both got hired by the Escapist magazine. And
yes.
Liz...
It didn't like that at all. It did not like that.
Liz had 6 months of not only posting on Twitter, but also writing articles for a couple of different sites, and then writing articles for her own blog. That gave her the experience in writing to where she could be hired by the Escapist and come in there with a credible level of talent, with credible writing that people could read and not look at and say, oh, hey, this is amateurish. And so giving people like Liz 6 months to practice their talent, 6 months to develop their talent, is, I think, was a really good thing, and that Disrespectful Nod served as a distraction to keep the hostile press busy while we showed how devoted, committed, and serious we were, and it gave people who had not been involved in these industries before a chance to develop their talent up to levels where they could at least be beginners in the industry itself. And so, yeah, I think it was a great thing. I think it was a good thing. I think it was a very effective thing, just not for the reasons that people thought when they were doing it, which is fine. That's why I didn't really talk about that aspect much, because I didn't want everybody in GamerGate to start suddenly thinking, oh, this is just a distraction, it's not that important, I should stop. I just kept quiet about that, except mentioning it to a couple of people, because it was very, very useful. It was critical and key for the time in which it was happening.
I like to tell people Twitter is just kind of a distraction for our opponents because we do a lot of our work elsewhere. So
that's true. Yeah, Twitter is a very good tool for information dissemination. It's really good for getting info out quick to a lot of people.
Yeah, basically Twitter is just a distraction for our opponents, and we just do other things on the side that actually accomplish something, and then they don't know what hit them because they're focused on, oh, GamerGate is this, oh, GamerGate is that, oh, GamerGate is this, oh, GamerGate is that, and then they get pushed away.
It's where they spend their lives, but it's not where I spend my life. It's like I've got lots of other things to do.
Precisely.
Well, I used to say that television was the opiate of the masses. I can only imagine what these guys are on.
I will say this about Twitter. It's not just a distraction, though. It's also a very effective networking tool.
It is. It really is.
Because I made contact with a New York Times bestselling writer who was also fighting similar problems in his area, and then I made contact with a large group of about 40,000 followers of a radio program me and Ashley Phoenix went on, who have started becoming educated about GamerGate and started becoming involved. And it was only Twitter's really odd networking that allowed those sorts of things to happen. I mean, we saw the same New York Times bestseller author, his name's Larry Correia, came on my Geek podcast, and then I hooked him up with Nero, and Nero ended up writing a big article about the Hugos and the problems in the science fiction community, and a bunch of people in GamerGate started voting in the Hugos, and now a bunch of people who are involved in science fiction and fantasy got more involved in GamerGate and supporting us. And so as a networking tool, it is really, really effective. It's not a, I don't want people to start thinking of it as useless or optional. It does not do the heavy lifting that we see on Kotaku in Action of investigating, or even on 8chan, and so I'm not trying to say it's a replacement for those, because we need both those venues too, but it is very, very useful.
Sure.
It's an interesting idea, because obviously you've got people like Mercedes, and she said from the beginning that's why she's interested, because Paul has a lot of the same sort of censorship issues, and I think we can all understand why that is.
Right, do you want to move on with our topics for today?
We can, yeah.
Alright. First topic is kind of looking back at the corruption in the industry. We kind of talked about this a little bit before, but for anyone who's doubted that this has been just recently, just take a look at the list that I posted there, because it's pretty apparent that it's been there for quite a while. It's also been I've done some editing to put stuff like this on GamerGate.me. So I don't know. Does anyone want to start with this?
I mean, looking at the list, pointing out the key things, we've got GameSpot firing Jeff Gerstman, Eurogamer firing Robert Florence, an article about Microsoft basically saying to journos, oh, we're going to give everyone in attendance at E3 a free Xbox at their promo event.
Didn't they do that? Didn't they do that just a while ago when they released the updated Xbox 360?
Yeah, that's exactly what the article's about. Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ubisoft they gave out iPads during 1 year.
Yeah.
So when stuff like this is out in the open, it's bad. Also, and I don't know if this has been a thing in the US, but Nintendo has said to several publications, at least here in Norway, where they've said dictated how the reviews should be shown and what should be told about them. And some have just said no to review Nintendo games because of that crap.
Jesus.
They are insane. They don't seem to understand. Well, there was that thing a while back about like classic sort of NES games having a similar thing. Obviously, Let's Plays being very popular and saying, "Oh, you can't do like classic NES titles." What's the point of that? It's not like they're really selling them other than on the virtual market.
Yeah, I mean they're also taking cuts out of everyone who wants to let's play Nintendo games, and they have to delete all the content which is not whitelisted by Nintendo, which is pretty abhorrent as well.
Super Smash Brothers is among that, not blacklisted
What's
games.
whitelist for? Is that just saying basically, if you're going to look at any Nintendo games, it's like don't look at shit ones, basically?
No, they're basically just saying
Smash Brothers is on that, so it's not just shit games. So
yeah, it's they basically say if you're gonna stream Nintendo games, these are the games you are allowed to stream, and these are the games you are not allowed to have on your channel at all. And the two main games are even from Nintendo themselves, Bayonetta and Smash Bros.
What's the reasoning behind that?
I have no idea.
It's Nintendo.
Yeah.
It's a Japanese game company. What do you expect? Sega did the same thing. Sega
These are the
Japan
guys-
did the same thing.
These are the guys who created their own competition with the Sony PlayStation. I mean, just think about that.
Yeah, it was their own fault that PlayStation came into existence, and I thank them to this day for doing it.
And they basically handed them Final Fantasy VII, which basically cemented the PlayStation's place in history.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, everyone. I've just thrown myself in here.
Yeah, sure.
What's funny about that is that then Sony did the same thing with Grand Theft Auto and the Xbox.
Oh, God.
I mean, that's just hilarious to me.
Oh, it's good. You know, more competition is better.
And Microsoft did it right back with the PlayStation 4. They dropped the ball with the Xbox.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's a horrible repeating. It's basically a horrible, what's that word?
Cycle?
Yeah,
cycle of viciousness. There's a cycle of virtue, and then there's a cycle of viciousness. So it's just kind of the opposite of the virtue.
I mean, Christ, the Metal Gear Solid series has been on pretty much every single system I can think of. I mean, I'm surprised people haven't called it the slut of video games.
Exclusive. It used to be a PlayStation exclusive, then Konami decided to release it on Xbox and, PC. It used to just be a PlayStation exclusive.
Well, I'm also thinking about the early Metal Gear games. You know, Metal Gear 1 and Snake's Revenge on Nintendo.
Whoa.
And they, and not to mention that twin snakes that they had on the GameCube. So it's been everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if something like this happens, like this next E3. If something like this happens, where they give out new Xbox Ones or something like that, or even PlayStations, if people are going to call it out.
I will.
Well, it's more interesting if the people there call it out.
Yeah, that's my point. If will people who are there actually say something about this? That's kind of my point here. are they just going to continue doing shit like this and not acknowledging it, or are they just even if GamerGate is still there during E3? What do you guys think?
There's going to be something that's going to be given out at E3 or one of those places. It's going to happen. It'll happen. I know it.
That's their junkets. That's the entire point.
Yeah, and we have to call them out. If we don't call them out, then we're not doing our jobs.
But at this point, we're doing the job for journalists. They should call this stuff out.
Well, the question is,
you look at it that way, but you also look at who watches the watchers, right? I mean, you've got a situation where you say, right, well, these people are supposed to be watching out for us. I'm not doing so. Then what's the choice? You have to take it upon yourself. I think that's the realization a lot of people might not have had. Some people have had questions about the press in general for years, and it's like, I'm not sure I can trust this with personal experience. We may get onto SVU later that can kind of tie into it, but yeah, that would be my basic opinion on it.
My discontent with the press is there's a huge difference from like going to from watching, like looking at what's on CNN, Fox News, or whatever, MSNBC, looking at that stuff, and then going to one of the news stations based in Australia, Canada, England, any of the other English-speaking countries, and seeing what's actually going on in the world. It's just pretty strange.
My dad's been saying that for the past 10 years.
Well, I mean, another thing to note is what would people find acceptable? Say someone gets given something at E3. Say someone gets given an Xbox One Kinect upgraded 2.0 kit or something at E3. Do we get annoyed if they don't give it back, or do we get annoyed, or is it okay for them to keep it, but then on everything they write just say disclaimer? I received a free
disclaimer.
Don't
I could give you a concrete example from the world of finance.
It's considered. Let me put it like this: it's considered a gift. If they give it to you, can say this is a gift. Thank you very much for the gift. And if it's like a bribery, then give it back to them. If they're trying to bribe you, then give this stuff back. But if it's a gift, say thank you like that. And I very appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. And you'll see what their true reasoning behind giving you that console really is. Well, that's all they have to do, and they should.
But where do you draw the line?
That comes down to
you have to disclose. Yeah, you have to disclose it.
If you want to talk about actual journalistic ethics, if you want to talk about professional standards of journalism in the straight media, anytime anyone tries to give you something, anything, no matter what value it is, you should not accept it, or if you do accept it on behalf of your company, it's because you're going to be giving it away to your readers in some kind of... And even that's questionable. That's not something that you should be doing, but in the games community, where it's a fan community, then, accepting it, but saying we're giving this away to our fans, I can see we're doing that, but the reporter, should not be accepting that at all, even if they disclose it. That's just... There is too much, even of the appearance of a conflict of interest in professional media that would not fly.
But I mean, I remember seeing things like that before, where you have journalists saying, "Oh yeah, we accept stuff, but we give it away to fans all the time," and then they post pictures from their house or something, and all the swag that they got from E3 is hanging up, and it's like, obviously you weren't. Obviously you're taking freebies and just taking them because you want them.
Yeah, lying about something.
I just wanted to offer a perspective on gift giving, because I work in finance, and so if you want to take this as a sort of a base example, then the rules are quite strict, as you might expect. Anything over $100 value would basically be considered bribery, and it all depends on who it is as well, and all that sort of stuff. But you want to take that as a sort of benchmark for what might be acceptable, something to consider.
Yeah, there's only one way I could think of that whole gift-giving thing being really 100% acceptable is if you're if they send you something and you sponsor, it's basically like being sponsored by them. And you're saying you're being sponsored by this company. That's the only way I can ever see you getting something from them, like to help your channel, YouTube channel, or your website out. You're sponsored by this company or so-and-so, and you disclose it immediately.
Well, yeah, that happens with a lot of Let's Players and stuff, isn't it? They get like a preview copy early, and they say this is brought to you by, I don't know, EA or something, and it's like...
Yeah, heck, even, I'm going to probably take a lot of flack for saying his name at once, PewDiePie. He was given a laptop to help with his channel and stuff, and he went out of his way to show people that he was given this laptop by a company. I mean, and this is back in like 2012, I think. I mean, come on now. If someone like him would actually disclose it, shouldn't the entire Kotaku or Polygon or
this is the
IGN
thing that makes it actually slightly ironic, which is that I think most normal people can sort of think, oh, well, this is what I should do, obviously. But actually, when it comes to a group of people, they can actually be mutually corrupting influences. It's like, well, they're doing it, I'm doing it. Like a bit like the bystander effect. It's like no one's going to be the whistleblower because everyone's doing it, so it must be acceptable.
Yeah, and that's where we come in. We have to be the whistleblowers and tell them that what they're doing is wrong, what they're doing is corrupt, and what they're doing could be against journalistic practices and standards.
Don't forget, we have to hate women along the way.
I mean,
every day, every single day,
once a day. I went to PAX a couple of years ago. When I got to PAX, they had a bag full of swag there. They had a packet of Magic the Gathering cards, a couple of special Cards Against Humanity, things like that. Just little stuff. If you're going to give little stuff like that away, I don't care if a journalist takes that. If it's something that you could give away for free at a convention as advertising, doesn't matter to me if a journalist takes that. But if it's, I mean, $100, maybe that's a good guideline. If it's more than $100, yeah, it's insane. You should not be taking that. And even if you're going to be having a giveaway or something, it should not be the media company accepting the device to give away. It should be a co-branded ad in their magazine that says, hey, this is the new Xbox or whatever. We're having a giveaway. Send in your entries, and then the Xbox... Microsoft packs it up and mails it off to the people for you. The company shouldn't lay hands on stuff like that, so it's not even a problem. It's not even a temptation. You hold the giveaway, you give it away to people. It's a co-branded advertising effort, which nobody has a problem with because it's actual advertising. It's not a bribe.
Oh, you do if you're GameSpot and it's Jeff Gerstman who's writing about Kane and Lynch.
Oh, man. Oh, Kane and Lynch.
But I mean, that was a prime example of dodgy dealings behind the scene.
They're still suffering that one.
Yeah, that was back in what, 2007, 2008?
Must have been.
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, shit. I can't believe we're looking back on that as like a piece of history and game journalism and lack of ethics. Something only as old as, say, 6 or 7 years ago.
I mean, with the whole Gerstman thing, he openly admitted that it was the reason for him getting fired was in 2012. So it's been confirmed by him himself that it was I think it was the PR team or something at GameSpot at that time that was responsible for him getting fired.
Yep. Because everyone knows Kane and Lynch was Game of the Year.
Yeah.
I saw that stuff advertised all over the place. I mean, it's quite unusual for me to see a video game prominently on the front of one of those free newspapers that you see in London. It's like, never seen it before.
Looked like I never played Kane and Lynch. It looked like a stupid game. How was it? Was it really stupid?
It was a stupid game.
Okay. I thought I never played it because I was too afraid. Like, wait a minute, this looks like a stupid game.
Unremarkable is the way I describe it.
Let me add something here. The reason why they were pushing the advertising so hard wasn't just to get sales of the game going. It's because at the time they had an option out on the IP to get made into a movie, and Bruce Willis was attached to play the bald-headed dude with long hair. I don't remember if that was canon. I don't really. And so by pushing this game and getting it out there in the advertising community and hopefully having the game be a success, it would push the Hollywood producers to put more money into the movie and make it a great movie, which would then draw more people into the game. And it would have worked if the game wasn't such a piece of shit.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
we would have
interesting.
gotten
I've never
Kane
heard
and
of
the
anything like that
lunchbox.
before, but I presume it does happen. Are there any other examples of this being attempted? Because it sounds very dodgy indeed.
What do you mean?
As in, because this sounds, I mean, if anyone else knows, but this sounds like a unique example of that sort of manipulation. It's like, oh, well, we want a franchise, we want a game, we want a movie, I don't know, audiobooks or something.
I think it's been the only case of a game directly being the case of somebody getting fired, I think. With the Robert Florence thing, it was more of him discovering and talking about the corruption where journalists openly were handed PS3s and stuff like that during award shows. And he criticized the whole DoritoGate thing with Jeff Keighley, and that's the reason he got fired.
Yeah, you criticize the Dorito King and you get fired. Wow.
Yeah, well, that's basically the case of why Robert Florence got fired. I mean, nobody really talked about it back then. I don't know if it was because it was Eurogamer and it's not really that big compared to sites like Gamespot or other sites, but I still have that in my memory of being a big thing. And yeah, we had the whole looking through the yeah, John Doe. Well, we also had the thing where Xbox was having a sponsorship on with Machinima, and they didn't disclose it to the FCC, and it wasn't a big amount of money, but it was like $3,500 or
Whoa.
Sorry, just trying to adjust my microphone level.
Okay.
Apologies.
And that wasn't disclosed, and just for using a tag in their video, and that's kind of the same thing with Shadow of Mordor, where they dictated where or what they should say in the reviews and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, how good was Shadow of Mordor actually a game of the year? I've heard it was, but I'm not sure.
It seems like one of those games that would be declared Game of the Year.
One of the many. Hundreds of games.
After that, what was it called? That little thing that they pulled with their review embargo thing where they said, oh, if you want to be able to review this game, you have to say good things about it, don't reveal glitches and stuff. I refused to play the game after I saw that stupid little thing that they said. I refuse to play games when the developer wants to act like a jackass.
It was part of the sponsorship, and Total Biscuit, I think, turned it down and exposed that stuff. So that's why that got out in the open. But the other ones with the whole Shadow of Mordor thing, I mean, I think there were plenty who didn't say a thing there. So yeah. Do you want to talk about this more? We can kind of move on if you guys want.
We can move on if you like.
All right. 1 sec. Just posting the developer of Vanishing of Ethan Carter has now also come out in support of GamerGate. I mean, we're now seeing this left and right, to be honest. I mean, Rogue's been there from the start, so can I ask you, Rogue, how do you feel fellow developers speaking out against all this? You have to unmute. I know he's here. Just as I asked you,
It's just regenerating.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
No,
lots of things happening. But what's up? I'm here.
I'm just asking. What do you think of like the floodgates opening now? With the developers speaking out with what was it, Marcane? No, the developer of Ethan Carter. I mean,
it's this. The guy actually followed me on Twitter. Mark Kern, who was a Warcraft and he's also, I believe, he's also a StarCraft developer. When I bumped into him, I was like, "Oh, you start following me back, cool." And he actually lived in the Philippines. Most likely lived in the Philippines while I was also living in the Philippines. So that's interesting. I'm hoping that guy's the same age as me, so we can sort of kind of relate at that. But what happens is just sort of relating what was going on with Twitter. Outside of GamerGate, right? You know, it's just me. You know, he followed me, I followed him. I wanted to talk about my game. You know, it's like, hey, dude, you're StarCraft dev. Here's a demo of FleetCom. It's up on Steam. I want to see your opinion, dude. You know, so I mean, just coming from the guy who's obviously had a more senior sort of career compared to mine. I want to see his opinion if he's interested, right? So nothing to do with GamerGate. He posted that and he says, "Oh, you're on Linux. That's pretty cool. I'll download it later." So it's just like a casual conversation between two game developers. Obviously, one more senior and one more visible, and it was just at that. What happened in that thread was, "Oh my God, you're associating with Roadstar. He's a fucking hacker from 4chan. He fucking swatted people." And I'm like, you people are fucking stupid, you know? And they were accusing me of saying, like, "Oh my God, if you download FleetCom, it's gonna put malware on your computer to swat you." I was like, yeah, whatever.
So they were claiming you were the hacker called 4chan.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty much a myth.
No, he's from Red Channel.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen my latest post on Twitter, it's basically David Escalant's word cloud. Basically, it analyzes all his tweets, and the two biggest words were "fucking slave." I'm like, wow, that is utterly creepy as shit. Okay. So, getting back on the topic here, I guess with developers coming out, it's not, at least when I'm talking about GamerGate issues, not necessarily just the hashtag. I'm talking GamerGate issues that are now visible. Developers have been dealing with this shit for a long time. I dealt with this kind of shit in Gamasutra forums when I first saw. Why is this forum and these comments and these blogs so politically charged? This isn't the Gamasutra I knew, growing up as junior dev back in like early 2000s. It's like all of a sudden it's like political rhetoric everywhere. A lot of these developers, they've been seeing, and I'm not speaking for them, but I would say they have seen this trend that's going around with gaming media space.
It's getting heavily politicized. It's getting heavily driven by some sort of weird agenda, and it's infiltrated pretty much the deepest parts of the fucking GDC. So developers coming out right now in the new fiscal year, it shouldn't surprise any people. Expect more of these developers to come out, and most of them are going to be neutral. Most of them are not even going to talk about the GamerGate hashtag. They're just going to say, oh, you're full of shit. The media is full of shit. They're not even going to talk about GamerGate. They'll talk about the core issues that were brought up.
Yeah.
So, just keep an eye out for them. If they say something that's like, oh, that's a GamerGate issue, tag them in. Simple.
Yeah,
they'll come out. They won't say they support the hashtag, which is, I don't know. That's its own subculture now. It's got nothing to do with them. But for them, these developers that are stepping out and going out into the public, they're addressing very specific issues. They don't care about the hashtag, and we really shouldn't be so focused on the word GamerGate. That's just a little search term on Twitter. It's just a rally point.
GamerGate is not the thing. It's the thing that leads to the thing.
Well, that's true. And if these developers, they step out and they start talking about it, support them, debate them, or call out their bullshit. But it's evolving away from just a 6-month hashtag that people used on trending on Twitter all the time to an actual cultural discourse in the games media space. And that's what we really need. I mean, I hate to say it, but this whole thing that we've had in GG on Twitter and 8chan, it needs to get out of GG. It needs to get out of Twitter, and 8chan. It needs to go everywhere. It needs to go to every freaking game convention. It needs to get talked about in the GDC. It needs to be on the lips and minds. It needs to be driven out there and staked down so that, hey, you guys can't ignore these issues anymore. You have to talk about it because it's something that's driving this industry for better or for fucking worse. So expect more of them to come up. And it's not going to be GamerGate. They're not going to put the tag on it. Just find it for yourself, and they're going to start speaking up more.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably the closest to these people. I don't know if some of them have gotten from the bigger publishers at least told them that they can't speak out on this. I don't know if you got that impression.
Were you asking me?
Yeah.
Sorry, it sort of dropped. What was the question again, please?
Oh, I don't know. It's just not a lot of people from the developer side have talked about ethical problems with the journalists. I don't know. Do you think some of them have been sort of silenced, or it says in the contract they can't speak about things like this?
Yeah, let's go down the list, shall we? At the very embedded side, there's the AAA studios that they do all these $60, $100 games. They're high production costs, driven by the biggest publishers in gaming. These people who work for the AAA scene, or actually, I shouldn't call it scene. Who work for the AAA industry, when you go to work for them, you're not gonna be able to have as much leeway as I do, where I own my own project. I am sort of in control of whatever message I send out. These people are tied lock and key to whatever they need to do to be able to be employable in their respective institutions.
You're a small business. They're a corporation.
Well, yeah, it's business driven. Everything you say will be used against that corporate entity that you work for, or that publishing house that you work for. Like when I started working for Zynga, I mean they even had a clause in there where all my public photos that are somewhat related to Zynga Incorporated or were taken on corporate grounds, or even your social media presence if it gets popular. I'm paraphrasing here because the contract is fucking long. Those images belong to us. So it's like, well, okay. It's a very strict terms, especially with games media. It's not like other corporate entities, like I would say, like I don't know, like Texas Instruments. When I worked for them, I didn't sign these kinds of ridiculous NDAs that dealt with media presence or even speaking and blogging about my work. For Zynga, and I would guess other AAA studios have the same clauses. They're tied to an NDA. They can't speak as much because for them, games media publishing has to be a very tightly controlled message. That's why you have things like E3. That's why you have these these problems with journalists that are getting paid under the table by publisher X. It's been an ongoing thing. It's been part of the industry for a long fucking time. Controlling the message, especially from your employees, it's tight lock under key. So these kinds of developers, I don't see them speaking about GamerGate that much unless they're somebody like, I don't know, Mr. Levine, the BioShock guy, or I would say even Gabe Newell. For them, if they're speaking about this stuff, keep this in mind, they are thinking about their bottom line. They are thinking about the good whole of their business, which is fine because that's how business operates. If you're going to speak in public, you got to think about the business first. And if it's profitable for them to toss GamerGate under the bus, they'll do that. If it's not profitable for them to toss GamerGate under the bus, they won't do that. So follow the money, basically, with these guys.
This is one of the things.
As far as the other people, like indie developers, and I fucking hate to use the term indie. I think that's a sham. And I'm not saying independent. No, I'm talking indie. Like, candy hair colored fucking San Francisco, Toronto living hipsters.
Hipster devs.
A fucking walking simulator on Steam. There. Those guys.
A walking simulator must be triggering for people in wheelchairs, though. So they shouldn't
I don't know, man. I don't make those kind of shit games. But in any case, for indies, if they speak, it's usually either makes or breaks their social connections. And to be published, to get on like a rock paper shotgun article, to get on Kotaku, you need to be sucking dicks left and right. And that's, the bread and butter of indie, or whatever the fucking title is. So expect those guys to say fuck Gamergate or whatever, because they're trying to throw in circles.
Kind of makes me wonder what SVU had to do to get Kotaku mentioned on their show.
Probably nothing. They probably just name dropped it because they were.
The creator of the show is named Dick Wolf, so just saying.
Yeah. I think everyone got a laugh out that when the end title screen came up.
Yeah.
That was just icing on the cake. That.
Oh no! Here's what made it better. Co-produced by Speedweed. I had to pause and go, what?
But I mean,
that's a nickname, and you did something to get them to let you use that, or your parents must really fucking hate you.
Sounds like a fun night.
Another one.
About developers speaking up on ethical issues and media issues without mentioning Gamergate.
I got it on Firefox.
One of the best things that we got out of the last 6 months is that we proved that as fans of video games, we are persistent and we are serious, and we weren't going to be just a flash in the pan. Imagine this from a developer's perspective. How many times have we seen controversies pop up, spread across video games, and then just disappeared when another game came out or the conversation changed because everybody stopped giving a shit? How many times has that happened? Can you imagine a developer putting their career on the line for a bunch of short attention span fans who are just going to walk away in a week or two? No, they are not going to do that. They will not put their career on the line for fans who are not going to be there for them when they have problems because of it in 5 months or a year or whenever. What we have proven over the last 6 months, and this is where the whole Operation Disrespectful Not, I think, was a great thing. We have proven that we are effective. We have proven that we are serious. We have proven that we are committed, and that no matter how much abuse they have poured on us, we're not going away. We have proven to developers that if they want to speak about similar issues obliquely without directly promoting the hashtag or mentioning the hashtag or saying anything about us as a group, if they want to speak about ethics and games journalism, if they want to speak about attempted bribes from either side, they can do this because they have fans who are willing to back them up and will still back them up in 6 months or a year or whatever. They're not throwing everything away for people who are just going to forget about it. And I think that it's absolutely critical. We have changed the dynamic of discussion in the gaming community solely by making noise and solely by enduring. We didn't even have to do anything super big to make it worthwhile for devs to speak up on these subjects.
I think
to be fair, sorry.
No, go on.
I was just going to say, to be fair, I don't think most of us thought it would go on for this long. I mean, how long is it? 7 months?
So
Something
it's August that it started, right?
Yeah.
August 28th. It'll be 6 months and 7 days.
Yeah. So I don't think anyone expected it to last as long as it did, and I've been there from the beginning. When it first started out, it was just a couple hundred people talking about it. To see the numbers as they are now, it blows my mind, and I still can't believe that this is still up and going. Let's be honest, the internet doesn't have a very huge attention span. So the fact that it lasted 2 months was surprising. Now, I mean, it's awesome. Don't get me wrong. I just can't wrap my head around it.
I mean, I never thought I would do 26 streams just about this.
No, definitely not. How long are the streams? Like 5+ hours?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, the one I fell asleep in was like almost 8 hours, so that's the limit if I'm not mistaken.
Or where you fell asleep on camera.
That was brilliant. I watched myself back, I laughed.
Oh, so that's what was going on. I saw a little bit of that. I was hearing, is he asleep? I was like, wait, who? Did someone fall asleep on the street?
In my defense, it was 4 o'clock in the morning by that point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not giving a crap for it. If you're tired, you're tired. I mean, I've done some I think we've all done some dumb shit in streams before, but, oh god, like people asking me to do a live drawing of Randy Harper as a pig. I still have that thing. I have not dumped it yet. I don't know why.
I mean, I wonder if to an extent that this has also shown developers that when it comes down to criticisms of their game over things like, you know, like the female armor and breast sizes and all this other sort of stuff and, ethnic characters and things like that, it also makes me wonder if it sort of demonstrates that there's still a core demographic of people that aren't concerned with the artistic choices that the developers make, and that there is a very vocal minority of people that seem to take issue with the artistic choices of a development company on their own product. But that they are the vocal minority, and that they do appear to shift onto the next big thing the moment something else comes out. It's a big thing for like a week, and then they shift onto a different topic.
You gotta stop flailing around, comment.
Oh, sorry.
I I certainly hope developers have a newfound sense of courage to make whatever game they damn well want to make, and know that the fans are going to back them up against people who don't play games by and large for the most part, and who definitely don't have the same passion for games that their fans do. They can ignore these loud, noisy people who are wired into the media and focus on making games that everybody loves.
The hell? Why isn't my mic working? Is my mic working?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. My mic has been off for a little
We're
bit.
all much maligned that your mic is now working again. We were all getting on just fine.
I mean, do you think we also talked about this a little bit about on since we're on the topic of the length of GamerGate. You think we're gonna evolve into something else, or you think we're gonna become some kind of watchdog, or yeah? I mean, Daddy, you're the first time here. I wanna hear from you.
I can't predict the future because I have no idea where this thing is going. Every time something big and new happens, I'm always surprised. I mean, you'd think I wouldn't be surprised anymore by anything big and new and stupid coming from certain individuals, but they continually up the ante on the level of stupid, so even that catches me off guard. I have no idea where it's going or why. I do know this, that, and again, I've said this from the beginning, two things. One, the battle against corruption is perpetual. You always have to keep an eye out on people in positions of power because corruption is a constant temptation for them. It's not something that just goes away. And if you try to turn it over to some group or whatever, then that group will become the target for corruption. And on that level, at least, it can't go away. I've also said that the key to winning is enduring. If we endure the abuse and the vitriol, we will win. We just have to keep on making noise, publishing articles, revealing corruption, sending it around. I mean, I believe someone at the IGF admitted that they had to do something. They panicked and pulled the trigger on some kind of communications strategy because independent games developers were getting emails and tweets from people in GamerGate about the document dump over Polytron that Roguestar put together and made available, and Camera Lady was helping investigate. And so making a noise like that and enduring is how we will win. I can't predict the future, but I don't see a nice, clean, polite future where everybody goes back to buying and selling video games and the controversy just goes away. I just don't see that happening.
No, there's no going back at this point.
They tried our patience.
It's like they called our bluff, and we're like, no, I've got a full house here, and I'm not going away.
Here's my question. Someone said this at the beginning. You're going against a group of people who are known to do repetitive, boring shit just to get to the next level. You have people that, it doesn't matter how many times you kill them in a game, they're going to get back up and keep on coming back. You went against these people and you honestly fucking thought we were just going to lay down and die?
That reminds me of the World of Warcraft's South Park episode where they spend like hours and hours killing little pigs or whatever it was in order to get the experience to kill off the griefer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge MMORPG fan, so yeah, I've spent hours doing repetitive shit just to get to the next level, because I'm like, okay, I can get this armor at this level, and I can go get this monster. Okay, what do I need to do? Well, looks like I'm going to be doing the same shit for about an hour. Let's go.
Alright, I want to move on to the next topic. You can post it again, just to be...
Damn it, Kermit!
What?
I just saw that.
Yes. Oh, that's a good one, Kermit.
Oh God, you know what? You and me, baby, ain't nothing but measurements. Doing like they do on the disc. I'm sorry, that just popped into my head looking at that.
Well, I saw this on a Reddit where Feminist Frequency has now, during I think the last week or so, is now hiding her donors for some weird reason.
Yeah, I saw that. Of course, there is an archived version of the list. But still.
Yeah, that's why I posted the link. It's before and after. So he's now actively trying, or Macintosh, whoever you wanna say is behind the channel, but
Gestalt entity. They are one and the same, I think.
Yeah. They did a fusion and now they're one.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if Macintosh isn't running Anita's Twitter, because there are just way too many similarities between their tweets. I kind of have to wonder.
He just started straight retweeting.
Well,
just
then
started straight retweeting him. Exactly, duplicates. Didn't even change anything. Somebody posted an image of that like last night.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I saw that too.
Yeah, isn't there supposed to be like 8 of them? 8, 9, somewhere around that number.
There's a few. Yeah, there's quite a few.
So you could say conspiracy. On the other hand, you could say, well, they've got this list of topics, and it's like they've got a very limited vocabulary. So yes, inevitably they're going to end up saying exactly the same things because they just got this list. Oh, these are the things we must say. If you were going to be generous, but
I'll be honest.
I'll leave it up to you to decide.
I'm going to be honest. I think, and I actually think Anita is a bit smarter than a lot of people give her credit for, because
I think a lot of people think she's smart. Very cynically.
Yeah, but I mean, she knows exactly what to say to get under people's skin. She knows what to tweet to get people talking about her. Yeah, I'm not agreeing with it. It's a shitty thing to do, but I mean, it's working.
She's like the Ann Coulter of games media.
Pretty much. As much as I despise the woman, I have to give her credit for that.
It wouldn't be the first time that people said she's basically a con artist who's done it incredibly well.
Well, it's
very well, much better than most people could ever expect in their career of grifting.
Well,
hold on. Yes, Ty. Kermit's icon is Kermit the Frog fucking a stuffed animal.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, no, it's not. Now he's... Holy shit. Is that puke or cum?
I have no idea, but I am always prepared.
But it really mattered? Does it really matter?
Damn, Kermit. What the hell have you been drinking? Or doing?
Oh, damn.
But like I was saying, it's like my boyfriend said, the first step to really changing the world is to get a bunch of people to talk about your ideas. Even if they're bitching about your ideas, they're still talking about them.
Yeah, any publicity is good publicity.
I'm not sure she wants to change the world, though. I mean, that's the thing. Maybe Macintosh does, but if you're going to take the cynical line, she doesn't give a shit as long as she gets the dollar bills.
Exactly. Like I said, I didn't say it was a good thing. I despise the woman with a passion, but I gotta give credit. And I mean, even if it is John McIntosh, if she's just a puppet, that would explain a few things, to be completely honest.
Or it's a reverse puppet thing where she's playing him and he thinks he's in control.
Or the fact that
I suddenly reminded of that scene from Resident Evil 2.
Hey guys, you know, it'd be even better if Anita was actually just an actress.
You know what? That wouldn't surprise me.
I love it.
That wouldn't surprise me.
She could go on Law and Order.
Okay, this is going to be one of the sexist things ever, but she was hot until she opened her mouth. That's my opinion.
You're not allowed to say that. You're a woman. You can't be sexist. We already know this. Have you not been following her at all?
No, dude. Inner misogyny. Hello.
That's only if you say the wrong things. If you say the right things, it's perfectly fine.
No, man. You're forgetting. You know, to them, I'm not a woman. I'm a sock puppet. My boyfriend's secretly gay, so.
That's what he told me last time he was around.
Whoa, wait, what? So, does bitch want to make me a sandwich? Sorry.
Where is that from originally? Where is that expression from? I've heard it everywhere. Everywhere.
Okay, the way the line goes is, so what? It starts off with this as a conversation between Ray and Shinji. So, does that mean I just got laid? Yeah, sure, why not? Awesome! Now, what's that really polite thing Father told me to say after sleeping with a girl? So, does bitch want to make me a sandwich? Then she pauses. Ray, I'm sorry. I just realized stupidity is a genetic disorder. I wonder what she means by that. And then we cut to Gendo. So, does bitch want to make me a sandwich? Fuyutsuki looks over. Sir, I'm not your wife.
Classic.
I mean, the other thing is that according to Wikipedia, she's a Reliance.
Oh jeez. Yeah, I'm the one that sent that to you. God, that was.
Is anyone surprised by what Wikipedia is up to these days? I mean, its reputation has been going down the toilet for a little while now.
That's an understatement.
God, Wikipedia is literally the retard baby of the internet at this point.
When Encyclopedia, Dramatica, is more honest than you, there's something really fucking wrong.
It also has more funnier pictures.
Oh, that too.
Yes.
That too.
Don't ever go to the offended page, though. Don't ever go there.
No. Oh.
Yeah, just remember, don't watch Macintosh's. Don't go to Macintosh's place if you're in a public environment, or you might scroll down to Mercedes' picture.
Oh my God! I still love that picture so freaking much. The fact that she uses tits to troll the guy and he acts all offended. Man, I know gay dudes that love it. What the fuck?
You can only wish you could get a woman.
I mean, when you take someone, a con artist, as evidence and a source, you done fucked up.
No, you're really fucked up when you do like that one guy did and referenced himself in his article in the first sentence. I still can't wrap my head around that one. What the? Who would allow that? Besides, oh wait, I forgot what site he's writing for. Never mind.
Well, to give Wikipedia its due, I do think there is. I mean, obviously there is a community of editors and contributors and stuff, and there's a hierarchy and all that sort of stuff. And I read about this long before, like years ago, long before GamerGate ever started. And you got to imagine there's similar sort of internal things. People got their own prejudices, their own agendas, and stuff like that. And it just seems like over the recent years, there's been a very vocal minority of the XJWs, as they are known, who have decided, right, well, we're going to push our agenda as firmly as we possibly can, and they've been getting more vocal, and it's become very clear that all this bias has crept in. I think, again, to be completely fair, there are a lot of people who are honestly just trying to make Wikipedia the best source it can be, so I feel bad for those people who have been putting all this free effort in to try and make a great encyclopedia, who are basically getting shafted by these people.
I've heard a few people have quit over this whole thing because they realized that Wikipedia wasn't trying to be a legitimate encyclopedia that people could actually learn from. And it's sad. I mean, I've been reading Wikipedia for, I don't even know how long, but freaking years.
But could anyone on here say they haven't?
Holy shit, Warpig.
What?
Encyclopedia.
Oh, it's the tweet.
Oh my God, Kermit.
Well, you just saw that? That's been up.
Have you not seen my screen? I'm kind of in the middle of drawing something. So no, I haven't seen it.
I'm just lucky. None of this is coming up on my screen. So.
What I'm talking about, he has a gif of Kermit the Frog in a bottle of lotion masturbating.
Yep, none of it's coming up on my screen.
Go to the YouTube page. It'll show up there.
I fail to see the problem with this.
I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's fucking hilarious.
Amphibian biology is a little different to mammalian biology. It has to be pointed out. So, not sure. I mean, for one thing, their skin would be naturally lotioned.
Lisa,
how you know that?
Lisa, can you look in the chat? Someone asking you for some art stuff. So.
Oh boy.
What's this?
Yes, I do have an art. I have an art portfolio. It's on DeviantArt. I will. Hang on. I'll post my. It's free.
Well, next topic then. Is that journalists are the sixth most likely to have psychopaths in as a profession.
Wait, what?
Yeah, posted on Forbes.
Wait, where was this? What was this based on? I'm looking at the Forbes article. I don't see a source.
The link there is to.
I could give the list. I'm just reading it now. So we've got number 1 CEO, number 2 lawyer, number 3 media, TV/radio, number 4 salesperson, number 5 surgeon, number 6 journalist, number 7 police officer, number 8 clergy person, number 9 chef, and number 10 civil servant. So there we go. I'm surprised banker didn't come up there anywhere, but there you go.
The source is a book, The Wisdom of Psychopaths by Kevin Dutton, and he's a psychologist.
A reliable source, it seems.
I'm looking at it because the link that got posted in my chat isn't to Forbes; it was to Time.
Yeah, so, it's the right link. Yeah, I just said wrong. It's to Time, not Forbes.
Oh, okay. And then I clicked on their Amazon link to go see what was. By the way, the Amazon link from Time is a Amazon affiliate link.
So don't use it.
It does not appear to be disclosed in their article.
Uh-oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
So it's bullshit. Because I can't see any...
Did Rogue just disappear, or is he... Oh, he's a beaver.
I believe he's popping in and out.
Yeah, he said he had to go do something.
Just like Kermit.
Glad someone else. I am so happy I'm not the only one that thought like that.
Gifts from Kermit? Where do you get those gifts from?
Kind people just sort of
Heck, I sent you a few.
donate them to me.
I'm looking for stuff for my chain mascot, the G-Man. So
I want to read this real quick. This is about the author of the book about the psychopaths. Dr. Kevin Dutton is a research psychologist at the Kaleva Research Center for Evolution at Human Science, Magdalen College, University of Oxford. He is a fellow of the Royal Society of Medicine and the Society for the Scientific Study of Psychopathy. Dutton is the author of Split Second Persuasion. His writing and research has been featured in Scientific American Mind, New Scientist, The Guardian, Psychology Today, and USA Today. He lives in Oxford, England. So if being an Oxford, being a researcher at Oxford makes him credible on this subject, then you can grant him credibility.
Well, Oxford is one of the top Well, I think it is the top with Cambridge.
It is one of the top
out, so.
Yeah.
It's one of the top in the world.
I mean,
it's got a reputation.
We only have one Brit here, so we're not going to get an Oxford-Cambridge flame war, although that would be hilarious.
I did go to Even. That's fine.
Hilarious.
I hate both of them. It's fine.
They've got a reputation. Oxford and Cambridge have this sort of going to an Oxbridge University is sort of the done thing if you're sort of upper class or from Eton or something. And they've got a reputation because they're old, and that appears to be it. The name appears to be quite a large element as to where they stand on university league tables in the UK.
Well,
I went to the top computer science course and it wasn't at either of those, so make of that what you will.
Yeah, I just thought this was interesting. We kind of seen some of this behavior the last month, so wouldn't surprise me if some of them were actually psychopaths. So,
I mean, here's the thing: people, when they hear psychopath, they think Hannibal Lecter or serial killer or something, and that's not the case necessarily.
9 times out of 10, it's not the case. I mean, I was married to I know that it's different, but the word sociopaths get called psychopaths a lot. And I was actually, for a while, I was married to a sociopath. So yeah.
Oh.
I've also heard that term has been like saying no, actually we're going to redefine it and we'll say we're actually all the same class. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist.
Well, a psychopath is someone who has a lack of empathy, but he doesn't. He or she doesn't have to be like evil incarnate.
No. The thing is, they're also usually pretty good at faking
They
emotion.
think they are the good side usually when they
Pretty much.
bad.
Pretty much.
That's what, like, a sociopathic psychopath does. They think they're in the right, even though they are the ones doing the wrong, which is a huge definition of anti-GamerGate.
Pretty much. I mean, victim blaming, all of that. I mean, there's a reason I dislike them. Okay, let's be honest. There are several reasons I dislike them so much, but a lot of their behavior reminds me of my ex-husband, which kind of bothers me quite a bit.
I want to read this real quick because I think it's very, very interesting. This is a paragraph from the Post. Psychopathy is a personality disorder that is variously characterized by shallow emotions, in particular reduced fear, stress tolerance, lacking empathy, cold-heartedness, lacking guilt, egocentricity, superficial character, manipulativeness, irresponsibility, impulsivity, and antisocial behaviors such as a parasitic lifestyle and criminality. Without mentioning a specific name, there is an alcoholic journalist, alcoholic games journalist, that I think, at least on an examination of their tweets, reading their tweets and some of the other things they've said, that matches virtually every single point of that. That's my judgment on the surface, noting I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Hell, anyone that's using Patreon without actually providing a product, I think, could qualify as a parasitic entity.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that reminds me of quite a few people that we're dealing with. So
I want to be a full-time social justice warrior, so that's why I'm making a Patreon.
It is a fascinating thing, the rise of Patreon, because like I don't know how long it's been around for, but I didn't hear about it until last year at all.
It's been around for a while. When it came out originally, it was a really good idea for content creators.
Oh, yeah.
Just like, you know what, here, if people like my stuff, you can donate money to me either on a monthly basis or whenever I put content out, and it just means that I can get more money to make content and funnel the money back into what I make. And the whole site was started by Jack Conte of Pomplamoose, who they're a band and they're very popular on YouTube, but he wanted to devote more time to making music videos and stuff, and his music videos have always been quite exorbitant. They use like projection and he builds sets and stuff like this, and he was just like, I just want to make cool shit for you guys, so this is a cool idea, and it's now just turned into social justice welfare, and it's really disappointing.
I can't help but feel bad for the people who make stuff like that, just to have it bastardized like Patreon has. I can't help but feel bad for them. It's like,
well, I mean, there are still people that use it in the correct fashion.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But there are people that just are abusing it, and it's shameful.
But what are they abusing? They're not abusing Patreon in a way. They're abusing the people supporting them.
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've said this before, that the reason why Anita was so successful as a con man is that she happened to find a community of several 100,000 fairly wealthy people who were looking for a con man to con them. They wanted to be conned. They were ready to be conned. They were walking up and down the street with big signs saying, please con me! And that's what's happening on Patreon, is they've tapped into a group of people who are fine with being gold. They're fine with paying money and not getting anything for it because it assuages these feelings of guilt they have. It makes them feel like they're good people, like they're striking a blow against the system. And that's what you have to do to sell stuff to SJWs, is convince them that whatever it is you're doing, however stupid and self-destructive it is, that's them striking a blow against the system. And if you can convince them of that, you can make a lot of money and gain a lot of notoriety and influence. And the people on Patreon and Anita Sarkeesian both did that very, very well.
It's kind of like how they turned like any criticism into like a direct form of harassment. Like now, it's like if I can say like, I'm sorry, your game looks kind of ugly. It's like, oh, you're obviously harassing me. That's abuse. Get blocked. And it's like, holy shit, what just happened?
Did you literally just say you hate all women?
That's just like I'm trying to think of where it was. Someone that was one of the YouTube guys, gamer guys on YouTube. I saw some Rich's channel. Rich basically went all out on this guy because this guy said, for those that are given the Order 1886 low scores, you're racist. And it seems just like that. Like if you disagree with them, you're racist. Bullshit like that gets thrown around all the time, so it's nothing new.
Well, I mean, racism, because of obviously the history of.
Yeah, it's really.
That's why it's such a powerful shaming tool, and it's thrown around very casually, and I find it personally very annoying because.
Yeah, I got in a Twitter fight with I got in a huge Twitter fight just recently with some jackass that's African American, and he went on this whole tirade saying, because the past about Americans, all white people are bad, or some bullshit like that. And I told him about slavery and stuff like that. He went on this tirade, going after a GamerGate supporter.
Wow.
Porter went on there, and I told them all cultures, even a lot of African cultures in history, have taken up slaves.
Africans were selling slaves to Europeans.
Yeah,
right?
that's the point. But that's just the point. He says, no, it's only in this country that I'm going after. And I just went after him. I'm like, this conversation's done. He called me ignorant racist, and then I went like, okay, fine. And then I blocked him. I don't want to deal with this piece of shit anymore. I'm tired of shit like this.
What's bullshit is like some of the biggest people that will like complain instantly about how anything you say to them is racism also tend to be the people that say, oh no, that form of racism doesn't exist. Like I see this Verandier guy constantly saying, no, racism against white people does not exist. Sexism against black does not exist. And then he says like, someone dared to question him today asking, what about the like 14,000 white women that were like raped and like murdered or something in some area out in the Middle East because they're white? And he asks, what's your point? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, any hate directed towards someone just on the basis of their color or their sex or their, the gender they identify as, that is hate. That's bigotry. And you can't claim to be fighting against those things and then also say, no, those forms don't exist.
Well, you have to ask yourself, how for real are those things?
Yeah, but you forget it's power plus privilege.
I just can't understand why can't you just speak out against all hate? Why not just be for against hate? Let's just not act like dicks to people.
Because it's not profitable.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that.
We shouldn't even have to say this kind of thing. Don't be an asshole. It's not that hard, but to be completely honest, after all the crap that has gotten thrown at me and at a lot of you guys as well from SJWs, very little of this stupidity bothers me anymore. It surprises me on occasion, and it's like I said in a video once, every time I think an anti-or an SJW has said the dumbest thing I could ever fathom, they turn around and say something even dumber that just makes me facepalm so hard I'm surprised I haven't gouged my eyeballs out.
Well, it's weird how
I'm wondering how they're going to top today's stupidity.
It's...
You mean the staring at shit?
Yeah.
Oh, this...
How are you?
This is getting dangerous.
That's like horrible. I mean, Sam Hussein used that on his people. I mean, seriously, you shouldn't even be talking about that kind of stuff.
Okay, this might sound a little off, but that isn't the worst thing they've said to us. That isn't the worst thing they've accused us of. Let's be honest here. I mean, it sucks.
Pretty bad.
A bunch of us have been called pedophiles. That one really pissed me off.
Yeah, that was bad.
That one set me from calm to almost screaming, and it is really hard to get me that angry in such a short amount of time.
It's basically the modern equivalent of saying you're into witchcraft. That's why it's used.
It's a witch hunt.
Pretty much. I mean,
Well, because
it's a modern day Red
not,
Scare now again.
Yeah, it's who's not against pedophilia? Who's not against ISIS? It's like, oh, well, if you're saying they're ISIS, it's like, oh, what? Are you saying they're not? But they do all this? Well, then you're just as bad as them. It's just a way of grouping people together.
But not only that, I mean, and this is the thing that
I am just disgusted at the whole ISIS thing, this ISIS that. The ISIS, every day I look up the ISIS on the internet, it's just like, they're doing just this horrible, horrible shit. If GamerGate did even 1 out of 1% of what ISIS did, it would be all over the news instantly.
If one person on GamerGate did any of this and it got out, the majority of us would be on the attack on this person. Because GamerGate, not GamerGate, I don't care. Human-wise, that is a shitty thing to do to someone.
Well, hell, we already report any harassment we see towards antis or pros.
Exactly. The thing that pisses me off and hurts me the most, to be completely honest. Okay, I understand you want to get bad people away from, maybe you want to get bad people away from children or whatever. That is completely understandable, and I am with you on that one. But when you start throwing pedophile as an insult so readily, and then you turn around and find out, oh, hey, this person's actually a pedophile, and there's actually proof of them being a pedophile. I mean, and that's the thing that disgusts me. It's like, oh, this is bad. Unless one of our friends are doing it, then it's okay. No, that kind of shit is never okay.
The same problem as the racism thing, right? You're devaluing the word. It's not about... It's the appearance of caring, but not actually caring. If there's one thing that I would say makes GamerGate distinct from the people opposing it, is the actual ability to get shit done, which I don't care about anything else. You either get shit done or you don't get shit done.
We costed Gawker 6 figures because they wanted to be jackasses, with Sam Biddle want to be a jackass. 7 figures. Still, that's like $7 million. I mean, that's not a small chunk of change. That's like, if let me put it like this. I was talking to one of the local news stations and stuff, someone that works for local news stations around Missoula, and I asked him one question. I told him about what happened with Gawker, and they were like, seriously? And that guy's still working there? And I'm like, yep. And
I'm honestly surprised.
If we would have costed him even $1,000, we would have been fired. That's how some of the local news stations around here is doing it.
You would think, like, after they had, like, the Coca-Cola Make It Happy bot tweet out, like, how to, like, mind count. I'm honestly surprised.
But that's why you shouldn't be surprised. That's why you shouldn't be surprised.
I'm not surprised. I'm just surprised.
Like, Gawker Media has done bullshit in the past. I mean, Gawker's done bullshit. They've released nudes of celebrities. They released the Hulk Hogan sex tape. I mean, seriously, how far?
That's what everyone wants to see, man. That's the market.
And
okay, I gotta give him credit. I wouldn't have the stomach to actually sit through that. The fact that one of them actually did, that does make me feel a little bad for them.
I would be too afraid to put something like that on. No, I'd be too afraid to put something like that because Hulk Hogan. Terry Hulk Hogan, he's a big guy. He's a huge guy. You don't want to do something like that. And the fact that they have the balls to do that is just beyond me.
Well, he's had like a lawsuit pending against him right now, doesn't he? Like, does anyone know the status on that still?
I have no idea.
The judge gave a cease and desist order, and they refused to mock them. They said, ha ha ha.
He's suing him for $100 million.
Oh, okay.
I know that their unpaid interns are still suing him.
Yeah, they've got so many lawsuits underway. It's just like they got told Gawker appealed to the court, basically saying the hashtag fair pay.
Oh yeah,
was
I saw that.
And they were saying that they wanted the plaintiffs not to go on to Kotaku in Action because it's become a general criticism of Gawker Media as a whole.
Yeah, I read that, and it gave me a migraine, like, instantly by the second paragraph. I'm like, well, Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, there's a bidding poll here. How long do you think until Gawker Media runs out of money?
It depends on what they're willing to
soon enough.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I think it's going to take them, like, 2-3 years before they finally run out of money completely.
No, I think you're being generous there. To be
No,
honest.
but I'm giving him. I'm being conservative here and just saying 2 to 3 years, because right now with all the bullshit they're playing, the fact that they're running out of the fact that they don't have main advertisers anymore, they're gonna die pretty soon. It might take a few years, but Gawker Media as a whole is no more.
I say not soon enough. I mean, I say honestly, fucking.
And I feel bad. I like some of those websites.
Burn the fucking network to the ground.
It really all depends how
the ashes.
I used to like some of those websites like Gizmodo, and I liked Gizmodo at one time, but I don't watch anymore because Gawker owns it.
I used to love Cracked, but I can't look at that anymore.
Oh, Cracked's gone down the shit.
Well, I hated Crack since it was a second-rate Mad magazine. That's all it was.
Yeah. You gotta understand this though. Nick Denton is a knife fighter from Fleet Street. He is a thug. He is a low-down, dirty fighter who will do anything to survive and win and make money. He is. I don't really think Americans understand exactly how brutal the newspaper business in the UK is, and how the whole scandal about hacking into celebrities' mailboxes and stuff. That was small peas on Fleet Street. These are some. I'm not trying to say this in a bad way necessarily. I'm just saying they are tough people. They are hard fighters. They are people who don't give up. There's a lot to admire about that. I would not count Gawker out until Nick Denton is retired in the Caymans with the $100 million he's got squirreled away in bank accounts. You just can't count someone like Nick Denton out, because he is not going to give up and walk away. Excuse me, I'm going to swear here, which I usually don't do. Nick Denton is not a pussy, and he is not going to give up.
But there's going to be one thing I'm going to have to say right here about Nick Denton is he's basically asking for, if he continues going after these celebrities, one wrong dumbass thing he does, those celebrities are going to go after him really hard. Not just a lawsuit. I'm just saying, I would not want to do it. Some of these people have a lot of money and power. I'm too afraid to cross some people with money and power. I don't care if I run a tabloid news website or something like that. I'm too afraid to cross some of those people.
Who would run a tabloid website?
Only the most degenerate person ever.
I will say,
that's all Gawker Media is. That's all Gawker Media is.
You know what? I'm legitimately surprised after the whole Gawker Stalker thing. I'm legitimately surprised one of the celebrities there didn't go and kick their asses himself. That would, number one, I would pay to see that fucking shit. I think most people would. But I mean, they made an app that let
I'm surprised there hasn't been a libel case in the UK. That's where it all seems to kick off because of the laws in this country. I've heard lots of high-profile celebrities and stuff.
I know nothing about laws in the UK, so I really.
Well, the libel laws are kind of strange because you can basically, for a case of libel, you can basically be anywhere in the world, and you can sue people, and it's bizarre. I'm not a lawyer. I don't really understand how that works, but it's a bizarre situation.
That's why you get so many people who live in Saudi Arabia or Jordan or whatever who bring lawsuits in the UK because someone else in another country, in a third country, said something bad about them. It's bizarre.
Ralph, you wanted to talk about the shit you're getting.
Yeah, man, I just dropped in for a minute. Basically, it's never a dull moment when you're the Ralph. So today, apparently, somebody is accusing me of paying them to swat Devi. I was actually watching wrestling with my girlfriend because she was going out of town to attend a funeral, and I got on Twitter like 2 hours later, and there was this huge. I mean, it's obviously fake, but
well, you got your army of sock puppets to do it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's fake as fuck, and not only that, the supposed evidence they had is just some like random Bitcoin transaction. I mean, it could be it could be for anything. There's nothing else there, but people like SRH Butts are running with it like it's legit.
Well, she is very credible.
Well, yeah.
avoid
Well, it's not like there were a few people in
You can
GamerGate.
trust Sarah with your children.
Yeah, there were a few people.
Hold
on. I was just gonna say there was a few people in GamerGate retweeting it too, so it wasn't just her. Some of my enemies, people that don't like me, basically just retweet this. I don't know why, just to stir up shit, I guess. I know Margaret said that she was just trying to signal boost, so I guess her trying to signal boost the idiocy or whatever. So I guess I'll give the benefit out there, but I don't think it's a good idea to retweet bullshit, obvious bullshit like this, because people were coming up to me like it's, legit. So, but anyway, it's not legit. I never paid anyone to swat anybody. Like I said on Twitter, I'm too cheap and too poor. So,
I mean, what was the evidence they put forward? The evidence was literally some guy saying, "Oh yeah, Ralph told me."
The evidence was this guy said Ralph did it. And then they had a random Bitcoin transaction that supposedly that was some evidence.
I believe that is solid in a court of law. Hearsay, yeah. I understand that is taken everywhere.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I mean, it was funny at first, but then people were like actually starting to believe it, and I'm just like, come on, this can't be actually happening. But some people are, not that bright.
There's stupid people out there. There are really stupid people.
Yeah,
so I always like the quotes. I always like the quote. Imagine how stupid think about how stupid the people you meet in everyday life are, and then remember there's 50% of the people below that are even more stupid.
How many people are getting paid like thousands on Patreon to be that stupid though?
It makes you want to put your own computer in horror.
Why would you put that on the internet? That's a show that I'm kind of sad is disappearing, but holy crap, some of the stuff that has been on that just made me go, oh my god, you're an idiot.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Just crazy. I got
Who needs TV anymore? Who needs TV anymore? Video games. This is your form of entertainment.
Well, I end up watching more YouTube, and I'm a hardcore telly addict. I have been for years. As much as I'm a gamer, I'm an addict of movies and television. And I have to say, television is not doing itself any favours at the moment.
Oh God, no.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw you. I'll retweet the stream. I just saw you tweet it at me. But yeah, that's about it, man. I got some articles. Wu was talking shit earlier. I had that written, but then I got.
Oh, where she attacked Gabe Newell?
Yeah, no, it was where we were planning a sarin gas attack on.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that
and the best part was those tweets were from October.
No, I didn't even
reported those tweets.
Yeah, those tweets were from October by
the FBI.
I saw the tweets. Now that I think about it.
He's talking about killing gamers and shit. Was the reason he was talking about doing it. But yeah, I didn't actually know the tweets were from October, so I'm glad.
Yeah, so she basically retweeted a bunch of tweets from October by basically a guy who was saying, "Oh, I want to kill all gamers." It was a third-party troll.
It was a troll, yeah.
Who just used that, put the hashtag on the end, and then she tweeted it out saying, "Oh, look, GamerGate are plotting a sarin gas attack at PAX."
Isn't it funny how that's the one screenshot she actually blocks out the names on, though, out of all the other screenshots?
I know, right? That is kind of weird.
It's like she knows she's being disingenuous. She knows she's being completely full of shit because she's seen the other tweets. And, like, that's the one time she actually blocks out the names? No, she's not being decent about it. She knows, if they see it, they're going to look at it and know I'm full of shit.
She's done it before.
Well, yeah, there is a link where people basically, all they did is, I'll do a search on Twitter with the content of the tweets, and I'll find who did it. It's like, that wasn't that difficult.
Well, she did it again. She forgot to blur out the name of someone on Reddit. She was like, "Oh, I've had 46 death threats in 5 months." And basically, someone on Reddit said, "Oh, well, I'm disappointed you didn't follow through with it." And then if you follow the link, you can just see that this is a third-party troll that's literally said on Reddit, "I don't like either side. It just makes it easy for me to piss them both off at the same time." And it's just like, without looking in, and her reply to the sarin gas tweets were, oh, I can't even discern the nonsense anymore. So she's also acknowledged that those tweets are complete nonsense anyway.
She deleted the one she said, like the main one, right?
Oh yeah, but we've archived.
Yeah, she's done that twice now.
Yeah, I already
2
know.
days in a row she's done this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday it was a call for a bunch of jackboots to accompany her as security to calm down.
Oh, yeah.
How long did that tweet last before she deleted it?
Okay.
How long did that tweet last before
make
she
me
completely
afraid of
deleted
a
it?
bunch of social-
She might have deleted it because it's actually illegal in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
and
not
then
allowed to hire him.
Then there was that whole thing where she tried to post harassment against herself on Steam and forgot that she had logged out of her. Oh my god, I got the biggest stomachache from
Amateur
laughing so hard
hour.
at that.
Amateur.
Oh yeah. She's not.
I think that's funny how this whole thing started. Because she tried to make some meme making fun of GamerGate using pictures of an autistic child, and then suddenly when it turned back on her, she cried harassment. Like that's how she got involved in this whole thing from the start.
I can't say I'm really surprised with her
No.
anymore. I mean, I'm not sure if she thinks we're that stupid or if she really is just that fucking stupid.
She's going off the rails.
Well, it's like
You're
it's
aware
like
of
what
the,
it said. People want to be conned, so they'll gladly believe whatever someone's saying just for the sake of this will justify me giving money to some jackass.
Well, I mean, okay, the whole thing after the Al Jazeera interview, for a bit there, people were talking about, okay, I don't think she really left home, and I actually went and made a video of it using video from all of the different interviews she had done. And someone in the comments tried to say, oh, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure she was at home in her Al Jazeera interview. I'm like, I believe she was too, which completely validates my point. Because there's like certain little things that you see in the background of each and every single one of them. It, like a white wall with a black skid mark. It literally right behind her. That's
Well, you don't pay for San Francisco home.
She could basically
and live
grab
somewhere
her
else.
entire wall and just say, "Oh, I love this wall. I don't want it to leave without me. This wall, and I have a stronger relationship
completes
with this
me.
wall than I do with my husband."
You know what? Considering some of the crap that that antis have apparently slept with, looking at you, dogfucker, that wouldn't surprise me. I'm sorry, that was very mean of me. But yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm about to go finish up this article, guys. I just came on for a sec.
Don't shake the.
Hey! All right, I'm gone. Dude, fuck it. But anyway.
See ya, Ralph.
I'll be right back. I gotta move my cart.
Okay. All right, guys. Peace out.
Yeah.
Later.
Enjoy.
Peace.
Alright.
Alright, Rogue's coming back in.
Just be very careful around those antis. Don't shake or anything, or they could get shaken man-child syndrome.
Yeah, see, I think Rogue
link that one again.
Having him and Ralph on the same stream causes things to blow up.
It does, actually. I've seen it happen. It's kind of funny and kind of scary all at the same time. It's like, I don't know how to feel about this. I'm not sure whether I should cry in terror or laugh my ass off.
Well, I can give a positive story. I did stay up until 4 o'clock last night tweeting with a self-confessed SJW, and we had a very intelligent conversation. They're not all dumbasses. Some of them are perfectly capable of rational discussion.
Hang on.
Hang on, what?
That's a miracle.
It's a miracle!
Well, there you go. It's not like, I mean, it's very easy to demonize another group, right? And that's essentially what's happened with GamerGate. And I can only take people as they come, as they present themselves. So I think it's I think that's a good thing, right? You have a conversation with someone who doesn't necessarily agree with you on anything, and you can have an adult conversation, like I say. I like an adult conversation, an interesting conversation. That's all I really want is a interesting adult conversation, because that's kind of the person I am. So there you are.
I want to say this because I am one of, well, I don't know, I haven't actually counted and compared, but I'm one of the people who very frequently tweets out stuff about SJWs and the flaws I see in their thinking and things they tend to do. But I will say this. I think it is perfectly possible for there to be reasonable, decent people who happen to have believed the things that SJWs believe. I also think it's perfectly possible for those people to come into contact with the right person who is not an SJW and have their minds change a little bit and begin thinking in a more open, less censorious way. I'm not the right person to do that, but I think that's perfectly possible, and I don't want to be the one discouraging people from having good, open conversations, even with someone who identifies themselves as being against GamerGate. If you can do that, I want you to do that. I don't want to get in the middle of that. That's just not something I'm going to ever be good at, and that's just not my posting style, and the stuff I post doesn't lend itself to that. So I think you did the right thing, and I think people like you should continue to do the right thing, and I don't ever want to come across as discouraging that.
Just to know, I don't know if anyone in the chat wants to say hi to Sarah Butts, who is in the chat.
What?
Oh, hey, Tracy.
So,
Captain
Sarah
Crazy,
Butts,
how you
I
doing?
formally invite you to the game.
Is that the pedophile or the pedophile one?
The pedophile.
I'm formally inviting Butts to the stream. She can clear the air on anything that we've said if she wants. No, you can come on stream if you like. We're going to lie about you until you come on stream to refute them. No.
Like I said, more than happy to talk to anyone in an honest conversation.
It's a Saturday. Let's like.
That's the point, man. I mean, Sarah Butts, a man in black, the Twitter usual suspects. They're not about honest conversations. They've proven this for 6 months already. They've, exhausted all benefits of the doubt, and they have the nerve to show up in Twitter all the time, spreading their usual shit. It's not possible. We've extended the benefit of the doubt to these people, and because they have no fucking lives outside of GamerGate. I'm like, I don't know if you guys have seen the word cloud. That's fucking creepy as shit, man. What the fuck?
Fuck Slade.
Fucking Slade. I'm like, this guy types my name more than I do. I mean, shit, man. These guys are dedicated to fucking. To the hashtag more than most GamerGate people are, and talking to them is useless. Absolutely fucking useless.
I do understand that attitude, and it's like
but I respect anyone who's actually willing to discuss accusations against them or their accusations at other people.
I did that months ago, man. Y'all remember Kaz? Like he was
God.
Yeah, at least he had the balls to talk to Internet Aristocrat and myself and King of Pole. He had the balls to address us directly. We actually had a conversation about it. It got a little awkward, but this guy actually talked on stream. And who has talked about it ever since then? Nobody. Unless they're behind some, multi-edited NBC, MSNBC, ABC, whatever fucking massive network there is, it's...
Does Anti-GamerGate hold streams like this? I've never heard one. I've looked for them.
Didn't Total Biscuit have a several-hour talk with Steven Totilo?
I wouldn't count that as talking about GamerGate issues, because
well, it was about,
Totilo was on Total Biscuit's stream that time. He really didn't answer anything.
Well, Sarah's
he didn't really want to answer the questions, I know, but I mean, at least they were willing to talk for a lengthy amount of time.
They were willing to give lip service, but when I say talk, as in actually answer everything and refute everything or debunk something. But what they gave us on Total Biscuit stream was fucking lip service.
Yeah, well, that's based on the assumption that we discussed things. We were not really discussing the issues the way we wanted, but I mean, he was willing to talk. That's what I meant.
Well, yeah, and I'm clarifying on the point.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
To me, was not talking. To me, that was lip service. Talking involves actual communication, not just I'm just gonna say whatever. That's
I was really trying to dampen the blow, really.
Yeah.
There's a difference between talking and communicating, is basically what you're saying.
Basically, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
Communication implies there's a two-way process going on.
It implies actual exchange of information to create new information. If you read everything from, a Man in Black, Butts, or whoever these Twitter fucking usual suspects, whatever they're broadcasting, it's the same old shit. The same old shit that keeps getting fucking broadcasted everywhere. And that's why they're still grasping for fucking straws these days, because they have no new material. When I get tweeted at, when they attempt to raid me or whatever, it's the same 24 or 12 people. Period. It's fucking pathetic. Their group is so small now, it's not even making a dent on, my Twitter feed. It's so fucking sad.
Well, I mean, God, how long have we been trying to push the whole GamerGate hates women, GamerGate hates minorities? Like, how?
Set in a stream with a woman in it.
I honestly
get her out! Get her out now!
Well, what I'm disappointed in is that I'm sitting and I'm watching the chat roll go by, and I'm watching Sarah basically say, "Oh, I'm not going to come on a stream with people that have doxed and harassed my friends." So first off, do you have a single piece of evidence proving that any of the individuals in this stream have doxed or harassed anyone? Second off, why would I take the argument seriously of someone that has been known and proven to take tweets out of context to try and push an agenda?
Well, I think the real question is, how can you honestly sit there and say, okay, this one person that was completely unaffiliated with GamerGate doxed a person using the GamerGate hashtag, and that defines the entire group, but then that way of thinking doesn't apply to your group in return. We've honestly seen incredibly deplorable behavior on the anti-side in terms of slurs they've used, language, condescending attitudes, encouraging firing people just for following GamerGate, but then that doesn't define their whole group.
I don't know if this was brought up a while ago already, but Brianna Wu / Johnny Flint accused PAX of getting a sarin gas attack. To all her freaking followers, just I don't know. I think it was around lunch my time, but I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" That's sort of like a serious fear mongering. It was based off a fucking tweet of all fucking things.
Professional.
It's they're willing to spread disinformation about sarin gas attacks now, because they got nothing fucking else going with their fucking lives.
Well, let's be fair. I mean, we are spouting false information as well. Although we did correct the thing about the girl about the what was it, the pepper spray? This college.
Dude, come on, man. They're accusing GamerGate of sarin gas attacks now over fucking Twitter. Over fucking tweets.
To be fair, like I said earlier, that's not the worst thing that we've been called or accused of.
Pedophiles. Yeah.
Well,
I'm pretty sure.
What else? What else?
I'm pretty sure using a weapon of mass destruction.
Bro just cited supposed docs right there. Are you freaking stupid?
Look, I will say this much about the whole thing. I think I can speak for.
That's all I'm saying.
Nicholas Nyberg. You're not called Sarah Butts. You're called Nicholas Nyberg. Oh my God! I just doxed you.
Hey, let's keep it a little civil here.
Yeah, that's right. Not to, we don't want to fling shit.
But I'm open to Sarah coming on, and if Sarah does want to come on, then you have my word that I won't attack you.
Yeah,
but I might attack you the ideas and the evidence you put across, but I won't attack you as an individual. You are your own individual.
I will say this much. I think it's safe to say that a lot of us don't really like Sarah all that much. I think that's pretty safe to say. But I mean, we've been trying to hear the other side's opinions for a while now. We've had people say repeatedly they would love to come on and debate or discuss things with us, and they never do. I mean, honestly, I just kind of want to pick your brain and understand. This might sound mean, and I'm sorry. I'm not meaning it to sound as mean as it might come out. I kind of want to pick your brain and figure out, maybe learn a little bit of why you do what you do.
Well, my question is,
good a reason as any.
He just. Oh, you're an idiot.
Oh, there you go. Roguestar.
Oh, what happened?
Roguestar. There you go. Apparently,
what?
It is toxic. If you support Rogue, you're toxic as shit. And someone said why, and he said because he just doxed and dead named people in the stream right now.
What? Doxed? I don't think Rogue doxed me. Did you just dox me, Rogue?
I don't know, man. I get. What's your name?
God damn it, Blade Villena. Oh.
Yeah,
my god.
Yeah, I'm really transphobic. That's why when a transgender friend of mine tried to kill herself recently, I was up half the night crying. I'm totally transphobic.
Sarah can sit there and she can say, "Oh, GamerGate's toxic," but she's sitting on the side of a movement that actually accused people of attacking transgender and suicide hotlines when people were posting out information of the suicide hotline.
They'd actually try to get people fired.
This was directly after someone was potentially going to try to commit suicide. So Margaret Geld started putting out the information for the National Suicide Hotline, and we were then accused of attacking basically attacking trans and suicide hotlines. It's just like, seriously, that's who you support? Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, that pisses me off to no end. That is one of the things that I think will always piss me off, and I'll never get over, to be completely honest.
I will say this, just speaking for myself, I was told once that somebody was following me that I didn't know who they were and I didn't know if I wanted them following me. So I went scrolling through my followers list, and I had at that time like 30-something hundred people. I went scrolling through my list. I noticed I had a large number of people who followed me who in their bio said they were trans, said they were transsexual. So I just posted it and said, you know what, I'm glad transsexual people feel like they can follow me. I'm a little bit abrasive sometimes about some of the people who are on the anti-GamerGate side, and I said I welcome anybody who wants to follow me. I hope you feel like you're respected. And I had a ton of people who had not put that in the bio, who tweeted at me, said, yes, I'm transsexual. I've been following you for several months. I think you're a great guy. I love seeing what you tweet. And I have had, today we had an article that I found that at the George Washington University, they're banning a drag queen show being put on by the local lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender club because it's supposedly homophobic. So they're banning a drag queen show. So
what
the hell? Wow.
Drag queens are just, I mean, they're as old as ancient history, really.
Yeah, so I used to live with one. I got a little irritated about that. I posted it, and I had Kane and several other gay people who followed me jumped in and made their opinions known, and you know, said they were okay with my opinion, hating that move by the university. So if people want to call me homophobic, excuse me, people want to call me transphobic.
Sarah, you're a dumbass.
Yeah.
We're not kicking anybody here for this.
I have people who follow me, who have been following me for months, who read what I write. If I was actually homophobic, if I was actually transphobic, they would have noticed by now. I'm not a person noted for my soft-spoken approach. I'm not a person noted for my tact. So I will just look at the people who follow me and say, look, ask them about it. If they thought I was doing this, if they thought I was a bad person, they would say something. You can, and I don't even have to complain about it because they read me.
Yeah, I've seen enough of your videos on YouTube to know that you don't really hold back on that kind of thing. But I mean, at the same time, you're not really, it never comes across as hateful, not to me anyway.
Well, just to address Sarah is calling us transphobic. I've had several trans people on the stream, so that's totally unbased.
We've had several transgendered people on the stream, and they've always been welcomed with open arms.
Yeah.
You know what? When I was growing up, I used to go to high school in a town called Parker, Colorado, just south of where I live now in Aurora. And I defended someone when they came out as trans, and I've honestly had people tell me, a regular straight guy, for defending someone else, we're going to make you the next Matthew Shepard. All right, I've had the shit kicked out of me coming off the bus stop trying to defend people because Parker's a very conservative and still is a very conservative, high-income, very Caucasian place. And when someone comes out against the grain like that, they're very hostile towards it, and anyone that defends it. So to have the nerve to honestly tell me because I follow a fucking hashtag or follow some guy on Twitter that I'm homophobic or transphobic pisses me the fuck off. But I'll tell you now, I sure as shit am not going to attack you for all the heinous stuff that you have done. All right? So don't you even dare come after me like that. And if you're still listening, Sarah, I've already put in a YouTube chat. Please link me the Twitter status or archive link of Rogue doxing someone with their name, their address, where they work, their phone number. I will call them out right here, right now. I don't give a fuck.
We all will.
We've called out anyone that's been called out.
I'll put out the information that they actually says I am doxing someone. Let me grab the link here.
I mean, being called homophobic, it kind of bothers me because I'm openly bisexual, so...
I just shared it over there. It's the site that contains all the IGF data. I scrubbed it for all the things that would be considered docs. That includes personal phone numbers, not business phones, personal phones, addresses, bank account IDs and numbers, what else? Social security numbers, business contact numbers, you name it. I scrubbed it out of there, just left all the data that's relevant to the fucking Polytron docs and everything that shows amount of collusion, that's hidden in the fucking IGF and Indicate circles. They're calling me a doxer for backing up my claims about the IGF and Indicate and the whole NDC.
What was the information that got left in was the name of a person who basically had a stake in Polytron, yeah?
So every single person who had a stake in Polytron who benefited from Fez financially.
That was, and it was literally just their name. And these, presumably, this is like investors
names and how much money they made.
So investors in Polytron, you could find that out anyway.
If you go publicly,
if Polytron's
Canada, yes.
Yeah.
Also, the United States, you can get those records.
Yeah.
So you don't need, let's say, you don't need, that Polytron doxing event to actually, get this data. And I scrubbed the whole fucking thing about, everything that would be considered personal information that could harm somebody. What everybody is accusing me of doxing, a specific person, actually. They didn't care about Phil Fish getting, his Polytron data out. They were caring about Keely Santiago being associated with this.
But, I mean, here you go. Okay, so Butts is sitting in chat, and she says dox is revealing private info against their wishes as docs. Okay, here you go. Let's put it this way. I have not got the permission of a previous Microsoft employee to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Bill Gates.
Oh my.
Oh my.
I haven't got his permission, but Bill Gates used to work at Microsoft.
Such a horrible person.
But actually, let me clarify this, where all of a sudden I got claimed or smeared with the whole doxing meme or whatnot. What happened was, when I first published this IGF data, before it turned into solution6.org with, the actual compiled full set of information, I actually released the publicly available information about Keely Santiago and that game company. It had their company email, their company address, which is a public thing in the middle of freaking Santa Monica, which is basically, that game company's office address, which you could find in the fucking phone book. That was put out, and I associated, here's the information. And they said, oh my god, you're doxing someone. I'm like, what? You people are fucking ridiculous. basically the phone book for them is doxing. And, you know, I'm not posting like someone's private residence address on this one, you know, and that whole escalated throughout now where it's like, oh my god, Rogue doxed somebody. So that's how they started freaking out when I actually started broadcasting the IGF data without, I don't know, I guess without any sort of feeder to it, because it's publicly available information. And I wanted to broadcast it because no one was fucking paying attention to it. So now that it is out there, it's on a freaking server where people can download it. Now they're saying, "Oh, you're doxing people." I'm like, you know who got doxed in GamerGate? You know, what I would consider like a full freaking documentation dump, and it's Liz. You know, I know she wanted us to drop the topic, but that's the only person so far in this entire freaking event that has had life-threatening information posted about her on the web.
Just to say, if what Rogue did was doxing, then now Randy Harper doxed over 1,000 people by revealing the Facebook on everyone in it. And I'm in there, so
that's very valid.
So I've been doxed.
That's a very valid point.
I've been doxed as well because I was in the group.
I have to the point that I had to change my phone number.
I've been doxed. I was doxed back in December. You know, I got pulled in asking, you know, what's this about you harassing women? And they wanted to look at my Twitter. I was like, okay. I showed them my Twitter. I showed them my Google account. I showed them my YouTube. And they honestly asked, what is this? And I just explained to them, you know, I'm just trying to argue for better journalism and, you know, better ethics in gaming journalism and, you know, better ethics in the gaming industry. And they're kind of just like, okay, so these people are just kind of full of shit, aren't they? Pretty much. Because they tried to, like, link me to these, like, tweets that I didn't even send.
What? They didn't ask you if you hate women?
They asked me if I was, like, violent towards women or if I was violent towards, like, homosexuals. I'm just like, no. And they looked at me like, you know, yeah, we knew that from the start. We just don't know why these people are saying that.
Okay, one sec. Sarah Butts is saying linking public Facebook group is not doxing. Using that group, it is.
Right there.
You're pretty much, yeah. That's not. Yeah,
that's not doxing.
This is the problem. This
Double
is the
standard.
problem. This is what you have here is you have people that don't comprehend the legal terms of docs, and then the legal standpoint that someone has when publishing certain information, and then they go around parading it around saying, oh, this person's doxing, and it's just like, well, no, it's not. And if in a legal sense, no, it's not. You can disagree with it, that's fine, but legally they're not doxing. And what you're doing is, and if you're accusing them of doxing, then that's libel.
I have to just address the groups weren't public.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I have an issue with this because when we say doxing, okay, let's go with Sarah's definition of doxing, putting someone's name out there. Yeah, sure, okay, so that's doxing. Then putting out the Facebook group out there is doxing by that definition, okay? I don't understand how that could not be the same thing, if not worse.
Well, what they want is they want doxing for their group to be okay, but for us, it's not okay. You know, they want the whole fucking Adam Sessler thing where, yeah, if we think you're an asshole, we're going to post your address online. You know, these people are cowards in the essential fucking bare bones of it. You know, there are people
Is anyone
online
really
who
expecting consistency at this point? Consistency of thoughts?
Yeah, I know. It's not much to expect from them at all, but what they want is the ability to, you know, let other people who are malicious online to do the dirty work for them. You know, and that includes this. What's her face? The person from fucking ElevatorGate on Atheism.
Oh, Rebecca Watson.
Yeah.
Watson. I mean, she's made a career out of that as well.
Yeah, she's made a career.
Is she even still relevant?
No.
You know?
I mean, I used to post on the JREF forums. For anyone who doesn't know, the James Randi Educational Foundation, which James Randi, well-known magician, I was fortunate enough to see one of his talks, which was in London 7 years ago or so. He's had involvements. One of the earliest things you'll see is like him taking on Uri Geller in like the late 70s or something on American TV. Very well respected man, very gently spoken, very old now. He's basically like the day-to-day running of his foundation he's given over, because I mean basically the man is kind of at the point where he's waiting to die basically, because he's that old now. And yeah, the way I see it is basically, I spent quite a lot of time in the forums there a couple of years ago. I did see this feminism thing creeping in at that point, and it's like you get involved in a couple of conversations, and I just sort of left that, got bored of all that stuff going on constantly. And I'm not surprised by the sort of power plays that have been going on with her and DJ Grothy, who was the guy who sort of took on the mantle of the day-to-day running. It's the same old story, right? We're all familiar about it now. But anyway, I'll leave it there. But anyone who's interested, you can look at that history. You'll see the same themes being repeated over and over again.
Just letting you guys know, Sargon and Bro Team Pilly are in the chats.
Hooray! Hello.
If I may, kind of poke in on this on a second, because I can actually come from a unique standpoint, being the only woman in the chat right now.
And Margaret has joined us. Oh well.
Look, sorry, I'm gonna try and talk to you as a woman here. No comments from anyone about that. Here's the thing. I'm not entirely sure why you think that the guys in this stream, or a good chunk of GamerGate, are misogynist. I have been on this stream for months now. These people have saved my life when I was pretty much had a gun in my head, against my head. These guys have saved my life. I owe so much to these guys. That's why what you guys do upsets me so much. Just as a human being, I don't like seeing people I care about getting attacked. I'm sorry if some trolls have gone after you. I legitimately am sorry for that. But you have no right to turn around and say this shit about people that have done nothing to you. You don't.
Well, there you go.
It pisses me off.
Well said, Lisa. Well said.
It pisses me off so much. The only people here that have been harassing me as a woman are you and a lot of antis. You guys have made me feel less than human. Do you understand that? I don't think you realize how much what you guys are doing hurts people.
Guys, keep it civil, please.
And just, my issue with you isn't what gender you choose to be. I don't give a fuck. I don't. My issue with you is the shit that you have started with people I care about. With people that I wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for them. That's why I am so against you and the shit you've been pulling. Your gender has jack shit to do with it.
Yeah, there's been so much, guilt by association. That's not guilt in the first place. I don't get it. Where is the guilt actually?
The biggest problem is you end up with people that literally just live to stir the pot, and posting information that is knowingly incorrect. If you're going to take a piece of information and take it completely out of context and post that round to all your friends saying, look how bad these people are, and you don't provide the context and you misconstrue the meaning to twist to fit your narrative, and then you have your friends attack these people for it, is wrong. So like a lot of the time we see butts in particular will take a tweet out of context. Hell, we have people that tweet specifically saying, "Oh, I bet I can get butts to tweet this out of context," and then they'll tweet something absolutely mind-bogglingly ridiculous, and it will be tweeted out within 20 minutes, saying, "Oh, I don't know, GG support this, GG support that," and it's just wrong.
Hey, can I tell you guys something about Sarah? Can I just tell you guys something about her? She's just a troll. That's all she is. She's a bigot. She's a troll. She keeps posting all this bullshit all the time just to get a reaction. My opinion is I'm done with her. She's nothing to me. She is absolutely irrelevant. You hear that, Sarah?
I can agree with that.
Nothing to me, Sarah. You are nothing.
You're a glorified tampon stain.
But keep it civil, okay?
Look, I don't understand how, like...
I want to jump in on this because people do want to keep this civil. I understand where, people are coming from on that, where we want to have cooler heads on this. But what's happening, and I'm not specifying that this is just Sarah Butts. This is the same 12 or 24 people who come on my fucking Twitter feed, spreading the same shit. It's a very organized group of trolls who've been tagging along the whole GamerGate thing, who hang out in the same forums as Zoe Quinn, who hang out with the same fucking people who did the hell about fucking years ago. It's, it's the same group of trolls. They have a history. They have online fucking trails about this. You can fucking jump in on it, and you can conclude that, yes, they're doing this for the lulz. No, they don't care about anything else. Yes, they are stringing along GamerGate, and I understand that people say, yes, let's try to keep it civil, but we really can't be civil with these kinds of people. We really can't. I know people are saying, yeah, we gotta keep our cool heads and all that, but it's turned into an online fucking balkanization of geek spaces, man. Look at how fucking far this thing has gone on. 7 fucking months, man. 4chan is in shambles. Reddit is fucking, credibility is gone. and we're here asking, hey, let's keep it civil, let's keep it civil. What the fuck, man? I mean, I get that you want, I want it too. I want this to be discussed in a manner where we don't have to fucking erupt all the time and fucking go roadstar and shit. I don't want to get swatted. I don't want anyone to get fucking swatted. But at the same time, internet trolls will be fucking internet trolls. And the fact
that's why civility is the best weapon, though, because that's not they want disruption. They don't want civility. Civility is the best weapon against a troll because by being calm and rational, you're undermining them.
You know what? I can see.
My argument here is like, I just want to say, like, my argument here is like, I think we should just be civil because honestly, GamerGate's winning. GamerGate has won already in so many ways more than anyone could have predicted. I mean, people say, "Oh, GamerGate doesn't mean shit. We haven't accomplished anything. We're a bunch of man babies still, going on." People ask, "Oh, is this fucking thing still around?" Yeah, and you know what's still around? Look how many sites have been changing their ethic policies. Look how many sites now offer disclosure on articles when they, because God knows, we'll lay down the fucking hammer when they don't reveal, oh, that article you wrote, that guy actually worked on a game that you're friends with. Honestly, we've made such an impact already on the gaming industry, and that's only within half a year. We're not going away. We're getting stronger. Kotaku in Action has over 25,000 subscribers.
That is possibly the biggest irony, isn't it?
Grown exorbitantly.
At the same time,
and honestly, I say just keep calm because these antis offer absolutely nothing.
I mean,
to hell with these guys. Let's just keep sending the emails, keep calling out people on their bullshit, and you know what? Whatever. Because yeah, we get distracted now and then, we get pissed, but then we come back and suddenly we've rattled someone else again. We've made another big change permanently.
Well, what I'm getting
Escapists hire 2 pro GamerGate writers on their staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the Escapists. They just hired Lizzie.
I mean, hell,
I'll say that. But at the same time, You know, I don't want another fucking Liz doxing event ever happening.
No, not at all. I can see Sarah in chat. She says, you know, she wants to solve this as much as anyone. So, you know what? Why don't you come on chat and solve it with us in person and stand up for your own actions? Stand up for... Have the courage to stand up and say, you know what, yeah, I've done this on Twitter. I have posted this information about these people. I believe it was the right thing to do. This is why. Come on and acknowledge this and try and work it through with us so that we can all finally put this to bed and stop this back and forth bickering that goes on. Because it's
also
bullshit.
Hearing another person's voice is the first step to humanizing them.
Indeed.
So, we only know you through what you put on Twitter, and what you put on Twitter is kind of outrageous at times. Yet I have to give you the benefit of the doubt that you are a reasonable person and is, for the most part, just doing this to get a rise. I mean, Howard Stern made a career out of it.
I don't know. That's asking too much, in my opinion. I would like to speak on the pessimistic part here. We've exhausted all reasonable extensions for being civil. I don't want I don't want people's good intentions and good nature to be constantly fucking abused. 7 fucking months, man. 7 goddamn months of these people in Gamergate being spat on. By these same fucking circle of trolls.
Okay.
I want to speak pessimistically on that one. You guys are doing the right thing, but I cannot expect that from that party. I don't want to expect it anymore.
It may never happen. It may never happen, but
It may never happen. It will never happen. I hate to say this.
But I mean, you could see it anyway, and I understand. I agree. In all probability, they will probably never change. But I think it is incumbent to have hope. As much as I am a massive cynic, I agree with you definitely on that. I don't think it's going to happen, but I always live in hope. If somebody changes, and I can have like I said earlier, an honest discussion. I will always be open to have an honest discussion.
And
anyone else is free to disagree.
Going now with game developers who are stepping into it, like Mark Kern, what these people realize is Mark Kern is actually neutral to Gamergate. He sees an issue, and he's just going for the issue. He's not going for anybody's side. So at the end of the day, at the end of all this whole Gamergate thing. Guess who's going to win it? It's not going to be us, Pro GG. It's going to be the neutrals who are going to own this issue, and who's going to bring balance to the whole fucking force.
Alright, so there's a proposal going on in the chat right now from Sarah asking, it's never okay to post someone's name unless they're open about that. And she's saying that they will not out people, and we shouldn't either. So,
bullshit!
I mean,
well, the thing is, you can't. But you can't guarantee that. You can't guarantee that Brianna Wu or Randy Harper or Anita Sarkeesian is not going to out a bunch of people, or that anyone on your side is anyone that is against Gamergate is not going to do that.
I will go on record saying I won't out someone's full name
yeah,
if they don't want it. However, I will also say, just because I follow somebody like Nero who may share views that I disagree with, I don't agree with all of his views just simply because I follow him on Twitter. I have family out in Texas who, as you can imagine, have some rather conservative views on things like homosexuality and stuff. But even though they may be questionable and they may say they may disagree with legalizing gay marriage, they are still my family, and I still love them for that. I can't say I agree with them on everything.
You can't shut out contrary opinion, right? It's got to be a dialogue. If there's anything that annoys me about this whole situation,
if this had been a dialogue,
exactly.
If this had been a dialogue 6 months ago.
Exactly. That's what annoys me. Is right. All we say, open up the lines of dialogue, have an honest conversation. start talking. We don't have to agree about everything. We live in I assume we all live in societies where there are disagreements. All I would ever ask is let's be honest about it. We can live in disagreement. It's possible. It's not impossible. It isn't a possible thing. That's what I have to say on that. But to me, it's maybe I'm an exception. I can live with disagreement. It's possible. It's not an impossibility. We don't have to agree.
Yeah, we can just go back to Thomas Jefferson.
You can
I
have
never considered difference in opinion in politics, religion, or philosophy as a cause for withdrawing from a friend.
And I mean, okay, so Butts is sitting in chat, and she's saying, "How is it so hard to agree not to out people with pseudonymous names?" Okay, that's fine. Everyone in this chat will agree not to out people with who are hiding behind a pseudonym. Okay, but what you seem to forget is that GamerGate literally is running off a goddamn hashtag. This is a hashtag that anyone can use, that anyone can sign up for an account and start posting on it. This is a hashtag that people that don't agree with GamerGate use, for God's sakes. So I don't know how you expect every single member of GamerGate to agree to your terms without coming to each individually and saying, "I promise."
GamerGate alone has over 25,000 subscribers. And you don't even know who they all are.
And you're also ignoring third-party trolls that whatever happens, they're going to come in and they're going to post on the hashtag and they're going to stir the pot. I mean, Brianna Wu's post of the Reddit thread where she said, I've had 46 death threats in 5 months. The troll that responded to her, if you go into his Reddit user history, he's come out and said, "Oh, I'm a third party, and I don't like either side, and I just go in to stir shit." So it's impossible to stop this behavior happening. We can have individuals say outright, "Okay, fine, I won't do it," but expecting an entire group with no sort of leadership structure whatsoever, just a consumer revolt of people, to go along with your whim is fucking impossible.
Well, I will say this, and this is what I was trying to say earlier, and I think this goes not just for me personally, but also for how GG got started in the first place as well. There's only so much that a person can take before they start yelling back. Me earlier, that was me yelling back, because honestly, I've been trying to keep my mouth shut on this whole thing for so long. I can't anymore. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, seeing how your side has attacked people that I care about, just that alone pisses me off. There are literally thousands of it, and it's completely unfair for you to think that we can make the rest of people that use the GG hashtag do something. We can't make each other do that. But I have to kind of side with Rose on this one. I mean, enough's enough.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's saying here, like, how is it impossible? Just if you see someone doing it, condemn them. It's like, holy shit, we do. Are you fucking retarded? We do.
Are you kidding me? You expect us to control several thousand people? Why don't you do it? Show us how easy it is.
Well, she's sitting there saying, like, "Oh, why don't you condemn it when you see it?" It's like, we do. We have a group of people that actively go around trying to stop harassment, which is certainly more than other people do.
Of having to defend our rationality.
It's ridiculous.
It's like they say you're irrational. No, we actually call it out. We call out the bullshit. Bullshit, why don't you condemn Rogue? He did the doxing. Well, he did not do the doxing. Well, why don't you agree on this? Yes, we agree. But, you dox. It's like the cyclical fucking weird vortex of bullshit, and right now, we have to keep going into our own fucking echo chamber, trying to address Sarah Butts in this goddamn vortex of doom and goddamn fucking logical fallacies. I mean, it's a fucking stain on GamerGate having to address these people. The fact that I have to fucking think, oh my god, I have to waste a couple of neural cycles just to fucking address Sarah Butts in fucking chat right now because she thinks I'm a fucking doxer. And she wants civility and whatever fucking pretenses that you want from that. You know, but sorry, 7 fucking months into this, Baphomet got to you, now you fucking own it. You guys wanted a fucking monster that, you know, oh my god, they're harassing people? Well, there it is. Baphomet created itself, and you created that fucking monster, Sarah Butts. You guys got the monster that you wanted this whole fucking time, so now you go fucking deal with it.
So you agree that you're a monster?
Okay, Bunts. This is just stupid.
That is.
I went to her Twitter. This is just stupid.
Here's the thing that they don't realize, that the antis don't realize. They say, we want you to be polite, we want you to do this, we want you to do that. There isn't any point in spending time before you tweet trying to edit it to make sure it won't offend someone. Because no matter what you tweet, it will get screen capped, it will get taken out of context, and it will get spun in the most dishonest, malicious, and damaging way. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you're doing, they will willingly lie, even if just to each other, to tell each other how bad and how evil we are. Now, that picture, and I know this for a fact, I don't want to get personal on this, but this just happened, so I will. Somebody wrote to me yesterday, or tweeted something, while I was out on my, out and about helping a family member. Somebody tweeted something about me, a person in GamerGate saw it and showed it to me, where I was getting called out as being a professional harasser and one of the worst harassers in GamerGate. Which, let me put it this way, if I personally am one of the worst harassers in GamerGate, then you people have it easy.
How did you get paid to be a harasser? I want to know that, because you can't be a professional unless you're being paid. So how do you get the money for that?
Oh, man.
I don't know. But the point is this. The proof that was listed to prove that I was one of the worst harassers in GamerGate was the claim that the night her dog was dying, if you remember Brianna Wu's dog dying,
I remember this.
She posted a tweet saying, I'm getting harassed by GamerGate and I can't get off Twitter. The claim was made that I personally organized that harassment campaign that she was complaining about. That was me. I made it. I created it. And the proof that they tweeted out was a tweet of mine that contained an archive to her tweet complaining about the harassment. I started harassing
I don't even remember you being in that whole conversation. That's so tangential. It's ridiculous.
I started harassing her by sending a tweet after she complained about the harassment. That's the level of logic we're dealing with. That I sent a tweet after her tweet that started the harassment that her tweet was talking about.
But you know, the balls for someone, the actual gall for someone to come up and be sitting in chat and making demands of people that they have actively blocked any attempt at discussion on Twitter, and then are demanding that we actually have a civil discussion about this is ridiculous.
Speaking of blocked,
it's mind-boggling.
I think Lisa wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Go right ahead, Lisa.
I've got to get going, but
fair enough.
I've had enough of this for tonight.
Just okay.
It's getting to be too much, Lisa. And I'm sorry. I need to go.
Take care, Lisa. Okay.
Don't worry, go. Everyone's got your back.
Stay strong. You're doing well.
Stay strong.
I'm probably gonna hop off soon myself, but to all the GamerGates listening, like honestly, like you're gamers. We played the Final Fantasies, the Dark Souls, the Metal Gear Solids on the European extremes. We know a challenge when we see it, and we don't give up. Like we, grind and grind and grind for days, weeks, months, even years if needed. Like you guys have honestly, whether you've been at it from the very start, like Daddy Warpig and Roguestar and the likes from here, or if you're just joining last week, you've honestly made such an impact already, and an impact that honestly, as many people want to deny it, no one's going to forget. So you guys have done incredible, and please keep at it. Stay active on Twitter, stay active on Reddit, follow discussions, participate in discussions, support each other, report harassment. Keep at it. Look out for each other, by all means.
Well, I can see your headbands, the Tough Mudder. I know people have done that, and it is tough to say the least. So you definitely represent that.
I sprained my ankle at it this year, and I still finished the course. So it took me about 7 fucking hours on crutches to do. But I crawled through the water, the mud, the electric wires. I actually had 2 guys help carry me across the last obstacle at the end with all the wires, just so the crutches wouldn't act as a conductor, so I don't fry myself. But yeah, I'm proud to have earned this one and my beer. So yeah, guys, keep it up, please. We appreciate everyone in this. And again, though, I don't know. I mean, I can't force people to what to tweet and what not to tweet. But if you see harassment, if you see abuse towards anybody, pro GamerGate, anti GamerGate, neutral, whoever, report it. Use the harassment patrol. Use the hashtags. Hell, tweet me. I'm, Afghanistan. Send it to me, and I'll be, send it out to everybody all night if I need to.
Can you put that in the chat? Because I don't think I don't think I'm following you. So if you could just put that in the chat so I don't get it wrong.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
I think what people need to realize is that you can be as polite as you feel like you should. And I encourage you, if you feel like you need to be more polite, do it. Fine, that's great. I don't think there's any problem with being more polite. But if you're trying to be polite in the hopes of avoiding a conflict, or in the hopes of sealing up this rift in the gaming community, or in the hopes of trying to make GamerGate as a movement or our goals or our methods look palatable to people who troll us all the time, I don't think you're going to find that a very productive avenue of approach, because no matter what you do, they will take it out of context and will make you look as bad as possible. And I can only say that because it's been happening for 6 months. And that's it. That's the example we have. 6 months, the exact same thing. If you want to be polite, please, by all means, be polite. If you want to be erudite and educated, then go for it. That's your thing. That's great. I don't think there's a problem with that. But there should not be an expectation that you're going to materially affect whether or not you get targeted, or whether or not you get maligned, or whether or not you get attacked by people who have proven that they will attack anyone for any reason at any time, so long as it makes GamerGate look bad.
Well, I mean,
unfortunately, true.
That's the big point, is that we've been doing this for what, six months now, and we've consistently been calling out harassment. We've consistently been calling out doxing, and there is no winning. There's no pleasing the other side. The fact that we've even made an effort, which is far more than anti-GamerGate have made, is still not enough. There's no winning with these people, because they will always find a flaw, because we're the big bad guys that apparently stand for everything they hate.
I kind of want to chime in on that one, where I'll be real about this. Anti-GamerGate and GamerGate itself, because we both have equal amounts of vigilance on the other side. Though I would say anti-GamerGate has far fewer, more pathetic numbers than we have. They just have some media connections, and that's about it. We're going to end up in a stalemate. After all this, I don't know when it's going to happen, but I feel we're going to end up in a stalemate, and the neutrals are actually going to take the issues that have exploded from both of these sides, coming to a perpetual balkanized stalemate, and those issues are going to be addressed. So if Sarah Butts and A Man in Black and the rest of the usual cunt brigade on Twitter want to keep going at this, and I'm the only pro-GamerGate alive, go for it. I will go down the fucking hole of the internet just to fucking solve this issue and get the real facts out there to the neutrals. That way they can, evolve the games industry. I will fucking personally burn in hell down in fucking Bahamut with the rest of you stupid cunts on Twitter. You know, until everyone gets doxxed. I don't give a shit, dude. I will crash and burn and take you down with me. If it means getting those issues brought up and taken to the fucking neutrals, I will do it myself. But yeah, that's all I gotta say to fucking Butts and the rest of the usual suspects.
Yeah, just letting you heads up, Sargon is coming in now, so...
Yes!
Alright.
Yay.
I like Alright, that's fine.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Betty.
Who?
The British quotient of the stream. We're gonna overtake non-European, British people.
Yeah, I guess you guys need a palate cleanser after, you know, Rogue goes ballistic on stream again.
There's gonna be
Alright, Leon, go ahead and say it.
Sarah, the fact that Lisa left almost in tears, do you have any sympathy whatsoever for that woman after what you were saying about all of us and how she tried defending us and then she left in tears after your continued rhetoric? Do you feel bad about that at all? Do you? That's all I'm just saying. That's all I have to say to Sarah. Do you have any type of heart whatsoever, or are you just a lifeless bot on the internet? I just want to know.
All right, I'm going to say this
so
right now.
Sargon's here. Are we going to have an Oxford-Cambridge flame war now? Is that what this is preparing for?
May I say this? May I say this to Sarah?
I can be above both.
Okay, JT, say it.
All right. The fact is, we acknowledge Sarah's identity as a human being, but the problem is she thinks we're all transphobic, and I don't like that. That really upsets a lot of people. And the fact is, we do acknowledge your identity. We do acknowledge you as a human being. But the fact is, the way you're treating other people, you treat them as they're not human beings. They're murderers, killers, and thugs, whatever, pisses us off to the point that it's losing. We had a lot of patience for you, Sarah, a lot. And right now it's already thinning our patience a lot to the point that we don't care anymore.
We've already hit boiling point.
Lisa's
literally gone.
And we try our best to be nice to you. We try to be nice.
I have to agree with that. I think it's time for a new topic. I think everyone said everything they're gonna say about.
And the fact is, we should all ignore Sarah. That's all I gotta say. Put her on the block. If she's gonna act like a total bitch to everybody and try to, do this, block her. Block her to the point that everyone should ignore her.
Remember about Sarah?
Yeah, I blocked her already, so.
No, she's just ironically just unblocked me.
Yeah, Sargon, you wanted? I know it's late, but yeah, you wanted to say your piece?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
We can hear you really well.
Yeah, there are a few things you need to remember about Sarah. Nothing she will ever do will be in good faith. Nothing she will ever say will ever have an outcome in her mind that leads in your favor. So don't ever try and engage her in good faith. It can't be done. That she is a provocateur. She Rogue, right? Getting angry a minute ago. It's not productive, really.
I understand, dude.
Hang on, man. I'm not angry or anything. At this point, there's really nothing they can say that they haven't already said about us. There's literally nothing they can say. What are we, fucking terrorists? All this sort of shit. And Woo's sarin gas craziness.
Oh, jeez. That tops it.
Yeah,
that's got a top.
Sarin gas. That's
ridiculous.
Somewhere in the Macintosh scale. Yeah.
Exactly. When Sarah
Sargon, do you remember there was the tube thing with the sarin gas, if I remember correctly, a couple of years ago?
Hang on.
Shirikyo, the cult in Tokyo.
The thing with Sarah Buds, right? When she's asking you a question, just fucking ignore it. Just completely ignore it and ask her a question instead. Ask her something relevant, like why are you accusing Aaron Gajoni, I don't know how to pronounce his name, of physically abusing Zoe Quinn? If that were true, that would have been the first fucking thing Zoe Quinn said in response to the Zoe post. it would have been the first thing she would have said. But it's obviously not true because she never brought it up herself. So it's just bollocks. It's absolute bollocks. And this is the you can't deal with people like Sarah Butts. So don't sit there when she's like, oh well, surely we all agree that doxing's bad. Fuck it, don't answer it. Just don't fucking answer it. There's no point. Absolutely none.
Because we all know she's a troll. We all know she's a troll. And the fact is that she basically deflects everything that we try to explain to her. She basically denies everything. And that shows that there is some point where it's better to ignore her, because the fact is she doesn't care. And she basically is trying to deflect every conversation that we try to convince her about.
Well, if anyone thought that potentially she had any ability to sympathize, don't bother, because she's already started taking screen caps of the chat rolling down the side and posting that out, again, out of context. So...
Exactly. I mean, it's no surprise, but I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. But I'm gonna get to bed in a sec because it's 2 a.m. here. So I just want people to all
right.
I'm gonna get the Escapist, by hiring 2 people who have been very vocally pro GamerGate. That is them outright declaring that they are pro GamerGate, because there is no fucking way that any of the social justice warriors are going to allow half measures when it comes to this. If anyone's even looking like they might vaguely be semi-GamerGate, that would be enough for the social justice brigade to pounce on them. And that the Escapist has hired 2 pro GamerGate people. Holy motherfucking shit! That is a major.
That was on
Movie Bob.
That was on Movie Bob's birthday. He found out as well.
Why are we not celebrating out in the streets for this? This is a call for celebration, people.
This is the point. This is the point. These are major fucking victories. The Escapist is a major website that is involved with this, and this is it's big, a big deal. I think shockwaves are going to be felt from this. Yeah. So take heart. There's a lot of good has come of this, and honestly, I think that this is actually a sign that we're winning. I actually think that. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna head off. So nice speaking to everyone, and just
it's awesome for you being here, Sargon. It's awesome for you being here.
Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
Enjoy your sleep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Light.
On that topic, did anyone see? I saw a tweet from Ian Miles Chong about was it the Escapists hiring a right wing blogger? Obviously, we all know what we're talking about. Who knows nothing about games? And it's like, well, you hire, exactly. You hire plenty of. I said, well, a guy retweeted this and said, well, it would be obviously much better if you hired a left-wing blogger who knew nothing about games, because obviously that never happens.
Right wing? That's heresy.
It's funny how these individuals can drop off everyone's respective radar for a couple of weeks and then suddenly show up again. It's like, what did they do? Did they have to crawl under a log and pupate for a couple of months and go into a metamorphosis? Like, what's the deal with these people? Can't they just stay gone and irrelevant?
It is interesting. I mean, God, I wish we had a psychologist on board, but I think it is definitely an interesting thing. You hear these things about how is social media changing social interaction. Now, I think that's quite interesting. I'm on this stream. I'm doing stuff that I wouldn't have thought I'd be doing like 10 years ago when the internet was all... you don't have the bandwidth for it unless you live in Korea and you're playing StarCraft Brood War, in which case you've got the best internet ever because you've got to do that shit. But yeah, it's interesting how things have changed in such a short amount of time.
Well, just an FYI, there was a new anti-hashtag that was passed around about 25 minutes ago called GGLS, obviously GG Livestream. So if you start to see more chat, then,
well, you know this one is going to fail like every other one. My God.
It's already been co-opted to shit.
How many
exactly everyone? One of the
seriously, we can take over anything that's thrown at us.
How many anime girls are there already? I need to know.
Alright, let me put it like this. If I were a Tomahawk cruise missile, we'll just ride it and use it.
Like the Doctor Strangelove. Doctor Strange, we're doing the whole cowboy hat and the nuclear missile going down.
Yeah, post more
It is
images.
not only possible, it is essential.
Yeah, most people just like to shit post on that thing.
Well, that's it. That's it. Like I say, I'm always happy to have an honest conversation, but there's no. It is a hashtag designed to antagonise. I'm happy to shit post. I look at it as just merely a fun and a way to relieve stress.
Part of the obscure reference is like
we have more.
essentially.
We have more shit posters on our side.
away their hashtag.
Let me go ahead and get off here because I'm going to let Sophia get on because she needs to talk about this.
I sent her an invite, so she's coming on.
Okay.
Enjoy your night.
I just
actually,
how many?
I should also step out, guys. So I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, you're always welcome, Rogue. So
yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me rant, and I also apologize if it bruised anybody wrong on the stream.
No, it didn't.
Unnecessary.
That was beautiful.
But yeah, that's what you get for letting Rogue on the stream.
Don't ever apologize for being you.
Blame
Rogue,
Rogue.
that's your charm, is you're brutally honest, and that's why.
Yeah, having to apologise for being you is the mandate of the other side, as it said. You must apologise for being who you are, despite the fact that apparently it's supposed to be inclusive.
But anyway, I gotta go get some lunch. That's why I'm cranky. So I'll see you guys around.
yeah.
Have a good meal.
Okay.
How many of their hashtags do we have to kill before they get the idea?
You know what?
I hope it never ends because it never stops being funny.
Catapult and fire it at us.
It's called the hashtag Hydra.
I mean,
Hell Hydra.
We're like an amoeba. I mean, everything they throw at us, we either take over, kill, or assimilate. Seriously.
Every single hashtag on Twitter exists on our sufferance. It only continues because we decided not to fuck with it this time. And they don't seem to understand. If you create a hashtag that's directly attacking us, we're gonna do stuff about it without even trying hard.
He who controls the hashtag controls the universe.
Yeah, but you know what's so funny? It's just the fact that they're with their hashtags, they keep sending at us like we hearts and hashtag unsub TV and all that stuff, and just everything in general, and no biscuit, like there's zero biscuit. We use those to our advantage, and the reason why, and they're just idiots. They're like putting another boulder in the catapult and firing it towards us.
Well, you know, stop GamerGate 2014.
The coyote that's loading the catapult.
He was shocked. He was hurt. He was surprised.
Why would Coyote?
He started a GamerGate
Coyote has better traps than anti-GamerGate does. So.
Well, his are more creative. I'll give him that.
I just wanted to ask who had joined because we got some new people. I'd like to know a bit about what's going on.
We all know Sushi.
Hey guys.
How's it going, Sushi?
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, we saw your comments.
Yeah, how long have you been watching?
I've been watching probably about the last 20 minutes or so. Like when I came on, you guys were going through a really dark turn. If everybody's like, we've been at this for 6 months, and everybody's tired of this, and then Lisa was all broken down, and I'm like, what the hell, guys? What's going on?
It really got to me when I saw Lisa break down like that. It really got to me.
This is not.
Yeah, I mean, I could have been crying with that shit.
That was heart-wrenching.
Sarah Butts harassing a woman off a stream.
Well, the thing with Sarah Butts is that I don't know if I did anything differently, but when I was talking to her, she jumped onto my Twitter and she started asking me a bunch of questions, and I just tried to be, my neutral self. And I tried to talk to her for a bit, and she seemed, although aggressive, she eventually seemed to get bored and just left. She never ended up screen capping any of my stuff. She never ended up posting it anywhere, and then she just ran away. So
yeah,
I just kept really
you must feel unworthy then. Unworthy, obviously.
1 month
you
ago,
guys...
I was talking Listen. 1 month ago, I was talking to Butts, and I actually managed to convince it that Internet Aristocrat had ass cancer, that Mike Cernovich was going to Hawaii for the rest of his life.
Just a quick thing. Hey, Tara. We got accused of being transphobic earlier.
But is that really a surprise? That's happened like a million times by now. I've been accused of having internalized trans misogyny.
Of course. Who hasn't?
And I'm like, really, I've like when I heard that, I was like, so what you're saying is I need to masturbate more. Because I need to get it out. I need to get out all that internalized trans misogyny. So,
I think an enema will work as well.
Misogynist as well. Yeah, I had
I've yet to understand what the word internalized misogyny means.
Yeah,
it basically
it's on
means
the inside
you
where
disagree.
even you don't know it.
It basically means you don't agree with what we said. You're a woman. Hang on, you should be agreeing with what we said.
That word has been around for a very long time. That's all I have to say. Is that word has been around for a very long time. Go right ahead. Now.
Years, decades.
Hold on, what year is it? I need to look at my time machine odometer. What year is it? 2015. Oh, GamerGate wasn't stopped.
Look, give it a couple of months and Marty McFly will be coming through. So I don't know if anyone lives in California. Look out, okay?
Really what I wanted to say, and I know this kind of goes back a little bit here because where I did jump in watching the stream, but I just wanted to encourage a lot of people that were watching as well that although it's been a long, rough, hard 6 months for you guys, pardon me for jumping in kind of late, I did just want to encourage everybody to keep going. Make sure that you're holding people accountable, that you're showing as much proof as you possibly can, and like I think what was somebody else on here was saying earlier, anyway, somebody else was saying, it's keep other people who are harassing others in check. Use that reporting function. Make sure that you're directing them to people who can help, because that's going to be one of the things that can eventually help mold us into a better community of people, is if people are using the GamerGate hashtag and harassing others, for us to be able to jump on and go, absolutely not, that's not okay, we don't stand for that. If anything, it will be able to help us.
I think it's fair to say that by Sarah Butt's definition of harassment, we can actually do that onto her now.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point with Sarah Butts, I have seen through her Twitter that that's her only intent, is to take people out of context. Generally, that's another reason why I tell people just don't feed her, because if you get to the point where you're saying things that you know that if they're taken out of context and on their own can look really bad, just don't say them. It's one thing to ask a question or to respond in something with a light-hearted demeanor. It's another thing to go all out on somebody and allow yourself to be used.
Yeah, never give in to anger, because that leads to the dark side, basically.
It's not even anger. It's just that if you're looking at this and if you look at what you wrote and you think to yourself, if somebody saw this without any context around it, how would this make me look and how would this make the community look? That's where you should be directing your replies to people like that.
Well, that's where Butts comes in.
I know I'm jumping on this part of the conversation late, but I would just like to say I blocked Sarah months ago. Like, I started muting anybody who was retweeting her tweets. Like, this person is not worth anyone's time at all. The reality is, would you have a conversation with this person in your life?
No.
So, like, don't even bother wasting your time having that conversation online. It's like, I mean, you don't have to go all block body, but it's like, it is, I think I've only blocked 2 anti-GamerGate people, if you want to call them that, this entire time. And I blocked her, like, probably within the first month. Because I was talking about Not Your Shield, and I was trying to explain, like, this is when people were being called transphobic right and left in the beginning, and I'm like, you don't really know what you're talking about. I've got lots of followers that are a part of the GamerGate movement that are trans, and it was just like a complete rejection of absolutely everything I was saying. And then several other, several, just 2 or 3 other trans people that are on her side of the fence. They all just started attacking me.
You're breaking up really badly, man.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Kill your internet provider.
It's probably audio feed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on that same train of thought, I can definitely understand where they're coming from with that, because I think at this point it happens for just about everybody. If you're a guy standing up for Gamergate, oh, you must just be some lonely white male. If you're a girl sticking up for Gamergate, oh, you must be a sock puppet. If you're, yeah, right. If you're transsexual, then you possibly can't be with Gamergate. It's just as a whole, they're making all of these reasons as to why you couldn't support a movement that is pushing so hard, that is doing everything that they can to expose these truths. You know, it's just kind of sad.
Why should this is the thing? Why be surprised? Why be surprised that corrupt people act in a corrupt way? Don't be surprised.
You know, I talked to my father about this a few months ago, and he was around, you know, during the 60s and 70s, during the anti-war movement. And I asked him how, not just the hippies, but just the movement in general was portrayed in the media, and they were merciless. You know, they were called every horrible thing under the sun, you know, from communists to pinkos to traitors. So sort of what we're going through is, while nowhere near the extent of what the civil rights and what the anti-war movement went through, it's kind of similar. We are going to be demonized for everything, you know, especially what the lowest of our group does. I mean, who here remembers the Manson family? I mean, people were basically using them. They were using the Manson family as an example of, hey, this is what the hippie movement is all about. So what we're going through is really not that much different.
That we were all Manson. I mean, I keep my skeletons in my closet, literally, and
I keep my skeletons in the front so that people know not to fuck with me.
But I mean, one thing what I say about like women being being like sock puppets and stuff like that, it takes me back to a video when I first heard of Liz. When I first found out about her, she made this video about I'm sorry for the beard I have, sorry for being a man, like that video. It just takes me back to that video. And just like, I always laugh every time I think of that video when I hear people use the word sock puppet.
My history's a little hazy, but was Liz one of the first 3 women that went on the that Huffington Post live chat? It was like the second one.
No.
Was she one of the 3 women that was on that? No.
It was Georgina Young, Shulu Mu, and Jenny Barrage.
Barrage, that.
I heart Gemma. If you're listening, I love you.
I love Margaret, and I want to carry her babies.
But going back to going back to like how we get vilified for everything. I said it before. There's nothing we can do apart from stopping completely that will make these people happy.
Right. Well, it's not about pacifying them. At this point, it really shouldn't be.
I'm not. Well, I said I'm not gonna bend over backwards to people's demands, and these are the people that automatically have had me on block for the past 6 months because I follow Roguestar. It's like the fuck.
Roguestar. I just followed his recent account that he just made. I just found it on Twitter and I followed it like an hour ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're scum now, apparently.
Yeah, I'm a scum. Okay,
worse than ISIS.
But what you were talking about with these people, when it comes to them completely tearing apart Gamergate, I thought it was kind of funny because I was talking about a lot of it today. Brianna Wu did exactly what it was that I was saying that she does, which is she creates chaos, like this giant explosion, and then runs away and leaves a community to try to patch up all of the pieces and pick everything back up again. And so I had posted this comment a while ago, and then just today she had posted that exact thing of, oh, look at the chaos I've created, everybody's yelling at me, but I'm going to go spend some me time and not respond to any of it. And it's just, it takes people standing up and going, whoa, This is not okay. You've spent the last 3 or 4 days doing nothing but shitting on PAX and their security and causing all of this ruckus, and then you all of a sudden go, oh, tap me out. You know, I created all this chaos, but I don't want to deal with it. People have to be holding these people accountable. Look at what you did and look at your response to it. You're not willing to go out and make a statement and say, hey, I'm trying to resolve these issues, or here's the reason why I feel the way that I do with proof of the reasons why I feel these ways. And then at the same time, everybody, because they are on this automatic block list, they're just sitting there going, oh well, guess she did it again. It can't be that.
Well, she's so much of a coward that she'll delete these horrendous things that she'll post on Twitter no more than maybe about 2 hours after posting them, when it becomes apparent that she's probably going to get, called on it. You know, she did it yesterday when she asked for followers to, come, throw down against GamerGate supporters, right. And she did it today after the sarin gas.
She wanted.
She sticks her head in the sand. She's a glorified ostrich.
So, but the thing is that again, it's this kind of person who's getting the media attention, who's defining what it is that GamerGate stands for. You would figure she'd be obviously the last person we'd want doing that. Well, but it takes as a group of everybody standing up and saying, no, this isn't okay, and this is why. All of this. And that's
how we're gonna. Sorry, you ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
But that's how we're really gonna beat these people. Because they are getting sloppy. They're getting sloppy and they're getting stupid. It's just, yeah.
And it takes literally everybody who's a part of that GamerGate movement to stand up and say, this is not okay. Look at this, see this, hear this. Whether it's retweeting pictures of these kinds of captions, whether it's making videos or doing live streams like this and not letting it stop. It's been a long, hard 6 months, but it's also been a very productive 6 months, and it's only going to get better by people continuing to pursue this.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of worried about what's going to happen if this lasts until into 2016, because this seems just like the type of I forget my wording of this.
I'll die of laughter.
Bullshit. It's just the same kind of bullshit issue that can get picked up by any politician, for their own purposes. And I'm honestly afraid that that's what's going to happen in 2016.
It will happen.
Andrea, there was a petition that was going around the chat earlier. For getting a Congress to talk about Gamergate. I think everyone should sign up. We need to get Obama to talk about Gamergate.
Yeah,
funny.
It would be very funny. Just with the whole thing with ISIS and stuff like that.
If I had a gamer, he'd look like Pac-Man.
No, if we had how the United States is trying to deal with ISIS right now, even though it's not that good of a job, but that's a different topic. The fact that they're dealing with that, they're trying to, and if they have to get dragged in the Gamergate fight, who do you think they're going to side with? The people that are trying to. Neither, I don't think. They'd be saying.
Well, if Obama didn't take a side, he'd be accused of having internalized racism or something.
He's already Kenyan. He's already Kenyan, and he's not a real black, and he's Muslim. So I think the man can cope with it somehow. I don't know.
No, but it'll be internalized Christianity.
No, do you think the Republican Party, or no, the Republican-controlled Congress would even want to side with the liberals of anti-Gamergate? I don't think so. I'm just saying, if they get Congress involved, they won't have their support.
That's one of the ironic things about. I'd say probably most of us in here would be left-leaning. I don't want to speak for anyone, but that's one of the ironic things about how the right-wing media have picked up on this. They've been more supportive. It's one of those things you go, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Up is down, left is right. What the fuck is going on?
Well, hopefully this is a really, really outlier scenario that this lasts all the way through to 2016 with people like Ben Kuchera tweeting out the most nonsensical stuff, and the irony of not realizing that it actually applies to them. It's my.
Let me tell you guys something. This fight has been going on for years with the social justice.
Yeah, but now you've got people coming out of the woodwork. Now you've got Ubisoft devs coming out and saying to Brianna Wu's face, "No, fuck you. this is wrong. How dare you accuse me of this? You've got people like Mark Kern jumping on and saying, you know what, I'm sick of, I can see that there's a problem. I might not agree with both sides, but I can see that there's a problem. You have people like TV coming out and saying, you know what, I'm pro-consumer. I see that there's a problem. And it's certainly, from where we were 6 months ago, 6 months ago we were in a position of literally just asking sites, oh, can you update your ethics policy? Now we've done 7 figures worth of damage to Gawker, which was one of the biggest.
To scoff at, you know.
we've had the FTC start looking in. It's insane the amount of progress people have made. So it's, if anything, I mean, all the progress that's been made, it's not been in vain. We've got FTC looking in. We've had.
I talked about this a little bit earlier too. It's with GamerGate, it may seem rough when you first get involved because you come out and you express an opinion, and what immediately happens is everybody comes to you and says, okay, well, you feel this way. Why do you feel this way? Can you provide proof as to why you feel this way? And it comes off as if it's a movement of people who are up to just basically sea lion, you know, ask millions of tons and tons of questions to really not get to a specific point. But when you look at it, all they're doing is getting down to the truth. All they're doing is trying to find that opportunity to align themselves with you without it backfiring. And so I find it really interesting because there's people who come into it and it seems new to them sometimes, and it can be kind of scary at first, but it's something that's definitely worth fighting for.
But yeah, I think we've made progress. We've made progress, and we're not slowing down anytime soon. That's
I think GamerGate's biggest accomplishment is the fact that it just exists.
We're
and
still
it continues to
fucking
exist.
Yeah. And it's
still
a
alive.
movement. It's a movement that's still here and has actually got communities that would never have normally worked together to work together.
I would agree with that. I do think that's the interesting thing. You've got all these people of very different backgrounds with different beliefs, and yet they're united by this. Like Nero's a good example. Writes a Breitbart. I would never have read that.
Can I say something here?
Never would have happened.
About GamerGate, of the good thing about it. At this time last year, there was a console war going down of who liked what better. What it was either PlayStation or Xbox. That has almost whittled down to almost nothing because we now all have a common enemy, and that's for gaming. So I'm very happy that this is going on because now we don't have these man-children I mean, yes, there's still the little fanboys
Shaken man-child syndrome. It's a real thing.
We're still a bit of man-children, but we're man-children with a purpose.
I was never shaken, though, so I don't have any disabilities from it, so... Yeah, but it ended the console war. It ended the console war in a huge form. There's still some little infighting between PlayStation, Xbox, and PC fans, but it's not that big anymore. It's now
PC Master Race.
Yes.
PC Master Race.
Yeah, but it's just these fans are not fighting like this anymore. They're joining together to fight the common enemy, and that's the social justice warriors.
And with SVU,
the no fun party.
SVU literally was the boiling point of it spilling out into a wider audience. These were people who didn't normally...
Well, that's what I was saying too. Is like you have to go stronger than ever at this point. You've got freaking SVU episodes that are directing towards GamerGate, shining them in this terrible light, and yet you've got some people who are going, "What is this?"
It's people are coming out and they're saying this is absolutely ridiculous television. This makes no sense.
Does anybody? I mean, this especially directed at Americans. So I don't think that episode is probably going to come out in the UK or probably anywhere else anytime soon. But
that was
the
episode of SVU ever.
But I honestly believe they got
go
the
like, I watched the episode.
to do it.
My question is, does anyone know anyone who go like, I saw that episode and I realised that, like, well, those fucking gamers, I better watch out for them because they're probably going to rape them.
I went on Hulu, and as soon as the video was posted, I posted a link to my reaction to SVU, because I was like, this is freaking ridiculous. And so I got a lot of interaction with people that way, and it was surprising how many people were going, yeah, this is what it's like for female gamers, and you should be wary if your son plays video games, because he'll be indoctrinated into this culture. And then there were old elderly people who were on there saying, oh my god, my grandson plays video games, I'm going to go take them away from him now, I swear to God.
Well, it's like it was so bad, and so it was meant to be anti-GG's killing blow, and it was so bad that the media didn't even know whether it was pro or anti-GG for about a week. They were still undecided.
What?
And the journalists are coming out saying how
the gamer is central. It's anti.
Well, there was always one line that stood out in that episode, and I went back and I watched it for the third time. I have it downloaded. I'm not going to say where from, but when they're interviewing the girl that got assaulted, and she says that line, they didn't like this game because it's not violent and not stupid. That was like the line that kind of stupid. It's like the writers
You
didn't
like
even know
stupid video games. You're a boy. You have a penis. You like dumb games. My game isn't dumb.
I bet you kiss girls, faggot.
I think what they did.
I've kissed a lot of girls.
I think what they did here is that they just had Randy Harper come in and start editing their script for them.
It so sounds like SVU this week, a Randy Harper production.
The Randy Harper.
I still can't get over the non-violent Amazonian warriors. Non-violent warriors. Non-violent
What the hell?
warriors.
And they even say you can either choose to wage war or have peace. So
Non-violent war. Very
Amazonian warriors are not really known for making peace.
Directed by
So on the particular Law and Order episode, I will say this. I was recently interviewed by the Real Hipster Army, which is a new podcast that's starting out, and he asked me about the SVU episode, and I said to him, look, this show is made for my parents' generation, and they hated video games. And as far as the ideology behind the writing of the episode, what I've concluded is, for them, it's the next logical step. If you were to listen to everything that's come out of Polygon, Kotaku, and Brianna Wu's Twitter feed, and taken it seriously, and gone, oh my God, there's a little war on women in this industry. These women are just getting beaten and harassed and mutilated and tortured, and you took it seriously, and you believe this person, well, then this is what's actually happening. You're treating their fiction as if it's reality, and then they're heightening a little bit. There you go. So for them, it's just the next logical step. And what I thought was hilarious was when you had Anita Sarkeesian's reaction to it. I was just like, well, sweetie, they did this as a magnum opus to you. All of this is glorifying you and your name and to get you more followers and more money. This is an I love you letter. You should be
it was about
flattered.
Anita? The way Wu goes on about it, you'd think it was about her.
It's terrible seeing my life
I remember me, Lisa, and a few others when I was on Lisa's live reaction her live stream thing that we were doing last week or the week before. She said #Manita. I forgot who the guy was supposed to be who kissed her, but she was like, "Oh, this is confirmed." #Manita, and we did that.
Well, if it was meant to be Anita, it didn't do a very good job, because at least Raina Punjabi actually had a fucking product she was putting out.
And she had balls too. She was tough.
I know, because I dated a Punjabi woman. That's a group. That's not a fucking surname, and that pissed me off so much.
But
for fuck's sake, any other for Patel, for Christ's sake, choose a London phone book. Go, for fuck's sake, literally any other name. Any other name would have worked.
But I don't know.
Pissed me off.
It's called Google, and you can Google different things like Indian surnames. You just put Indian surnames and and you press search, and then what it does is it has this massive database where it has indexed all of these web pages, and it will actually magically look up surnames of people from the subcontinent for you. It's insane. SVU, you should really look into it.
Well, I don't know about anyone
I honestly
else,
believe they got the B team to write this.
But after spending tons of money to go to a convention, there's nothing I like more than going around and harassing people till I get kicked out.
Yeah, right? Until my pass is completely revoked.
Go home, gamer girl.
Gamer girl.
Probably worth the $300.
Wait a second, guys. So this is something that I was talking about earlier. They've officially announced that what they plan on doing is not going to the expo hall, but they still want to be doing panels in their interviews, right?
Bullshit.
Here's the part that doesn't make sense. An expo hall is a place where you have everybody who's signed up to do like their autographs and take photos and talk about games and use booths and all that kind of stuff, right? They're surrounded by people. A panel puts you up on a pedestal in front of hundreds of people, where it is a much more dangerous environment for somebody who feels as if they're in a threatened and hostile place.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way: anyone that thinks she's going because she's being strong is ridiculous. If you don't think she's going purely for the massive PR hit, then you're wrong. And the fact that she's then going, oh, I'm going to hire my own private security. Are there any gamers who can
terrible
throw down?
on PAX that they even still plan on having her there. And that's what it comes down to. She's done nothing but basically slander the convention and make them look as if they're doing something wrong when they've had no involvement with this whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, this is a person that sat there and has literally slandered Gabe and Tycho on Twitter. They've slandered the convention. She's then demanded that she's going to have her own personal security and that they're going to fucking call to her beck and whim. And
someone from a private someone from one of these private security firms that actually responded to her and actually said, "Hey, if you want some information or some legal advice regarding this, just shoot me a DM and I'll send you the information." Yeah.
Can I say something about this?
Go ahead.
I remember that point with regards to Anita and pulling back from the the convention. This was made by Tyler Valle, if you know him. He's a pretty cool guy. He said, if Anita is really a feminist and she's proposing pro-feminist, ideals, then she should not be afraid of proposing those ideals, even if her life should be on stake for this, because we have seen
Anita is not a feminist; she's an opportunist.
Yeah, I know, but let's just assume, for the sake of the argument, that she is truly a feminist. Like, she would go out there, she would tell people whatever she believes, despite her life being in danger. And I mean, she chickens out. I have no reason to believe her being credible, because she chickens out of everything. And she stays in her ivory tower, and she doesn't speak to anyone. And it's all bullcrap.
Don't worry.
Well, it's a perfect system these people have established.
The Eternal.
Warpig is going to take off.
Go.
Last word from Warpig.
Sign off.
Okay, I just want to say this. Things are a lot different nowadays than they were 5 or 6 months ago when we first started out, because we have held up against every single form of abuse news media, fiction, and other people in our hobby have thrown at us. And I think people are a lot more confident, and people are beginning to branch out into other areas and starting new news sites, working on old news sites as writers or whatever, starting, their own games, things like that. I think it's awesome to see, and I think we've had a measurable, huge impact on the gaming industry for the positive, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I've been proud to be here as part of GamerGate, as part of the Twitter wing of this, and I've been proud to pitch in when and how I can. Thanks for inviting me on this stream. Daddy Warpig, I'm at Daddy_Warpig, and I will shoot me a follow or just shoot me a tweet. I'll say hi. I'll talk to everybody later.
You're welcome anytime.
Thank you for showing. Thank you for coming.
I love your beard. Please let me stroke it one day.
Hey,
The heart wants what the heart wants.
I came across the sound. Remember that part of the episode where they said, "Wow, they leveled up." You guys all remember that part?
Yeah.
Forget that, Jim.
Came across this sound file from one of my favorite Fallout games I have on my computer. Do you mind if I put it to my mic? The audio.
Go ahead.
Please do.
It's the
Unless it's copyright and then the stream gets kicked off YouTube.
Yeah, it'll DMC take down the stream if it gets posted.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it. I won't do it then.
I'm gonna.
You
sign
can
off
reproduce
as
it in theatre style.
See ya, comment.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if I personally, I think the reason Brianna Wu won't has closed her panel at PAX is because she knows her game is going to get slammed. It's the same deal with the Steam page. Her game was slammed on Steam as well. She just attributed it to GamerGate and set it to private, where all of her sort of puppet accounts that are level 0 Steam accounts have all upvoted it. I think the same thing would probably end up happening on the show floor, and she doesn't want to risk the embarrassment of actual people in the industry coming over and trying out her game. So that's just my opinion. But if anyone is going to PAX, then please, for the love of God, please attend those panels and please record the footage and post it everywhere. It'd be very, very interesting to see what they are saying behind closed doors in panels, and it'd be very interesting to see how they deal with questions from individuals, and if they limit the question topics. So, if I suppose I will shield the Twitter thing. If you want to follow me, I'm at Couchmaster3000.
And the biggest sock puppet in GG.
Yes, quite literally. Thank you very much for having me on. Have a good night, you guys.
Yeah,
It's just none of my business.
See you around, man.
See you later, Kermit. Enjoy your I enjoy your gifts.
Who doesn't? It's impossible not to.
Can someone explain to me what sushi porn is?
I was just gonna comment on that. Somebody was saying Kara sushi porn, and I was like, what the?
Okay.
It sounds fishy.
Space Jam.
I was a little fishy.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? I see all the cool kids are now in the stream.
Oh, Michael, nice to see you again.
The cool kids were in the stream.
You're too
Just
kind.
us lame ones are here now.
Do some of the green screen. I need to see the green screen come into action.
If
I
any
can't
more
actually-
of us,
I can't right now because of Google, but you can always see it.
Mask of truth, allegedly.
if any more of us assemble, that revenge porn kid's gonna come out and blast us.
I've put him on blast so many times. Oh man, I even have a video where he's a headliner in it, where I actually talk about his
Who's this
craziness.
guy?
Actually,
Not heard of this.
Oh God, I forgot his name. He's basically the person who started IsAnyoneDown.com. It's a revenge porn site, and he did some of the shadiest shit ever. What he actually did was he put these images that he basically fished from people or were sent to him of these women, and some men too, and then posted them online. And then what he did was he had a link to a lawyer, quote unquote, who was called, quote unquote, the Hammer, and they would go through him to get those images removed from the site to prove verification for $300.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
And guess who? That lawyer was actually him.
Oh.
So he basically.
I thought it was Tom DeLay. Never mind.
No, it was actually him. So he was making money from anybodydown.com and that. But anyway, that guy doesn't even deserve us to talk about it outside of that. I want to actually tell you guys about my interaction with butts. Because honestly, fuck butts.
God.
We all had an interaction.
God, no.
Going back.
I want you guys just to know that I'm going to trigger all of you right now, but I actually gave Sarah Butts a week. I said, you know what, Butts, I will give you a week. I will see how the same bullshit, I will give you the benefit of the doubt of a week. She couldn't last a fucking hour. And she buried it into the ground, and I just sat there and I'm like, you are a complete. I don't have that many followers, but I still basically broke her down to everybody to the point where she was just like, "Oh, I'm not going to even talk." Like, seriously, but your contradiction of everything that you say is ridiculous, and you're an idiot.
Wait
Fuck you.
Stop doxing her, man.
So
how do you really
the
feel about
doxing.
Wait a minute. Which PAX is Wu going to?
East.
I believe she's
PAX
going to
East.
PAX Prime. Oh, she's going to PAX East.
Oh my God, no!
I thought she was going to PAX Prime.
Final Fantasy XIV flies eastward for PAX East 2015. She's gonna make a big debacle out of that. I just know it.
No,
Oh,
sorry
she
for
was,
everybody
she
who's going
was
to
talking
PAX
shit
East.
about Final Fantasy 14, wasn't she?
That
Or was it
motherfucker.
15?
Well, that's okay.
Well, she was talking shit.
He was okay. Did you guys all miss what she was? She was talking shit on Gabe Newell. She was talking shit on the PAX organizers. She said something about a gun or like cocking a gun or something, and then deleted it. And then she said the private security thing, which you guys already talked about. I mean, it's full of contradictories and bullshit, and I'm really surprised that people haven't been talking about it a little bit more. But
who is this, Wu?
Literally,
that was Wu who was doing it.
Yeah, it's all about getting a private little army together.
Who else but Woo?
It's like, I'll get some enforcers in. Enforcers.
Oh my God!
That's a sitcom. You can start a new sitcom there.
Guys! I just came up. Hey, guys! I just came up with a brilliant game. We could just write down quotes from different anti-GG people, and then you have to guess who said it. Like it's a game show.
I was going to put together a whole bunch of Woo's tweets and just call it Wooisms.
Wooisms?
Yeah, like Bushes.
Confucius says.
No.
As in, the French have no word for entrepreneur. Sort of thing.
Oh, jeez. Ow. Oh.
I don't think it'd be
that's old school. That's old school.
Well, one thing I did want to tell people, though, the whole thing with docs, you've got to understand that these people are from this, like, old IRC and Something Awful groups, and when they say docs, it's a bit different than release of public information. So when they say things like dead name dropping, so that you guys all know, or stuff like doxing, what they really mean is that you're actually releasing their name. Because despite the fact that all these people want, internet anonymity to go away, basically dead name dropping and quote-unquote doxing means just saying the person's real name and basically calling them out in public for their bullshit so that they are actually associated with the bullshit that they're doing. That is what doxing is to them. So if we say, if like so-and-so says some crazy racist, psychopathic bullshit and we find out who they are and call them out on it, that's doxing.
Well, that's strange
so
because...
that is, yeah.
They'll never guess my real name. It's Bubba Hotep.
She was denying it being a dox when Randy Harper outed the Facebook group with everyone's Facebook accounts. I mean, that's real names.
Yeah.
Well, no, because I actually, when I was saying I would give her a benefit of the doubt for a week, right? Basically, what I did was I kind of gave her about 2 or 3 hours, and I checked in, and she was supporting like Randy Harper's bullshit about the way that she talks, and saying things that's like, oh well, if they're harassing, I'm like, bitch, you're harassing everybody else. Like I can sit there and put like all this other shit. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's just like, I don't know, it's some weird funky cult thing that they got going on. I'm just like waiting for the day that we hear like anti-GamerGate has a fucking compound out in the middle of Wisconsin and then there's like 50 million dead bodies. I just it would be more than like 10 bodies. Let's be honest.
Speaking as a male gamer, I'm so glad of all the women we got rid of in gaming. Seriously.
I'm waiting for them to compare us to the lizard people.
Who?
Oh, right?
Are you saying you're not a lizard person?
I think it's definitely a lizard person.
I'm on the wrong stream. I thought we were all lizard people here.
Yeah, me too.
Hiss.
It amazes me.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and head out now. I'm gonna leave, so I've got some things I gotta do.
Okay.
Yeah, go home, Gamer Girl.
Yeah,
Thanks for
I'm
having
sorry.
me on
I'm
the
sorry.
stream,
Okay, I
guys.
didn't mean it.
Oh, you're fine. No, and I'm sorry, Michael, that you just popped on and I'm heading out. Seems to happen this way a lot. But anyway, I'm Sushi Lulu, or Stephanie. You guys can find me on Twitter at Sushi Lulu Twitch. I'm always up for a chat.
Post it in the chat. Post in the chat.
Okay, I will do that. I know.
Okay,
And
already
you
following
can
your
also
sushi,
find
so-
her on Chip2Block20, where she
Yeah.
posts semi-frequently.
I
So,
do
yeah.
articles and stuff on there too, and I participate in some of their podcasts when they invite me. So.
I just figured out what they meant by sushi porn.
What?
Oh. They're talking about me and you.
I know! They were talking about both of us, and then they said 50 Shades of Sushi, and I was like, whoa, bro.
My safe word is please, please, please don't stop. That's 3 pleases.
3 pleases, not 4, because 4 is good, 3 is bad.
Oh god, this is going to be the year of 50 Shades of Grey references. I can just see it.
Oh yeah.
What are you current to what was to life?
It's never going away.
Alright, guys, I'll
I'm
talk to you
fine
later.
with GamerGate.
Have a good one.
Later, Stephanie. Take it easy.
I'm fine with the 50 Shades of Grey thing as long as I can read a porno mag on public transport, and that's fine, because all the women are reading 50 Shades. I'm fine with that. Let's just have some equality. That's all we're asking for.
I still can't get over the fact that it
our-
started off as a Twilight fan fiction. I still can't get over that.
Oh yeah, I saw that video.
Yeah, right? That's a weird sort of thing. It's weird the sort of abuse. I mean, it is kind of like a very abusive sort of thing. Like, I thumbed through it just to figure out what the fuck it was, and I'm like, oh my god, man. Like, when you're making me blush, that's a you know. I mean, I've done some pretty wild shit back in my time, but ooh, got a little hot under the collar with some of the kind of beatings and stuff. I don't know if any of you guys have actually checked it out, but it's pretty extreme. So
No, but as long as it pisses off the social justice warriors, I'm all for it.
They
I
rated
wonder
it.
why
They fucking
go-
rated it.
Why do they keep trying to make new enemies? They keep just saying, "Oh, this is bad, that's bad, this is bad, that's bad."
I don't think they're trying to. I think they're just naturally hateable. They just kind of
Did you
just.
know we used to go to school with these kids? They were mostly little girls that just hated everything. There was like one or two things that they did like, and one of them was usually horses. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alexis had a big thing for that. Still does.
Well,
But she also
remember
plays
that
Hank.
gamer, you guys remember that Gamer Ghazi get-together picture that we saw?
Oh,
Actually, have you guys seen the latest pic? There was like a documentary or something. Somebody just sent me an image on Twitter about it, and it was it's like it was some fucking weird movie or something like that, and it had these like still screenshots. I'm trying to check it out right. 2 guys and 2 girls both had dyed pink hair and funky haircuts, and it's like, what is going on?
I
This
think
is
that's
this
just a
is the
normal
weirdest shit.
Cincinnati or San Francisco meetup.
Yeah.
I'm actually in San Francisco, just so you guys know. So
Oh man.
I'm in.
I'm
I'm right smack in the middle.
Have you had your shots?
Well, I think I'm immune. I think I'm immune by this point.
I love how Kermit is talking, saying stuff on Twitter about how we love 50 Shades of Grey and whatnot.
Bring Kool-Aid.
50
Oh,
Shades of
boy.
I'm more into dinosaur porn.
50 Shades of Grey is
Shades of
basically about the
GamerGate.
Game Boy, I think.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. I would rather watch 50 Shades of GamerGate than 50 Shades of Anti-GamerGate. Okay, let's be real honest here. Nobody wants to see that shit. Okay, I don't think there's enough bleach for our eye holes to get rid of that shit.
Maybe if we have it later on.
It blows my mind because, like, you look at these people, you're like, what the fuck? What is your major malfunction, you psychos? Like, it's so weird seeing all this, right? Like, I mean, I can't.
But everybody loves blue dogs.
Oh, for the blue dogs.
Blue
You
dogs.
want your dog to look like Sonic, you know?
Sonic
was a hedgehog, and they don't like it either.
Like
I tried dyeing a hedgehog once, he didn't like it.
It was Randy, right? Who did that? Randy is the one who like dyed her dog blue and did all that fucking crazy.
I'm proud of
shit.
it. It's like, oh,
Animal abuse.
my dog's got the same hair as me.
Wait a minute. She dyed her dog blue?
Yeah, it's got the same hair as me.
What the fuck?
I know.
Yeah, she dyed her dog blue and she took photos and it was like the saddest photo of a dog. And I was like, why is a PETA all over this?
Oh, I don't want to know what Bucks did to it.
Oh man, if they lived around each other,
Yeah. Oh my god, that's horrible. I can just imagine Randy.
Yeah,
Harper
I got another.
Hey,
Like,
Michael, do you have any new pictures, new Photoshop pictures you're making?
And then Cinnablood's in the back of the dog.
Hold on, let me see if I got any new Photoshop photos for the people.
Trouble.
I don't remember. I did want to move. I'll actually indulge the audience here with I actually managed the backstory behind this. Is I managed to get a photo of Bob at his new job, and I'll share that all with you guys right now if I can actually get this to work.
Oh my god, this is going to be fun.
So I just wanted to can you get a nice little pose for us? He's a great guy for taking some time to allow us to take photos with him at his new job. Obviously, as you can see, he's advertising for Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Yeah. I actually found out that there was no ice cream in the cup, and there was actually change in it from passersby. I guess they didn't realize. So, that's kind of one of the things that it was a little confusing at
the
first.
passers-by were hashing GamerGate at the point. It's like, man, look, I feel sorry.
I didn't actually. There was a will review movies for money sign that he had off to the side, but I don't think anybody was buying it. They were more so concerned with putting money in the cup to get him to put a shirt on. A little bit weird.
Here, I'll give you. Man, you need a shirt that fits. I could give you the extra material there. You just need to sew it on.
He lost a lot of weight, though. If you look, if you noticed, he's lost a lot of weight since then. So.
Yeah,
if you
160 for this shirt.
If you really
150 to 340.
If you squint, you can tell he lost weight.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
Has anyone here read his book?
Before. Reminds me of Gallant.
I was gonna say before we get too sidetracked. I've linked in the YouTube chat. It's an archive article, and anybody who ever brings up the social justice warriors and GamerGate thing, if you want to know where that originated from, it was actually from a Laurel Penny article written on September 8th. And it's very important that everybody reads that article and understands exactly how they got a dog in this race, because they're the ones who brought themselves into this fight, and it was, a quote-unquote journalist that did it. So it's very important to point out that it was a journalist who did this and not just some person on Twitter.
Could you put the link in the Hangout chat?
Yeah,
simply because
I
can't find it in the damn YouTube chat. It moves too bloody fast. Too popular. That's the problem.
I'm on my phone, so I'll send it to Chris Ray on Twitter, and then you can just link it to them in the chat.
Okay.
So yeah, let's fill up the dead air here while we're waiting for that. Anything interesting that I might have missed? I kind of came in a little bit late to all this. Do we go over any topics in the beginning?
Sargon came on.
Well, I mean, but before
that, well, that's all I know. Sargon came on.
There was an interesting thing with the escapists, and in Miles Chong complaining that they hired a right winger, being Lizzie. Obviously, everyone knows she's massively right wing. Yeah, they went mental about that. So that was a thing.
Good.
I'm transphobic.
Good. You know what? These people have given me a lifetime supply of salt already. Now I can actually just start selling it. Like I can turn a profit off of how much salt these motherfuckers are giving me.
Like the Dead Sea doesn't have any competition. Dead Sea, right? It's like you're over.
Jesus, I don't even know how they produce it all. But it's kind of interesting to think that having many different opinions for a website is now a bad thing. Like, where the fuck do these people get off? I mean, it's like, it's good
There's only
because
one
we
opinion.
can just watch
There's
their
only one
ideology.
opinion they want.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
All right.
you know what? And
So what's
here's
the,
the problem though. They've never read The Escapist. They've never. These are the people who maybe they followed Jim Sterling a little bit, but they hated Jim Sterling in the beginning. They still kind of hate Jim Sterling. I see them say shit all the time about it because he kind of said some shit that people regarded as transphobic. He made some very disparaging remarks before in the past. He's apologized and stuff like that, but they were on his ass too. So I mean, it's just really weird to have people. I've actually read all these sites, right? I mean, working in the industry, it's good to understand what other people are kind of doing, and I just find it hilarious that I know for a fact these people do not go to these websites, and they're bitching about who writes for them. It's like, I had to leave, stop reading Ars Technica and fucking Kotaku and fucking Polygon because they turned to shit, and stop reading fucking GameSpot. I mean, it's like, these people, though, they're Tumblr. They read Tumblr, and they look at Tumblr memes and all this fucking bullshit. It's like, no. Fuck off. But anyway, do you have that link so we can all... Is that the link right there?
Okay, Michael, in a little bit, I'll put the pictures I've made of Arthur Chu and Jonathan McIntosh that I did.
Ooh. Yay, photo sharing time. I always love these.
Ooh, sounds sexy.
There we go.
You know who got me started on doing those Photoshops? It was Mercedes. Mercedes Carrera.
Really?
She asked me. She's like, I want somebody to do a Photoshop of Macintosh's Princess Peach. And that was the first one I did, and that was the one that's been passed around the most. And
she is an awesome person.
So,
Mercedes is awesome.
Did
in
I
my
win?
opinion.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm massively
I
threatened by her because she's more intelligent than me, and obviously as a man, I can't deal with that.
I love talking to her. She's very intelligent.
She has big boobies.
See, that's the thing. I feel weird. I feel weird seeing her naked, though. After talking with her and stuff, it's just like, it kind of was like,
It's like watching your friend.
It's kind of weird to see her on the phone taking a dick in the ass. I just, I gotta be honest, okay? When I saw those photos, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I feel like I'm back at art school or some shit. It's like, what is this?
I can't watch.
Was there a lot of dick and ass in art school?
There's dick ass in
I should have gone to art school. I should have forgotten about science.
Now you know why incest is wrong.
Was it art?
Oh, yeah, wow, man. Have you guys seen the art piece? Just a little sidetrack while I'm actually looking over this. There was an art piece that this one person did where she took a can of SpaghettiOs and shoved it up her vagina.
Okay, then.
And then stood over a white piece of paper. And put her pants back on and all that stuff, and then she was like, I think she was trying to symbolize rape through this art piece or something, or womanhood, or I'm not quite sure. And then she ripped her pants and then stuck her hands back up into her vagina and then ripped out the SpaghettiO stuff and splatted it on the paper in front of a bunch of people. There's a video of it.
Give me good dreams tonight.
I was just like,
Some of us are eating dinner.
That is something. Oh wow!
The only thing I know women have used, the only thing I know women have used vaginas for that purpose is to smuggle drugs into clubs. So make of it what you will.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What happened?
Well,
wasn't there some
let's go back to the article. Let's not talk about cocaine in the vajayjay. Let's get back to this article about let's see, Jessica Valenti.
Oh God.
Valenti. Is weird.
Should we? Is this something we want to talk about, or will it make me rip my hair out in frustration? Because I think
this is kind of more the connection between feminism and GG and kind of the online culture stuff.
I read this one earlier. There's a great little bit here. Let me just find it, which was yes, this is one. Part of what's different now is the existence of organised misogyny. Groups of men who are angry at feminism gathering under banners such as the Men's Right Movement and GamerGate. I love that. MRM and GamerGate in the same sentence. A diffused network of video game enthusiasts.
What's MRA anyway?
Well, this is I mean, I've watched a lot of the videos from all this stuff, but the men's right movement / activists, kind of in the same thing. But basically, you could say they're anti-feminists, but in a lot of ways, there are definitely some anti-feminists. There are definitely men who are just saying, look, you know, it's not like we all have an easy ride. There are definitely some things in law which are not working in our favour, especially as far as like child law, access to children in divorce, and all that sort of stuff. Which I definitely agree with. I'm a child of a divorce.
You got to remember though that's on
so.
the more logical side though.
Yeah, well, with anything,
tends to go extreme, like a lot like the kind of it's like MRA, and then it almost has. I mean, it has an offset, kind of like how feminists have an offset. You know?
Well, exactly. It's
So,
like I've talked to many perfectly rational feminists. It's not like.
Yeah.
Like it's like the same as if you're going to say GamerGate, would I support everyone in GamerGate? No, I had this whole tweet back and forth with a self-proclaimed SJW, and we went into all sorts of different topics, and she's a perfectly intelligent lady, and we had a great time. It's just a case of I simply said I do not prescribe. I do not say I am this person, therefore I must act in a certain way. I say I take these particular actions, therefore you could describe me in a particular way. That for me is the basic difference. It's like I'm not joining any cults. You could say yes on this thing by any definition you want to make, but I'm not going to say because you say on this thing I'm going to act in a particular way. I act in a way according to some more fundamental axioms, and I let the label sort of bullshit go to other people. Anyway, I'll continue the quote just so you get a sense of where this article is going. A diffuse network of video game enthusiasts furious at attempts to curb sexism in the industry, because we are all furious about that. I think we could all agree. But I mean, it's the standard stuff you'd expect. This particular one I found interesting because feminists hate the men's right movement, and they hate GamerGate, so of course they're going to equate them.
Can someone explain to me this thing about the men's rights activists? I didn't understand really why there is this notion that I'm not a men's rights activist myself, but why do people automatically assume that men's rights activists hate feminists?
Well, there's two things.
You gotta understand the internet culture behind it too. Here's the thing: the internet tends to bring in it's very easy to find a group that will speak for you and speak loudly, right? Just like feminism, speak for you, speak loudly,
right? And
what ends up happening is you have a lot of very radical sort of men's rights activists speaking very, very loudly, and they're very here's the thing. Like, I would have to say that feminists tend to not be as tech as MRAs. So they end up being loud, heard more, and associated with a kind of crazy. It's the same thing with like how same thing with GamerGate, right? We have those same sort of issues. There's tends to be really crazy, loud motherfuckers who like to just say shit, and people will stay
about King of Pole now?
Trolling. Oh God!
No, I'm just kidding.
I still tell everybody. I
don't
thought
hate him,
King
so
of Pole originally was like King of Sucking Dick, because the first time I've ever heard Pole was Dick. So I'm sorry.
That's a Chan. As I understand, I only ever knew Chan culture from B because of 4chan obviously being the hive of scum and villainy, as it was. I only knew about B and the rampant desire to post the most offensive things possible, but I knew there were other boards, and obviously Pol was one of them, politics and all that stuff. But I don't know who gets off and saying like I'm the king of Pol. I don't know quite where that's coming from, but
yeah, I like it puts a smile on my face every time I hear King of Pol. I'm sorry, I'm just like.
You know who calls himself the King of Pol? You know who calls himself that? The same person who thinks they can have a rational conversation about the Holocaust while shit-faced drunk online.
Yeah. What the hell is this?
He's an idiot.
Alright, so, guys, wait, what is this?
You guys see the pictures?
Anyways, the article that I linked to you, the Laurel Penny article, essentially, if you read it, you'll find that everyone took their marching orders from her. Oh, you're showing the photo.
These images are precious.
It's happening in
I
games,
was
in
so
film, in
bored with
journalism.
WWE 2K15, so I just started taking pictures. And that's
This
just
is
my
brilliant.
look.
I'm sorry. I love these imaging.
Recreational misogynists. Recreational.
Yes.
It's like
recreational. You go out and you just you be a misogynist.
I just want to
for a couple
relax and
hours.
unwind and hate some women.
Man, I really feel like
How many
women
people in chat are recreational misogynistic?
I am.
People.
Hello.
only on weekdays.
Only on weekdays.
After 7.
7.
We need to make a
book
book about these different expressions that could have come out of this. I mean, seriously, recreational, misogynist. God, I think that's
quite amazing.
I mean, the buzzwords are fucking insanity on crackers. It's fucking brilliant. I mean, you have to give them credit for just totally destroying the human English lexicon of like just all. I mean, they just make words just totally devoid of any meaning.
Man spread today.
Man spreading, yeah. That was a fun mansplaining.
What's wait? Is that a new one? Man spreading?
Yeah,
what is that?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Does that mean somebody
around.
comes on a piece of toast and spreads it on like a?
No,
it's all about public transport. Basically, men spreading legs of public transport,
where they have
women
their
taking
legs
photos.
wide open.
But the most interesting thing is, after that thing happened, I could have easily, if I was a complete arsehole and I took to just taking random pictures of people on fucking public transport, I could have easily taken a picture of a woman who was spreading her legs.
Or taking up like
you would get arrested for that.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. I'm not a complete arsehole. I don't understand. I mean, I hear this stuff about millennials and all this stuff, and it's like, okay, you always hear about, all right, this generation of kids are the worst and all this stuff, but then I'm thinking, who thinks it's okay to just randomly take pictures of people in public and go, this is on Twitter now?
It's amazing.
So I wouldn't even thought. It's like I could have done that. I could have whipped out my phone, taken a picture, put it on Twitter quite easily, and it's like, no, why would?
Did any of you happen to see that video where they had a woman go onto public transportation and a man go into public transportation, man spreading? Did you see that? Because it was fucking.
What, is this like a parody video or something like that?
It was like one of those things where it's like, we've got a hidden camera, and we're gonna prove something or something. And then
it's not like the New York walking harassment video, is it?
It's a lot like that. It's basically a hidden camera thing where they were like, oh, we're gonna catch people manspreading, and it's amazing because.
Well, how about the mansplaining?
Spent 20 hours of public transport. We found 2 men.
Manslamming. The manslamming was great, but what I loved about the manspreading video is that there's an article. There's an article where they advertise that video, and in the header image, you can see a guy manspreading, and to the right of the friggin' screen, there's a woman taking up 4 seats with her goddamn bags. And apparently it's a space issue. Sure.
That shit does not fly in Japan. Like we don't like. I mean, when I was living over there,
you think anybody's caring?
Yeah, I mean, it's like this fucking weird. I hate to say it, man. It's just San Francisco. It's fucking a toxic place. That's the only time when toxic is fucking appropriate.
I'll meet you halfway there.
This article is great.
Here's the thing. Living in LA, shows you that people can be dicks, but people can acknowledge the fact that they're dicks, and acknowledge the fact that they're crazy, and but don't go too far. Like they go far, but not that far. And then you look at San Francisco. I mean, that's like people in LA go, oh shit. Like, I mean, when LA goes, oh shit, that's a bit too far. There's a fucking problem. You know what I mean?
I have this theory about San Francisco that there's like some kind of toxin in the air that fucks with your mind.
It's all the radioactive waves.
Turns you into an SJW.
Yeah. It's all the radioactive waves.
It's got to be the water.
I think it's the flora.
Remember all those radioactive cows in fucking Oregon or whatever? That's probably what it is.
It's not all that bad. San Francisco is a beautiful city. It's just some of the people that inhabit it happen to be painted
I'm sure.
in the balls.
You know what it is? It's here's the problem with San Francisco. It's a very, very, very new city relatively, right? and like compared to like New York, it's compact like New York, but it's not compact enough to build up a lot of different sort of cultures and ideologies, because that's what New York is really, really good at. Like, you kind of get it in San Francisco, but you really don't. And then on top of that, you have a new wave industry, or new wave industries like tech coming in, and people who tend to go into those industries tend to be very, very, very liberal and very closed-minded. And here's this. We always talk about this in kind of closed circles with like me and my friends and like people that I know, and then in friends of the family and shit like that. But when you actually look at like people who are like programmers, right? Like a lot of these people are kind of like on the programming side. They tend to be ultra crazy liberal, anti-social. They tend to mold their mindset around people who will listen to them and befriend them. So you have a lot of that. You find people who are socially awkward, that aren't good with other people, who just kind of fall into a cut of people who are more crazy, able to adopt, and then kind of change them over time. And that's a lot of what you see. And so you have this mentality, people who are friends and all this other crap kind of going in and creating this weird fucking subculture. It's just like, it happens over time. It's been a long time happening. But you want to see the hypocrisy of it. Go to San Francisco, see all these tech people, and then hear them talking about all these quote-unquote SJW shit, and then watch how they treat homeless people when you're checking the subway.
Oh shit! I remember.
Watch how they fucking treat homeless people.
I was in San Francisco like 2 years ago, and I remember seeing the homeless people around there, and it's like, I mean, this is before I knew about San Fran being the hub of all social justice warriors. But yeah, you see homeless people around. It's quite a thing, because I mean,
it's a bad problem. It's a real bad problem.
San Francisco has one of the largest homeless populations in the entire country. So it really is hilarious that they claim to be social activists, and yet they have the largest homeless population in the country. It's like, if you really care...
Talk about first world problems, let's face it.
I mean, you get off the bright bar, and all you smell is beer and piss.
They're not even problems.
Wow.
That's New Orleans. I've been to New Orleans. That's what it smells of.
Oh, when Weird Al made
They say some of the
first world problems, the spoof video First World Problems, have you guys ever heard that one yet? It reminded me
Weird Al
a lot of, it reminded me of Anita Sarkeesian heavily, and Jonathan McIntosh heavily, when I heard like first world problems.
But dude, McIntosh's family owns a goddamn island.
Yes,
where they live.
Yeah, apparently
they own a fucking island.
You know what? Here's the thing. Wi-Fi on my private island. I'm so oppressed.
Yeah. I mean, when I did my video, I started a kind of a new series that I could just shitpost on called Media Mixer, as a kind of spoof joke on pop culture hacking that Macintosh was doing. And so I put him in the first episode of the episode was called People Who Drank All the Kool-Aid. And so we have the revenge porn guy, we have Macintosh, and we have that other guy who flipped the car and then said "Woo, cut his brakes" and all that shit.
Oh yes.
Yeah, fucking just these insanity assholes. So it's on both sides. We can't deny it. There's fucking Looney Tunes everywhere. So at least fucking GamerGate acknowledges the fact that there are crazies everywhere. But anti-GamerGate likes to prop them up like fucking Sarah Butts and shit. But yeah, like I kind of go over the breakdown.
There's some creepy, worship going on with anti-GamerGate. I mean, when you look at someone,
there are calls.
Sargon, yeah, but when you look at someone like Sargon's tweets, you'll have people who will tweet in agreeing with him. They'll say, "Yeah, we agree with you." But with someone like Brianna Wu or Quinn, it's like, "You are such a wonderful person. You are an inspiration to us all.
Yeah,
you are so
creepy.
great." Oh my God!
They have an idolizing issue there. It's creepy.
Yeah. It's just like how a lot of gamers.
Well, I do feel disappointed that I didn't tell Sargon how much I wanted to suck his dick earlier. I mean, that was a missed opportunity.
Maybe we should all do that. Maybe we should all just tweet to Sargon.
Really not absurdly nice things.
But
you should see what me and Critical Kelly messaged to each other.
Before we start talking about sucking Stargon's dick for anything, I just want to point out the reason why Macintosh actually
you would like to recommend. Okay.
I did some research on figuring out kind of what makes him tick in his brain, and basically what ended up happening was the thing that cracked him. He saw the Twin Towers go down, and instead of becoming a patriarch, being a patriot,
patriotic.
Yeah, patriotic. Sorry, I'm had too much. This thing was filled with coffee.
Don't worry about it.
So, instead of becoming patriotic, what he ended up doing was he totally flipped a switch. He became full Marxist. He became his wannabe Che Guevara. He indulged. He even has said himself he only indulged in this very heavy propaganda literature. Like, I mean, it's some really hardcore, crazy shit, and it fucked his mind up, man. And as I've said before, I mean, it takes that mentality. It takes this kind of self-hating white person mentality to do shit like that. So what does he do? He kind of does that shit. He also goes to what was it, like the World Trade Organization? I think that was the name of it. It was something like World Trade Organization. Like what?
WTO.
Yeah, WTO. So he went to a WTO kind of a lecture by the head, right? With a red, look at me, I'm a fucking idiot headband, and tried to shout him out. But when this was going on, he's like, oh, I'm totally like open to speech and shit like that. It's like, dude, this is the type of mentality that this guy has, and like not a lot of people actually realize it. It's fucking insane, dude. Like if you really want to see like, go ahead.
His parents own an island. I wonder where that's at.
Well, I think that explains a lot. That does explain a lot.
I know it right around Flathead Lake, which is like 20 miles or like 100 miles north of where I live in Flathead Lake. There's this private island owned by some anonymous rich person. I was wondering, wait, is that where they live?
Hold on, I'll show you real quick. The video
it's not a Montana, probably.
I'll show you how large this fucking thing is. You'll fucking go, whoa, like, as soon as I pull up the video, let me just skip ahead of it really quick and try to get this. Because
whilst you're doing that, whilst you're doing just a quick little story, I went to Tunisia about 5 or 6 years ago, and I remember, this is before, like, the Arab Spring and stuff was going on, so I do remember at the time, I was in like an ancient Roman ruins, because that's one of the tourist things. You got all these ruins and stuff around there, and it was right next to the presidential building. One of the things, like the tour guide said, like, okay, you can take pictures of all this shit, but do not point your camera in that direction at the palace. It's like, it's just this white thing. You can look at it, but you take a picture, you're upset. Fuck knows what's happened now, because I mean, that guy was all deposed and all that shit going on. But I can imagine a similar sort of situation going on here. It's like, you know, big walls. It's like these gated communities you have in America. Bits people keeping out the plebs and all that sort of thing.
Okay, so I just want to, if you actually click on my my icon so you can see it. This is a screen from my video that I did. Look how fucking massive that island is.
Where is that
Holy
at?
shit.
It's actually
Fuck, that's Macintosh's island?
That's
It
his
looks
fucking
like-
island.
It looks like a lice. I don't know if that's significant at all, but it looks like a lice.
But that's pretty fucking insane, right? Like,
No, that's huge.
Is
Where
that
is
one
that at?
family owning that island?
You could superimpose that over the. You could superimpose that over the city and have a.
What city is that?
It's a very compressed city.
I forgot what it was. I don't want to kind of dox it, or not dox, but I don't want to kind of be accused of that anymore. But
it's on Google fucking Earth, for Christ's sake. How could he dox
Don't
it?
worry, I've got a rickety canoe and I'm headed there right now.
see this image? This is the headband he wore. This was kind of like people were actually taking blurry cell phone photos of him. You believe that shit? Like
hell?
Yeah, right.
Oh
And
my
hold on,
God.
let me try to find some of his. Do I have another image from him?
Well, I've seen a picture of him, you know, in some protest march. You know, he's got his fist raised.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is new.
Yeah.
I thought he was he photoshopped that shit. Anyway, if you guys want to check it out, just so you can see some of the more in-depth bullshit, I'll give you guys a link to it, just so you can save it for later. But yeah, I just talk shit on these people for the most part. But I actually did research on these individuals beforehand. But
I hope you sanitize yourself afterwards and you get better after exposing yourself to that.
I like the image.
Burn all my clothes, like
yeah.
I like the image of
yeah.
I like the image of Jonathan McIntosh raising his fist.
Why does Jonathan McIntosh try to fight these fights? His parents are probably billionaires. Why is he chill?
Honestly, I think he's just bored.
Yeah, if he comes over to London, join Notting Hill Carnival, we can all go down the street, have a few joints, mingle in with the Afro-Caribbean culture that's going on there, and he'll feel a lot more relaxed, and he won't hate black people as much as he obviously does.
He's go to downtown Missoula where
fellas.
a lot of social
Yes.
All of you virgin basement dwellers.
Yes.
Yes.
I need to leave because I need to spend some quality time with my girlfriend.
Yeah,
No, don't do that.
one question before you leave.
Well, thanks for showing up.
Just one question, since we've been accused of stuff. Have you ever felt any transphobia in here?
That question is transphobic, and I'm not going to. How did Suey Park say it? I'm not going to. I'm not going to enact the labor of explaining why that's transphobic.
Unbelievable.
All right.
So as always, you guys can follow me at Hidden Tara. Feel free to hit me up with all your crazy questions, whatever. I don't care. I'm an open book. Y'all have a good night.
Thanks for coming.
Later.
Thanks for coming. Bye.
There we go.
Oh my god. Enact the labor.
Yeah, like I was
always
saying,
blows my mind.
McIntosh could always come to Missoula. There's this part of Missoula that's not right wing, like half of Montana or 70% of Montana is. It's called downtown Missoula. It's like a couple blocks from where I live, actually, like maybe like a half a mile from where I live, and it's just this like downtown area and stuff. And like the first Friday of every month, it's like it's an art festival thing, and it almost feels like you're walking down through downtown Portland or San Francisco. It's that weird.
Well, this
You know what's weird?
Thinking about
the social justice warriors walk the streets. I can't tell you how many social justice warriors I met.
Before you go to talk about McIntosh and stuff, just real quick on the comment of Portland. Portland for as crazy and weird and like kind of I guess hipster generating and stuff, they're fucking really down to earth. Like everybody I've talked to from Portland about this subject are with a lot of people, because there's actually a large group like trans community that come from Portland who fucking think that what people are abusing them, and it's kind of like they're all not your shield.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I just want to point that out. And people in Portland, you guys fucking rock for keeping it goddamn base, man. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it.
Where young people go to retire, like how they said on Portlandia.
Yeah, basically.
Well, that's the thing.
So sorry to cut you off about the Macintosh thing.
Go right ahead. I'm done anyway.
Thinking.
I'd like to add to that, if for a second, just to say, who wants to? I mean, it's basically your private life. Who wants that to be made public? And that's why I kind of disagree with this whole thing of like, oh well, we need to track how many homosexuals are working for us. It's like, well, how do you know whether I'm a homosexual or not unless I tell you? And if I tell you, I'm not outing myself. And how do you know? Maybe one day I'll find that man who I say, fuck it, I might fuck him. I mean, I fucked only women in the past, but maybe, I don't know. Does that make me gay? It's this kind of shit. It's like, private lives should be private lives. I don't think that should be controversial at all.
Yeah.
I'll bust a load on Ryan Gosling's face. Does that make me gay? Maybe a little. Because I mean, come on, it's Ryan Gosling. If you have the chance,
if he came up to me with that scorpion jacket in Drive, it's like, yeah, I'd be tempted. It's like fucking 80s, man. Fucking 80s.
Oh,
man. Before we finish off with Mr. Josh and Josh, It seems to me a lot of these people we're dealing with in their, let's say, high positions who dislike GamerGate, they exist in a world of everything being threatening, and their persistent guilt that they are threatened, and they see everyone else in a way being more threatened, even though they have all this wealth and opportunity. So, you know, I come from Glasgow. You know, it's not a great place. It's not a bad place either. It's pretty average, really.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we didn't have much money. We're quite comfy. I'm a grown adult. I work in oil. I'm not uncomfortable. But I go to other countries. I go to the Middle East and I work there. I go to Mexico and I work there. I go to Malaysia, I work there. You mix with people and you find out that although they may not have a lot, if you go there and talk with them, they're proud of what they've got. They want to be proud about what they've got. These people with their threat complexes and their guilt, they do not go and mix with the small guy working a job. It's too horrific. They don't go talk to the homeless person in the shelter. It's too scary for them. They are not capable of dealing with the realities of life and accepting that things are difficult. And the only way to fix the problems is to get stuck in. And anyone who comes from even a lower middle class background, or even an upper middle class background who's experienced the realities of these things, they get it. They go, yeah, life's tough. You got to do something about it. But it's got nothing to do with falling back on how threatened you are or how upset you are about the world. It's about material, sensible action that gives people a bit more ability to do something they're proud of, not just to feel like they're shit. And that's what these people do. They put this is shit on everything, and that doesn't work for people. People don't accept it.
Yeah.
Eventually, people turn around and go, "No, it's not shit. Thanks, fuck off." And that's
with that said, though, look at this tweet that's been archived that I have up right here. If you can see this, by Man in Black.
Ignore me.
Ignore me. I'll gladly ignore
Jared.
I can't fucking stand
Thank you. That's a good idea, Man in Black. I'll ignore you.
I don't see any of that shit.
It breaks my heart that this is linked to a Venture Brothers reference. It breaks my heart.
I know, right? But it's still like he doesn't get it, man. Like these guys are just fucking off the wall.
In my opinion, they're just In my opinion, they're just a bunch of spoiled little brats that always live with mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy paid them through life, and now that they're in the real fucking world, they can't handle the fact that they're in the real goddamn world. I'd love to see these fuckers join the goddamn military. Damn, I'm cussing like a bitch tonight.
Yeah.
It's fucking okay, you massive cunt.
That's really not. I mean, I mean, it is and it isn't. I mean, basically, what they came from. It's actually very specific sort of thing where they have not interacted with any other real social groups than kind of elitist sort of bullshitty people, and they've adapted the elitist bullshit into a sort of different type of groupthink, a very toxic groupthink if you actually look at it, right? And this is why we see these things coming about. I mean, it feels like you're watching something from the occult or whatever being born. It's really fucked up. And it's even funnier because they don't seem to see it. They're completely oblivious to how insane it is.
Well, that's the whole point you're saying is they don't get the outside influence. Why would they ever see it?
Because here's the thing. Even people in a cult, psychologically speaking, I mean, as somebody who's studying their upper grad stuff for psychology, like it's a formation of a cult, and such a strong cult that it's because normally in a cult what you end up having is you have a certain group of people who attach, right? And then the rest of the people who have a bit more common sense try to flee. And then normally what happens is in a cult people will pull them in and kind of like abuse the situation so they stay. But you don't really see that too much. You do see it in this certain situation, but you don't see it too much. You see people willingly stay of their own volition and maybe it's an element of the internet and being able to just pull people around the world sort of thing. And it's not even around the world. It's just from certain cities, mostly from the United States. I rarely see anybody from, you know, Australia or Germany or anything like that, you know, or UK.
Well, I thought that was interesting what you said about...
You were about to say something?
Australia.
What's up?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said no one from Australia was in this ideology, but I think I may have heard wrong.
Well,
I said I don't see as many as it. There are, obviously, there's some from all over the world, but there isn't as many as people that are, like, you know, in the United States. It's a very...
San Francisco area.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
they do exist in Australia. They mainly hang around Melbourne. And it's...
Well, yeah,
it's
I've
near on
heard- I've heard
parity
about
what
that.
you have in America.
Well,
But
you guys,
I've been starting to see
I
a bit
remember
of it.
had... Didn't you have, like, you had, like, was it you had the government day trying to get like a porn filter sort of thing put on the internet, just like we're getting over here in Britain?
Yes. My dad knows way more about that than I do. But basically what they tried to do was censor just a lot of the porn, and it was done under the guise of it's censoring child pornography. But then
Obviously.
they expand the borders to hardcore pornography, and that pretty much left it in a iffy state. And you got the whole slippery slope going down there. But now you have the Australian government trying to censor a lot of the media outlets, a lot of video games, and a whole bunch of other shit. We're pretty much a nanny state at the moment.
You guys went through hell whenever MK9 came out.
I remember when Postal 2
Yeah.
got censored in Australia. I remember hearing about that. That was a
it
long
still is.
time ago. It
Well, I
still
remember
is.
Fallout 2.
Yeah, it still
apparently.
is to a point. We have the gore mods
Fallout
that
New
you have
Vegas
to install
was...
into it.
Wait, no, that was Germany that happened to.
Oh, they still kicked a bit of a tiffy back down here, but we still got Left 4 Dead 2 censored, even though we have the now R18 rating out. But pretty much, if you see R18 rating, it's pretty much they got to card you. You go through a whole bunch of bullshit at the front desk. It's pretty much just some bullshit that the government put in, and it really doesn't do anything.
This is a censored version of Left 4 Dead?
Yes,
Can't even
it's
imagine how it-
pretty much. I've played it, and it's really shit. Like, you don't have any of the dismemberment. The corpses last on the ground for 2 seconds, and if you look away from them, they disappear. So you could pretty much have a horde coming in, and you
didn't even know
gun them
that.
down
That
with a
was
sky
Grand
or
Theft
something.
Auto 5 in
And you look
Australia.
away for 1 second, and you look back at the horde, and they just disappeared.
Wow.
Is it still legal in some of the stores in Australia, Grand Theft Auto 5, or is it banned from all of them now? Or is it just a few?
It's only banned from Target, and I went in there the other
It was
day,
Target,
and
yes.
they don't have it anywhere in Target at all. But you can go to EB Games, Big W, or any of the other brand retails, and they still have it there.
Okay, good.
They still.
At least
Is it uncensored though?
But you
Is
know
it
what the
uncensored?
worst about this game is? There's no blood
No,
involved,
it's
so.
got the R18 rating in it, so if I don't look like I'm 18, which I obviously am over the age of 18, but if like I don't look like I'm 19 or 20, they pretty much say, no, we're not going to give you this game. Even though I could hand them my driver's license saying, yes, I am over the age of 18. They still won't believe me, they'll just turn me away.
That's messed
Are
up.
they as strict with alcohol? Because I know Australian culture. I know quite a few Australians. They,
Nope,
so
I
I'm
was
they'll
getting
sell you
drunk
some
at the age of
beer.
16.
They won't sell you a
and
game.
It's very, very loose. Yeah, they won't sell me a
So
game, but
what's
they'll at least let me
alcohol?
buy a pint at
What's the age limit for alcohol in Australia?
18.
18? Oh. Here in the U.S., it's 21.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Booze is
Yep,
not a
and
big
I
deal
love
over
everyone about
in
that.
Australia. I mean, that's the
No,
thing in Europe
it
too.
is.
Like,
We
when-
still have a. What you have to understand about Australia is we have pretty much my generation and the generation after me, they have really addictive personalities. So when alcohol's involved, you have a lot of glassings, a lot of bashing, massive fights breaking out, and it's just causing a lot of trouble. But
That's called
this is like
booze,
the
man.
people in the very lower. Well, yeah,
That's-
but it's
that
when-
sounds like a
when you
big
add
problem to video
with it
games.
and you add. Yeah. Well, the thing is with alcohol,
I don't
like
know.
it's really on a nifty slope.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the
that
thing.
sounds like-
When I say that, you gotta put it in context in America, because like I'm in California, and the age to drink is 21. You could die for this country. You could vote. You could buy cigarettes, but you can't drink.
You know,
that happened after the prohibition. That happened after the prohibition, I think.
Yeah, it was a federal thing that they bribed the states to say, well, you won't get this money unless you put the drinking age up to 21. They go,
yeah,
fine.
That's what happened here in Montana. It used to be 18. I don't know how long ago it was. Just like, for instance, we didn't have a speed limit back in '97, and then the federal government says we're cutting your highway budget until you get a speed limit, and now it's 75 on the highways. It used to be.
And
100.
how many new accidents do you have?
We have the same amount of accidents as we had before, if not more, because it wasn't bad before. We always had drunk driving accidents in the past. We've always had drunk driving and stuff, and the only way that where there was during the safe and prudent driving law, where there was no speed limit, was when the only time you could have a speed limit is when they did road work. That was the only time you could ever have a speed limit, and we didn't have one before that. Then they cut our funding for our freeway, and people didn't want the taxes raised, so they just decided to put a speed limit. It was like an Autobahn back in the 90s, and now it's not.
Well, there's a direct they say correlation isn't causation, but there's been enough studies to show that there is some form of relation between putting up laws in the kind of traffic field, also alcohol field and drug field, that causes more problems. There's more rampant abuse. There's more underage. There's more traffic accidents. It's just, it's a reality. When you put limits on things, people want to break those limits.
That's what That's what happens all the time. Is even if you were to ban video games, for that matter, or violent video games, there would still be some sold, and it'll be the black market that takes it. That's why I don't want any laws to be put against video games, because I don't want the black market to take hold of that too and cause more problems. That's what this discussion's about.
Well, that's part of
I think the tax situation that Australia has and many of the places in Europe is a good reason why that's up. But I think we're getting off topic. Let's get back to GamerGate.
Yes.
What's the topic, anyhow?
Yes.
We got off after Australia.
Yeah.
Adderall, you have topics for us?
Yeah, we haven't got. I don't think we're halfway through them. I mean, we got derailed really hard. Before we go to this topic, somebody wanted me just quickly to talk about Thor. With the whole Thor is a male name, and for Marvel to make it a female is fucking bullshit. And the guy who's trying to start shit at me on Twitter, which he now blocked me for because he's starting shit and can't finish it. So Thor is a goddamn male. So if you don't know your fucking mythology, come at me. I grew up with this shit. So.
Yeah, you get that.
That's the thing. If you want female gods, go to a female. She was a god of war.
Let me explain the comic book situation. Why people are so hurt. So hold on, it doesn't really matter about that. But the controversy is basically Thor basically lost his ability to wield the hammer. So, in the comic book, a new mysterious female has actually come in and took up the mantle of Thor. They kept it mysterious. They didn't show who the face is. And originally, Thor thought it was his mom or some weird shit. And then all the women were like, yay! You know, and like the Thor thing, it has an inscription, he who is worthy shall pick it up. Turns into she. They made a big Marvel thing about it and whatnot. But here's something that people need to think about. This is why people were championing it and why people are also idiots. Because the feminists don't even realize, because they saw that, they're like, female Thor does some of the most, like, kind of the way it's written is so...
It's
like,
written badly.
Stereotypical of needing a man, because one of the way that she shows that she isn't Thor's mom is like fucking making out with the old Thor. And people don't even fucking realize because they don't read the comic. She like goes in and is like, like, I'm not your mom. I'm gonna fucking, you know, face rape you. And he's like, oh, holy shit, you know. And
it's
I mean,
kind of like that. It's kind of like that Spider-Verse comic book.
So basically, it was a Rule 63 kind of relationship. Is that the right one? Is that the right one?
Rule 63.
Which is the one? Which is the one?
Rule 43, I think.
Well, I thought it was Rule
43. What about Rule 34?
It's Rule 34.
Yeah, it's Rule 34.
Yeah, Rule 34.
If there is not Rule 34, porn on the internet of everything, and then Rule 35 is if there isn't porn of it, it will be made and in space. So
let's get back on topic. This is kind of GamerGate related. I posted 2 links, which I think it was Valenti who wrote this. One sec, just making sure. No, Michelle Goldberg. And what was it? Washington Post, I think. Well, basically, Washington Post. The feminist writers are so besieged by online abuse that some have begun to retire.
I saw this the other day, actually.
I guess they all wanted. Now that would be a sexist thing to say. I shouldn't say that. But I don't really. I kind of read the story and. I skimmed it. You can say it's bad.
Hey,
legitimately.
Excuse me, I'm going to be heading out right now. I would just like to say I'm glad to be on this stream. This is longer than I've been on in the past, and thank you so much for letting me on it. See you guys later.
You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Have a good one, man.
See you guys later.
Later.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah. So what I was saying is.
Go ahead, man.
So yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm gonna log off for now.
Yep.
Have a good one. I love that avatar.
Thanks, man. It's from Truckstun 2, if you ever played it.
I've never played it, but that damn avatar looks scary as shit.
You think so?
Yeah, fuck yeah, it's fucking evil looking, man.
Well, I'm evil because I am a GamerGater.
Yeah, you're
worse. Well, I am Nurgle.
We are worse. We are worse than ISIS, and when they say ISIS, it's ICIS.
Yes.
Okay, I do. Wow. I got a funny one.
I think we're better than ISIS, as in we're more organised, and obviously, if we are terrorising people, we're much more effective.
I do have a funny one.
You know what? We are more effective because we're not trying.
But anyway,
we're not even trying, and we're still better. There we go.
I do have something funny to say about the ISIS thing. It's a true story. At my work, we have a subcontractor whose acronym name is literally ISIS. And I can only imagine.
Oh, I have a friend that's called ISIS.
It all makes sense now.
That's called get your PR team on board and change that shit ASAP. Like seriously, what the fuck, man? We need a new name. We are, you don't want to tell people I work for ISIS. That's a job killer right there. No matter how much money you're getting paid.
Unless you work in San Francisco.
See, though, the sick part is this is a government contractor with a subcontractor with the government. So we've got guys out there in Afghanistan walking around saying, "Yeah, I work for ISIS." All right, I'm sorry. That's a bit too sidetracked.
Anyway, thanks for having me on.
Hey, you have a good one, man.
Have a great night.
Have a good one. Have a good one.
Love you.
Where's here? See you around.
Don't let the skeletons get you.
Boom. As I was saying before I was interrupted to our
Go ahead, man.
As this away. On this topic of these feminist writers' harassment, it was a post I saw on the Escapist about Lizzie writing for them. It says, "Oh, I hope they don't bring politics into it." And my reply to it was,
brought it into it.
Wait a minute, guys. Let me.
Oh man.
The problem isn't bringing politics into things. I think people really actually want to talk about politics, but they don't want to see one particular perspective have a monopoly on discussion. So a lot of these, let's be honest, intersectional/gender feminists will not talk to anyone else about what they think. They won't allow it to occur, and as a result, people start to shout them down because they can't be heard otherwise. Look at Sarah Butch, she just sits there. They are monologuing continuously to themselves.
But you gotta understand what this does.
If you had the game's website where you say, okay, here's a right-wing person, a left-wing person, someone who's a feminist, someone who's a men's rights activist, whatever the fuck it is, and they sat down and tackled the topic in a mature adult way, and were moderate, and came out with some conclusions, no one would complain. They'd say, this is a great article. You know, it's just that's normal. But the media
you gotta
has
understand
how to
what
do
this
it.
stuff builds. You got to understand what happens is basically because they've been shouting out shit so much, right? What it ends up doing is it's very much. I mean, I hate to say this. I'm a Republican, but I'm a very left-leaning Republican. Like I believe in gay marriage, and I believe in everything across the board. I'm more for. I'm a person who is for small business.
Socially
And there's
economic right wing, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the
I
middle
call
of
it,
everything.
It's a pre-Reagan Republican. That's what it is. It's basically you're focusing on stuff. But you also have a fucking degree of goddamn sanity when you talk about shit like this. But what ends up happening is you have so much of the time all these people doing dissent, shouting people down, that it boosts them up to make them look like they're the majority. And really, a lot of stuff that's related to GamerGate is related to the political issue. Like I remember Jim Sterling talking about on Facebook how he was like, "Oh, I want more like intelligent political discussions." And I'm like, I told him before GamerGate even started, I was like, "You will not ever have intelligent political discussions, and the left-leaning discussions will be fucking terrible." And then he said something else in a Facebook group that was like, going like, "Oh my God, this is what GamerGate said." I said, "You wanted politics, you got it. I told you this would happen."
Hey, Bubble Buddy, you want to quit that squeaking, man?
Oh, sorry about that, man. I had to catch her on getting me some damn
Bubble Buddy. Bubble Buddy.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, that sort of shit is like, these people don't have a fucking clue about it. And, like, as intelligent as Sterling can be, he's also said some really dumb shit, and he's put himself as an enemy to everybody. I mean, it's, that's my criticism of him. I've seen other people do it. Obviously, Movie Bob hasn't. And he's been sucking that teetle for a long time, and look where it's gotten him, so...
Look where it's gotten all of them. They're all on their way out the door, half of them.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to escapists.
I was old and new.
I mean, the escapists actually, I mean, as much as everybody likes to champion them, I always tell people, hey, man, they've done some really, really shitty things to content creators over the years, especially under the old hat, which is now the new hat, and you need to be wary of everybody. I even tell people, I run a site, and I tell people, be wary of me, too, because if you stay wary, if you make comments, that helps us stay legit. Like, that keeps us on the right track. Like,
if you take the right attitude to criticism, all it can do is improve you.
Yeah, I forgot his name, the YouTuber, Markiplier. Dude, I've actually started watching his videos because of just how he's brought out to be so fucking intelligent. I didn't really... He basically gave a speech. This was right after basically all the YouTubers got attacked. And that they were saying, like, YouTubers are controlling everybody and stuff, when basically they're projecting. What that is psychological projection of what they've been actually fucking doing. And he says right out that the content creators, he didn't say content creators, he said YouTubers, but in the broad, I'm kind of expanding that to be content creators, because that's what YouTubers are, who are playing games, making videos, and all that stuff. The content creators are they are for the users. It's the entertainment for the users, and the users should dictate it. Like, if people dig the shit that I do, or if people dig the shit that you guys do, or Markiplier, like that, at the end of the day, what we really want is we want the feedback from you guys. We want to create something, and that's why we do it. We create it for you guys. It shouldn't be that we create it for just ourselves. I mean, there's a portion.
Well, you're also users. That's the difference, right?
Give out. What?
You're also users. That's the basic thing. You are a user as much as anyone else. So all you're really saying is, hey, I'm a user. This is stuff I'm going to put out here because I'm also passionate about creating stuff. Either you could agree with me or disagree with me, but I'm putting myself out there.
Well, it's something. It's a little bit different. It's a responsibility for a content creator with a large following to engage with the following with respect and with intelligence and understanding, and also looking toward that audience to get an idea for where they should be going, how they should be kind of engaging with the public, and their thoughts, and be as much a product for them as somebody that could help get those people's ideas out, who maybe they, for people who can't speak and stuff like that. And what you see a lot of time is you see
I can give you an example
abuse to that power.
I can give you an example because I watched your Immortals. Was it Injustice: Gods Among Us? Because I've got that game as well, and I enjoyed watching it because as you were playing through it, and I was thinking, well, I've already played this. It's like, what's this thing doing? It's like, I already know what that thing does. It's like, and you obviously you did. I remember you were doing like, well, let's try the standard. Let's try the standard combos as I know from every other fighting game and see what happens. I really enjoyed that. So that's why I was saying, like, you're playing the game as a consumer as much as you are, right, well, I'm doing this stuff in order to, like, as you say, get feedback, be a content creator, do all that stuff. So that's kind of what I see Let's Plays as, I mean, in the purest sense. If you were just shilling for it, and there's one thing that did annoy me, which is the fact that I bought it on physical disc, and you got a download with all the fucking unlocked shit, which pissed me off. You unbelievable. God damn, I should have bought it. Yeah, but that's another discussion. But anyway, I did that
too.
Well, I mean, here's the thing with stuff like that, right? So that is the lowest viewed stuff on my channel. More of the political stuff, more of the talking stuff. Not so much where I talk, like, because Let's Talk Games, which we're kind of rebooting. Me and Stephanie are actually going to be working on a project and rebooting Let's Talk Games as a sort of conversation thing about games, because to open that up, because it's a little bit better to talk back and forth when you like something than just have just kind of one person talking about it, giving talking points. And that was because of feedback, stuff like that. But the stuff that I do that are like the Let's Play stuff, that's for not only for me, but for a group of people, because it is kind of like the lowest views. There's probably about 20 people or so who watch those things, and I do it for them because I know that they enjoy it. Like, they enjoy kind of like the take, and they're like, yeah, play that, go check this stuff out and try to do something like that. I've had people before in the past get me like I Divine Cybermancy and stuff just so that they can see what I have to say about it. So and I appreciate that stuff, and it's kind of interesting because you have people who want to see feedback, see how you engage with it as a consumer. You know what I mean? And just kind of, I'm not looking to be super critical. I'm looking to enjoy the game as it is a game. But if it's something like the Evolve game, like when I was trying to play it on PC, and you just watched me get more and more fucking frustrated because it's fucking broken on PC, like, you know what I mean? Well, at least the beta was. I don't know how it is now. I hope they fix it.
The beta was no. I didn't want to buy it just because of all the DLC crap I kept hearing about with it.
I basically heard
day one skins and shit.
I basically heard unless you get DLC,
it's called shaking down the customer. I mean, what you're doing is you're shaking down the customer.
It's called squeezing every penny.
Yeah, I call it another Street Fighter Cross Tekken. That's what I call that.
Wow. Yeah, but they're not making you pay for anything important aside from a few fucking skins. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It's not affecting the game.
The Cthulhu is fucking OP, dude. To have that right off the bat, that's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I saw
like
that
fucking waiting on the road
on it.
I just don't think there's enough content in it.
Yeah, I've seen
it. It seems like it should be. It seems like it should be a subset, like a subsection of another bigger game.
Well, the one game I see that's getting railed the most right now is for not having enough content is that Order game. I hadn't even bought it just because of how short it apparently
gentlemen.
is.
I don't know why you don't like it.
The Order, 5 hours.
Well,
as a reviewer, wait. As a reviewer, I would have to say I haven't got my hands on it yet. I probably won't just in a timely manner. I might pick it up later on. I just don't have the funding right now because I pumped like $500 last month into the site. The fact that a game is 5 hours is not an issue. And people who are making it an issue are a little bit ridiculous because they're forgetting that if a movie... Here's the thing. Movies require pacing, and so do games. you need to understand the idea of pacing. And a lot of people are like, oh my god, Lord of the Rings, it's like 3 hours, it's amazing. But the pacing kind of fucks it. Like, it's just like, it's longer than it needs to be. Sometimes, I mean, some of them are as long as they need to be, but, you know, other times, like the Hobbit shit, right? That's a common complaint. They stretched out a single book into 3 movies. Like, with
I'm
games, if a game is 5 hours and that is solid content throughout, that game's worth your time, man. And if it's not broken in controls, and if it's not broken in gameplay, and the story makes sense, and the music and the graphics match up, and there's sort of a cohesiveness to it, that's worth your time.
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't played the game yet, so I can't say go buy it. But I'm saying, like, with other games, there's been a shit ton of other games where people are like, oh, it's only 5 hours. Or, you know, the better example that a lot of the media fucking abuses all the time: games are too long. It's not respectful of my time. The only time
I'd rather a game be too long.
Civilization 5 is just too long. It's taking up so many hundreds of my hours.
Yeah, fuck that noise, man.
But
I know there's too much to do in GTA 5.
Well, this
Fantasy,
is something we've talked
Final
about in the
Fantasy
stream
13
before, you know?
Good example. Final Fantasy 13 is a good example, if you want to actually think about it.
Oh my god.
That is a game that literally does not respect your time. There's no reason why that game is as long as it is, and as long as it takes to get to the actual fucking game. Like, there's just a lot of bullshit.
This is,
Don't forget how
to voice
linear
my
it is.
completely unprofessional, not a game reviewer viewpoint. This is like the criticism of the Order and the criticism of Final Fantasy 13 are identical to me. There's no such thing as a game which can be labelled too conventional as a negative. The problem with these games is they're much more like a movie. Now, they might be good movies, but they aren't very good games because there isn't much gameplay in.
I got the Order at AMC.
Yeah, that's the whole thing that I'm saying with the Order.
That's legitimate critique of the games.
There is a point to be made, given that the Order is very. It seems like there is a very.
It's very cutscene driven and very story driven.
It seems like a game that doesn't vary that much in between. Like, if you played it 2 times, I don't think there'd be that much variation between the 2 playthroughs based on what I've seen. But, like, I mean, like, games that, like, some of my favorite, like Crash Bandicoot, I could beat that in like an hour or 2, and that's like one of my favorite fucking games. But I mean, like, you know, but they are different.
The other thing you got to look at is something like Uncharted.
Yeah.
Where it's an 8-hour game. That's all that it is. You can play it in 8 hours, but it's fucking fantastic.
Well,
I'd agree with that.
All 3 of them. Like, Uncharted 3 isn't as good as Uncharted 2.
Uncharted 2 is the
Nor
one.
is Uncharted as good as Uncharted 2. But they're all.
Well, I have a
Nor
big
is
thing for Claudia
as
Black,
good as
so...
Tomb Raider. Sorry, Tomb Raider, you want to talk about a game that could have worked as a movie as well. It just has so much pacing, so much action, so much gameplay. Looks fucking amazing, and it's one of the most underrated shit by a lot of press and media.
Tomb Raider.
Dude, I don't
want to trigger anyone, but I have to remind people that Tomb Raider was turned into a movie twice.
Yeah, but it was the animated joke movies. Come on, man.
But that
my brother actually worked on that movie. He worked on the Tomb Raider movies, which is actually kind of funny. Yeah.
Well, so you're looking forward to a third one, Mike?
Oh, you know what? I mean, I don't really care. It's fucking Angelina Jolie and shit. But in all seriousness, if you want to talk about things that are just, that's what I'm talking about with pacing and gameplay. Things just hit right, and if you want to do optional shit, it felt fluid. Like, it didn't feel like it was abusing your time to go in and explore an extra cave. And, like, reading through some of the stuff, like, if you want to have stuff that has information, there are elements. They did a really good job where they had a collectible item where you could read about it, but you also interacted with the fucking object. Like, that's fucking brilliant. There's just so many good things that it does right. As a game, as a total product, that's one of the closest games I could say that. I mean, there were a couple of little issues here and there, but this is close to a 10, and I played in the last, I don't know, like maybe 4 years, and it's just like and what happened? the fucking media and press shit all over it because it's promoting rape or it's promoting shit. It's like,
I remember
did you even fucking play the game?
From that demo.
Did you even fucking play the game? Like Laura even says in stuff that she's like, oh my god, it's like very like socially aware shit that all these people bitch about these guys are all psychopaths and Nathan Drake's a psycho. She actually, as a character, addresses the fact that she has been able to kill a bunch of people way too easily. Right? I mean, that's fucking some real shit, and especially at the time of how it does it, it's like, wow, that's fucking poignant. Like, and it catches you off guard. The whole thing with like the rape and stuff, and how you basically get out of it, and you fucking take that one guy out. I mean, it's like, it's a fucking empowering character. It's a relatable character. You want to get to know more. I mean. And I see people like fucking Anita shit on the Tomb Raider thing, and I'm just like...
Hey, Mike, it's just another example that you can't please any of them. I mean, look at Dragon Age. There's even feminists bitching about Dragon Age, and that's the most social justice-oriented game I've seen all fucking year.
Dragon Age is
There's so much SJW shit in that game.
I kind of expect
I don't know.
I thought it was fine too.
The real crime in Dragon Age isn't the storytelling, which is always going to be shit. It isn't the characters. It's the endless BioWare grind questing.
There are a lot of those
for
in that
MMO.
game.
It's just a grind fest to get all the content out. And actually, what's really bad is one of the those mosaic pieces you keep picking up.
Yeah, what about those?
Fuck those mosaic pieces. You can't actually get all of them.
You can't?
No. I don't know if they've patched it yet. Maybe they have, but that's been a recurring issue. There's like there's some OCD people who are like, yeah, I must do every single quest perfectly, and they can't finish.
Yeah, that's me.
Quest, and they're so pissed off. Yeah.
I'm the same way. I've always got to try to 100% all my games, even even fighting games. Those
Dragon
are hard
Age
to do.
Origins.
I can't do that shit.
The combat mechanic in Dragon Age Inquisition, okay, it's a step up from the shit in Dragon Age 2, but it's still worse than Dragon Age Origins. And the AI is bad. Fundamentally,
I don't know about the AI problem. I found a way. A friend of mine showed me a way to set the AI in a certain parameters, and ever since I've done that the way he does it, the AI has been nothing but phenomenal in the game to me. As weird as that's going to sound.
Well, it's a game, it's going to vary from player to player. Like a lot of people,
my beautiful thing about games.
Yeah.
See, here's the problem that a lot of people don't seem to realize. When you review a game, you review it based on the mechanics and the story and stuff like that, and you have to say, do these talking points meet and shit like that. But you got to take your own personal. I mean, you can do this. It's very easy to take your own personal taste and set it aside and go, well, let's actually break it down on the controls, the mechanics, the gameplay, is the clipping in the art, is the sound clean, and I mean, you don't even really need to compare it to anything else. You just need to say, do these things actually function the way they're supposed to? Let other people decide what the story means to them. Don't inject your fucking stupid ass opinion into your review about some fucking your feels or whatever. It's very easy to not do that.
Well,
and I don't
necessarily mind that as long as it's separate. Like the biggest problem I remember. Oh man, I wish I could remember the exact review. The Total Biscuit brought this up with I think it was the Bayonetta review, but I can't.
Oh god,
I can't
the Polygon review of Bayonetta.
The Polygon review of Bayonetta.
Yeah, Bayonetta.
Jesus God.
That shit was fucked.
How like half of the review focused on like how sexist it was.
Yeah. You want to know? Okay, you want to know the most?
Must apologize. I've got to head
that wrong.
It's 4 in the morning. Well, it's good speaking to you. One last thought. One of the things I've noted about people who are generally neutral GamerGate people, or even some antis, they do talk about you can't have an objective review. I don't think anyone disagrees, but the point is that when, as Mike's saying, you two...
I disagree.
Well, no,
I disagree because...
When I say objective, I'm not talking about this theoretical semantic word objective. What I'm saying is, you take yourself back a step, you immerse yourself in the experience, then you say, well, what would people think about this? Not, And this is something that gets me about someone like Ben Kachir. As you say, he writes this totally political horseshit speech and calls it review and gives it 2 out of 10 because not enough gays, or whatever his problem is this week.
Not enough gays.
Water in the toilet. Whatever the fuck it is. 10 out of 10, it's alright, IGN.
Hashtag not enough gays.
Not enough gays, yeah. But
I don't think my boyfriend had enough gays.
About being a
Hey
gamer,
guys,
someone
I think
who
I'm gonna
loves.
hop off. So
Yeah.
Hello.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off.
Go
so
away.
Everyone, thanks for letting me on this stream. It's the first time, so nice talking with you guys. Hope
good talking with you too.
Hope to do it again.
Have
See
a
you
good
around.
one, man.
Will do.
I'll finish my rant as you go, and then I'll go through. But one of the things to me about being a gamer is, and not being someone who just plays games because they're bored, is I like the experience of going into a game and immersing myself in it. And if there are ideas in there which challenge me, just like when I pour into a book, all the better. The more they challenge me, the more I enjoy it. I don't want to live in a protected bubble in my experiences. And that is not, and to me that's how gamers want to do it. They want to dive in and become 360 no-scope Counter-Strike players, wherever the fuck it is.
No-scope.
Anyway,
that's
hopefully
fine.
that wasn't a silly sentiment. It is a bit early, so I may be talking shit. Anyway, good night, guys.
See ya.
Good night, man.
Yeah,
See you later, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris.
Okay,
One thing
I was
going
going to say
out to
on
you.
his note.
Oh, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Before we get away from what he kind of said and the kind of idea of this kind of weird idea of objectivity, I totally disagree with it. I believe wholeheartedly you can have an objective review, and the reviews that I've been writing have been totally objective, and I know that's a bias, and I know that I'm tooting my own horn on it, but if you stop and actually think to yourself, oh, holy shit, I can actually take my opinion and have it separate from the actual product, because people who say that these things are art and art is not a product, you're fucking retarded. I'm sorry. These are products, and they can be rated as such. It's actually too easy to actually review it objectively. I can actually separate the stuff that I would like. I was actually thinking about doing a full system if I had the time, and like maybe when if we get more people involved with Ship to Block 20 and it gets more views and stuff, I might actually take the time to do this. But when doing a review, having an editorial that goes with it, going thoughts on the story. Thoughts on what it was, not just the mechanical, but look at it the artistic, because that is super easy to do. You can have I can see a game with that has messages I don't like, but understand that it's mechanically good, like fucking Hatred, man. Like I
Hatred
totally
looks like
disagree
it'll
with.
actually be fun.
Well, that's
I mean, that's the
thing
thing.
about
I
an
totally
objective review.
disagree. I totally disagree with what is going on in the game and the story behind it and what the ideology behind the game. But from the mechanical standpoint, graphical standpoint, I could totally judge that on a separate plane. And it might be something I'd say, hey, you know what? This is actually something you might want to pick up because the gameplay flows correctly. It doesn't break down. It doesn't have clipping issues. The graphics are tight. They match the overall aesthetic. The music matches the overall aesthetic. The voice acting is good. The storyline is actually put together well. I mean, I don't know if it is or not. I'm just saying, like, you know, there is ways to do this, and it takes you to you have to have more intelligence. And you have to be less of a fucking idiot. That's the big problem. These people are being fucking lazy idiots. Because you're sitting there and you're actually going, oh, well, I have to talk about my feels because I don't understand the finer points of storytelling. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, people really don't even understand the basics of... I mean, that's why Anita does her tropes versus video games, because she doesn't understand how to do storytelling at all. That's why when she presents her own game idea... Well, or
she does understand
Macintosh, either or,
teleseminars.
whoever... But she can't even give a game proposal without fucking up her own tropes. Like
that was definitely the funniest. That was definitely the funniest.
Well, that's because she is her own trope.
One thing I wanted to point
in her
out.
own video. debunking herself in her own video. That's top keck. That is.
Like she
that was some awesome
Not to mention the whole, I don't play video games. I had to do a lot of learning in video games in the process of making this. I mean, it's pretty much black and white, the video.
It amazes me.
So
It amazes
it's
me.
kind of like, she's a scammer, is what the thing
It
is.
amazes me how that sentence isn't, in and of itself, damning enough. Like, I don't understand.
Well,
they don't
fucking
care.
that they're bloody retarded. They don't want to listen to it. They have their own bias in their head.
Who cares? Who cares as long as you're saying the right things? There's a lot of people who go, I don't give a fuck. You're saying the right things.
Yeah,
so
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. What?
That's what I don't get. People all the time, like people I've known for a long time, have gone, "Oh well, it doesn't matter what she's doing, or that she didn't play video games, or that's totally off." I'm like, dude, just watch the fucking video. It does matter.
The controller's not even plugged in or on.
History fucking matters. It shows you who they are, and when they fucking lie, they fucking lie. And I'm sick of people defending shit like that. I've even seen a couple GamerGate people defend it. I'm like, look, you can defend
just
some of the shit
play
that
devil's
he has
advocate.
done.
If you don't mind if I jump in real quick, Mike, I wanted to say one thing. For one, about the whole Anita not knowing shit about games, you can see such a night and day difference between hearing Liana's recent articles that she wrote and then comparing them to what Anita has done. It's so night and day. You can tell who the real gamer is in there. But not only that, we were talking about the Bayonetta 2 thing. The guy that wrote that polygon. No, I'm talking about Liana Kersner.
Liana K. Yeah, we actually interviewed her at
I always call her Liana K. But the other thing I wanted to say was that review that we talked about with Bayonetta, the guy that wrote the review and talked about how sexist it was has a fucking Suicide Girls account.
You'll have to explain this one to me.
Suicide Girls account.
You'll have to explain this. You'll have to explain this to me because I've never heard of this before. But it doesn't sound great.
Suicide Girls is a porn site where chicks that dye their hair, goth chicks, get naked, right? It's like goth chicks, punk chicks, all that shit. Yeah.
My cousin works as one of their PR people. They're online.
My ex-girlfriend almost got on their site actually.
It's all models. It's basically people with tattoos and piercings and shit like that.
It's my kind of shit, to be honest with you. I used to be part of the site. I used to love that site.
But it's what you're seeing is people being hypocrites. That's kind of what you're saying right now. It's like these people who are doing these things are fucking hypocrites.
He's talking about how sexist Bayonetta is and how much he didn't like it. I'm sitting there going, but Bayonetta's the same kind of chick you would look at on Suicide Girls. She's the same kind of chick that would be featured on front page of Suicide Girls.
They're all. Oh my god, the objectification. Like
they're goddamn people. Oh my god, I love Suicide Girls, man. That was an awesome site.
See, and I'm giving him I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt of jerking up here because we all know their dicks aren't that big. So.
I mean, isn't it against
it's more like this.
It's the way that you use it. If it's a bit small, then that's okay. There's other ways that you can please a man.
With a magnifying glass.
Trevor said it. It's not much, but it gets the job done.
And, I mean, isn't it against the rules to put your own personal agenda when you're reviewing a game? I mean, isn't it supposed to be like you're approaching it from a neutral
that's
stance?
the thing.
It's not against rules. I mean, it's
free speech. It's an ethical thing to do. It's a moral thing to do, and they don't fucking do it. Like seriously,
that is entirely
don't
the
even
point.
understand.
You know what?
But here's the funny thing. They always say, "Well, art isn't reviewed object. Art isn't fucking reviewed. It is discussed. The finer points of what it is are talked about in editorials and opinions. It doesn't get a 5 out of 10.
There's two different things, though, when it comes to that.
People rate and criticize art all the time. It's like I was thinking earlier when you were talking about people like, oh, it's not art because people pay for it. And I was thinking, well, even the Sistine Chapel was commissioned by the Pope in order to show, well, Christianity's. It's like art is paid for. This is like a lot of people like to pretend, I know, art is some great pure creative act. It's like, no, you can look at some of the greatest artists, the Renaissance stuff. these are all people getting commissioned to produce the art they produced.
Yeah.
Let's not pretend there's some fantasy world out there where people are just producing great art just for the hell of it, right? And then somehow, I don't know, scraping along the gutters and eating insects out of the floor because that's the only way they can live to produce their great art. People were always been had patrons, and this we talked about Patreon earlier, that idea. But yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing.
We paid to paint the fucking last up.
Patreon just looks like an entire scam to me. It just looks like the easiest way to launder money.
Patreon
is a little
tiny. Let's not get off the topic of the reviews just quite yet. But I want you here's an idea I want you guys to think about. Okay, when you look at a movie review, a good movie review, what are the things that are talked about? Usually, you have pacing. Okay, you have art direction. Right? Does it match? Does it work? Cinematography is a good one that people are talking about. The story, is the story coherent? Does it work? Is the acting skill good? You don't have the fucking ideology of what, reviewers in the movie industry have been around, and good movie reviewers don't put that shit in there. They'll talk about the finer points of the movie as a piece of art. You'll see tons of editorials and opinion pieces. But you don't see that in the review of the product. The art is left to the viewer to watch and to the viewer to translate in their own head and to get a feel for it and then talk about if a viewer they want a vague idea of what it's about, and then they want to go and see it and make their own opinion. Okay? There's the same thing with games. And the fact that all these fucking review people cannot do the same thing and can't hold themselves to the same standard of movies shows that they shouldn't be in the industry to begin with. And I really hate the fact that people champion that.
You know what? There's a site.
It's what?
What was that?
Sorry, I missed
I was just going to mention Ender's Game, because there was this whole thing about the fact that Orson Scott Card said some things which could be considered
Oh, he was like anti-gay or something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's extremely homophobic, yeah. And people were worried about the fact that he sold the rights to the movie. He did a one-time selling the rights to the movie so that they could do a production of it. And people are like, oh, I don't want to give him money. He already got the fucking money.
Yeah,
it's the whole new production thing.
Well, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of people like to tie art to the artist. That happens like a lot. Like you saw people cancel like the Cosby Show because of the shit that Cosby did. Even though there are a ton of people who worked on that show who are now kind of fucked.
Allegedly.
Well, allegedly. I mean, even so, what Cosby did has no impact on the show. It's like it's not like the show's any worse because Cosby was an asshole, allegedly.
Well, it's kind of like what happened with Chick-fil-A.
We need to get the allegedly in there as many times as possible.
Allegedly is right. So go ahead, tell everybody about the Chick-fil-A thing, because I was actually going to bring it up.
Was it the CEO or whoever was the founder of Chick-fil-A? He's a very anti-gay guy, and he said, he was against gay marriage, and he had said he didn't believe in it or agree with it, and everybody wanted to fucking lambast fucking Chick-fil-A over it. They wanted to boycott it. People were having protests and rallies at the stores, when all he said was, "I just don't agree with gay marriage." He has no problem with hiring gay people. No. He has no problem with gays working or visiting the site. Nothing.
Well, the thing is, if I can just get some words in here about the whole Chick-fil-A thing, like being a part of the special Snowflake banner that is now LGBT. Like I was there during the entire time, and a lot of it was a lot of the group thing. Like when I saw the guy saying, "Well, I just don't like gay marriage, and we don't really accept that here. It's a family business. We don't really want to inject politics into a business. It's not their position to." And everyone blew up about this. I don't know why it's some sort of mindset mentality, but a lot of these people, they're either angry or they just want to get angry at something. So when this whole thing came up, they just went batshit crazy about it.
Okay, wait. Just so you know, he actually funds very anti-gay things. That's why I still don't eat at Chick-fil-A, because I stand against that. I don't like it. He actually puts money toward it. And this is what actually makes me pissed off. In Los Angeles, a person who runs the Chick-fil-A outside of the control of the owner, right? Just so that they could have Chick-fil-A, is pro-gay and all this stuff, but still there is money from a franchise going back to the owner. And people being hypocritical and gay people going, yay, we won because we got a gay Chick-fil-A. No, that is a problem. That money is still going to them. Just because he buys into the franchise, right, when they weren't kind of doing that before, that's not cool. He's still funding those things. I mean, they try to hide all that shit before. I mean, that's why people were pissed off. Not just because he was saying, like, oh, I don't believe in that, because he was doing more than just saying, I don't believe in gay marriage.
Are you sure you're not confusing this with the Mozilla thing?
No, he actually funded. No, this is Chick-fil-A. The owner was actually caught funding. And they were tracing all that shit. I know, because it was a big deal in Los Angeles. Because Chick-fil-A is like, oh my god, you have to have Chick-fil-A. I'm like, it's fucking okay. It's just chicken sandwiches. But you know what I mean?
It's fast food chicken. That's basically
good.
It's kind of like it's like
fast food. It's good
because we don't have White Castle out in California.
You don't
so
want
people gravitate toward Chick-fil-A. I don't know why. It's just
you don't want.
There's a reason they call them sliders.
Okay. I live in New York. You don't want White Castle. I don't know why anybody wants.
One thing I missed about
it's a movie.
New York
White Castle because I've never ate
it.
Castle.
New York opened up a White Castle. There was, or not New York. Las Vegas opened up a White Castle. That thing had a fucking line around it, busy 24 hours a day, with almost a 40 to an hour wait.
That's inconceivable.
Jesus.
That is inconceivable.
Yeah. People are fucking stupid.
It is terrible.
So anyway.
Well,
so it's like Apple Store thing, right? It's like, there's a fucking White Castle. I saw that in a movie. There was a whole movie about two stoners going to it, so I must go there.
Right,
fucking hell.
I hate to interject, but I gotta head off, guys.
Have a good one, man.
Have a great night,
Later,
man.
All right, man.
I love you.
Later.
Bye.
Now,
see ya later. But no, it's
hey, Mike.
I don't know why you guys don't eat Five Guys burgers and fries. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. I make good burgers.
Hey, Five Guys rocks, dude. Five Guys.
I still have people like, because when I got pissed off when I was getting a shit ton of hate mail sent to me, and it was on Christmas, and because remember Christmas, like Gamergate kind of died down for the holidays a little bit to give it a break.
Yeah, it's dead.
I was out Christmas shopping, and Anti-Gamergate went on fucking overdrive during Christmas, and they were flooding my email box, right, for the info for Ship to Block 20, just with so much fucking hate and spam and bullshit. And I sat there and said, you know what, you motherfuckers? And I posted a picture of me flipping the bird like that outside of Five Guys Burgers and Fries when I was out, because there's one in the mall when I was shopping, right? I still get fucking comments and shit about that, like in my email box, just stupid shit.
Of course you do.
Let's
we gotta get back on topic, guys.
Yeah, get back on topic. We're not even halfway through. We're just trying to get through.
Anyways, I'm being very poor at moderating our massive off-topicness.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, so you guys remember the MSNBC hit piece on GamerGate? Back in October?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, so
it's with Juju.
So her show got canceled. Did she get fired as well? Like, I have no idea what's going on with her.
Yeah,
No,
Joe
I
Reid
think
and
it's just the
Ronan
guy that
Farrow
was writing got canceled.
Wait, Nightline got canceled?
No,
that's ABC.
MSNBC.
It was one
The
of
first
got
one
fired
that
or
did
something.
the Woo interview, I think.
It was Joy Reid and Ronan Farrow.
Ronan Farrow and the Reid report.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that. They straight up got the can.
Juju Chang is still at ABC.
You know, actually, I had a buddy last night that called me on the phone. One of my FGC team guys, he called me last night, and he was he's always been kind of against Gamergate. Just thinks it's just a big bullshit movement in general. And last night he called me, he goes, Jesus Christ, you guys have made so many goddamn people pissed and changed so many fucking things. I really think you guys could change almost anything now. So this guy is he's not really anti-GamerGate. He's just kind of neutral. But he's sitting there going, dude, if you guys stretched over to mainstream media, you guys could change that even. Holy crap, y'all are changing shit. It just blew his mind, everything that's been going on lately. Because let's just face it, things have been changing fast lately.
You gotta understand, we're the very first people to stand up against this shit. And we really fucking are. Like, they had no idea that we were gonna come in and fucking wreck them like we did. It's as simple as that.
Can we adopt LOL like this, with 2 middle fingers sticking up to these people? Because I really want everybody to just do this to SJWs every time at a convention. Go, LOL, motherfucker! How do you like them apples with your fucking politics?
Actually,
bullshit?
people at a convention, I'll tell the story if I have the time at the end.
There you go.
It's quite interesting.
So anyway, now that we got that away, thank you for clarifying that. Let's get back to those topics.
I think it's good.
So MSNBC, yeah,
canceled. To be honest, because there is no room for fuck-ups in the journalism scene. There should be no fuck-ups for what they do, and I'm glad that it's held accountable for it. I got to fart real bad. I'm gonna be right back.
Let it out, man. Let it go.
It's all that hate for women. All that hate for women is just building up inside him. And
it's that hateful burrito.
Yeah,
but hateful women.
You're misogynist. You're misogynito. You got to get that misogynito out, man.
That's definitely internalized misogyny. That's about to be externalized.
Personally, I think it's great that MSNBC did that. And it's about damn time that these people start fucking being held accountable for the bullshit that they're telling. Mainstream media needs to be fixed so bad, especially just look at the way they report on, say, the military stuff that's going on. It pisses me off when they want to capitalize on one civilian that gets killed in a battlefield, but let's just forget about all the other, sailors and soldiers that died during the time that one civilian died as well. It just pisses me off. The story you hear in the mainstream media is never the story that actually happened.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the military vet.
You know what? I just want to. So let's get back to the topics. Andorol, we got this topic here. You kind of put a list of like Game Journal Pros and where are they now?
Yeah.
So,
oh yeah, I saw that. They're all.
I just want to. So. You look at everybody. Obviously, people are very. They know what happened to Joystick. A lot of people are on the fence. They had some bad eggs, but it's kind of sad when Joystick. I mean, it's the lesser of any evil. Got basically shut down. All those people are now freelance. That's just kind of how it is. We say Greg Tito from The Escapist now freelance. Hamza Aziz. I've actually met Hamza, and he's actually a pretty cool dude. So, I mean, take that as you will. But he's now freelance. We have Patrick Klepit. I don't know how this motherfucker... I mean, I think they just hired him at Kotaku because he's clickbait now.
Well, it's
he was working
Kotaku.
as... it's Kotaku. He was Giant Bomb news editor, and now he's working at Kotaku, which is fucking laughable. We have Jeremy Zoos. Zoos? Z-O-O-S.
Zoos.
I don't know exactly what he did, but he basically is now Encore Software Marketing Manager. He was a technical writer for Miro Corporation. I don't know what they did.
I've never heard of this guy.
But he's in
I assume that's not the bank, because that's not Merrill Lynch. That's something else. I know the finance world,
so these are people who are in Game Journal Pros. So I mean, he's probably not anybody he probably got associated with it, and the business people like anything with corporation on the title usually does cuts people quick when shit like this. Cassie Johnston, Ars Technica culture editor, freelance. We have yeah, I mean right there we have Alexia Ray. How do you pronounce that name? Korea.
Which one was she? Or he?
She was a Polygon reporter, and now she's a GameStop editor.
GameSpot.
GameSpot, my friend.
Editor. Which is kind of interesting. It's very interesting that she, GamesJournosPros, the issues with that, left Polygon, now is at GameSpot, and all the issues that we've had at GameSpot as of recently. Dale Nort, obviously, everybody knows, left. Is now senior editor at GamesBeat. I thought GamesBeat closed, though, and got...
He's bringing it back.
Oh, well, that's different.
I
we
don't
have
know.
Garnett Lee was a podcaster, or was doing podcasting. Now is Fire TV senior business development manager. That's kind of interesting. I would like to see where that person is, because that's
Fire
kind of
TV.
That's an up, not a down. We have Dan Shu. Now, Dan Shu, you have to understand who he is. He was a longtime guy. He was working at Sony. It's interesting that he was on their list, the GamesJournosPros list. Now, he was at GamesBeat right before, and he left because they were closing down. And I think these numbers are off. Dan Shu was at PlayStation as their senior managing partner for a long fucking time. I don't know why it says September. I think they have that date off, the 2014. You have William Usher, right? Assistant editor at Game Blend. Now freelance contributor writer at Gaming Blend, so he kind of is freelance but still contributing. Connery Banks, PC Gaming managing editor, is now the community manager at EA Access.
Well, there's
That's kind of
another
fucking
reason to hate EA.
I sure hope he wasn't involved in that whole debacle around PC Master Race means we're all Nazis and not having a massive laugh about the nonsense between console wars and all that sort of thing.
I don't know. I think that's all a little weird. Anyway, so that's kind of the list right now.
Like,
it just
you
shows
look at
that
GJP,
things changed.
Wait. Go ahead.
If you look at GJP, there's a number of people there that were full-on questionable. Tom Curtis, digital marketing guy at Ubisoft. Will Tuttle, senior communications manager for Xbox and editorial overseer for Xbox Wire. Taylor Koch, web content coordinator at Riot Games Lawless Sport. Simon Ferreira, adjunct NYU Game Center Indiecade. The list goes on and on. Like, we've been focusing far too much on a few of the journalists, but the entire fucking GJP list was a classical example of collusion and simple conflict of interest. There's
Absolutely.
EICs of multiple websites there. I
want you guys to also realize, though, because everybody kind of likes to bring this up, and I have to kind of knock everybody down a little bit. There are multiple email lists. There are multiple groups. There's a LinkedIn group. There's another new Google group that weeded out people who would tattle on them, so to speak. There's websites dedicated to it. I mean, people don't seem to really understand exactly how large this shit is. And I mean, I try to explain to people, like, there are multiple lists, man. I mean, I get that, and it's not as big, but here's the thing: GamesJournosPros, as egregious as the shit that they were pulling, most of the time we're talking about professional wrestling, like quote unquote professional wrestling. I mean, there's weird shit going on with these people. No, I'm not. Like, literally, if you actually,
they're all involved in a little tiny circle jerk. I get that.
But what they're doing is they've created their kind of cool kids club, and they've all talked, and they all do their things. And is it collusion? Many of them did. Okay, I'm not saying, but was it unethical for many of them? Yes, it was. Did all of them do collusion? No. Was it a conflict of interest? Yes. Okay, so. Another thing is, a lot of people need to realize that places like Destructoid have always said that they are not journalists. They're just gamers having fun and writing about it. They're bloggers. I give them a buy all the time because of it. Because they're bloggers. They'll post news, but it's fucking, they talk shit. They do that. They have fun. They talk shit.
But they're blogging.
That's the same shit. Wait. That's the same shit Kotaku pulls all the fucking time. One day they're bloggers,
Kotaku claims,
the next day they're journalists.
No. Destructoid has always claimed that they were bloggers. And
Okay,
I've
fair
known them
enough.
for a long time. They've always said their thing before. I was trying to explain this to people. Their motto was also cocks. They posted photos to piss people off of like semi-censored gay porn. Like they've done that
God.
shit for header news images. Like it's funny what they used to do. I mean, now it's kind of changed. Things are different, and obviously they're kind of going a different way. But Kotaku's always been like, oh, we're fucking journalists, and Gawkers try to say, oh well, we're journalists. I mean, it's the same fucking bullshit that they're pulled. They're self-entitled pricks.
But it's
and
it's not a simple case of they say, oh, we're journalists. They go and say, oh, we're journalists one day, and then the next day when you find them out on something, oh, we're fucking bloggers. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they
that's
love to
fucking-
backpedal
They
themselves
try
a
to pull
lot.
that shit. Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. Those people, maybe the people at the ESA need to not give them fucking press passes. Maybe people should actually contact them and, hey, you know what? I feel you guys are having places like Kotaku get in. They are not press, and they're doing this shit. I don't feel comfortable with these people representing game news from E3. You want to fucking hit them where it hurts? Do shit like that. You want to hit them where it hurts? Everybody needs to go and message people like EA and Activision and all that say, we would appreciate it if you did not give review copies to these companies because we feel that they're disingenuous and their opinion slanders, kind of not only gamers, but I mean there are ways to go about doing things that would hit them in the balls that really, really would fucking hurt. Because what you end up doing, if you are successful with that, you actually create a system where they can't produce the content when it's quote-unquote competing. So other people will go to other places. And they're on the level with basically everybody else. And that's the way you fucking come right underneath, hit them right in the taint. Just right there.
So you're saying take away their review copies and their review capabilities, and
yeah, but that's
that
what
would
it
be a
does.
better
It
chance.
takes away their because here's the thing: smaller websites won't be hurt by that sort of stuff. It'll only just empower them because people go to smaller sites to see the opinions of people who are more related to them. Right? But when people go to bigger sites, they go to see what people who are in that press mindset go and do. And now the press concept, the ideas behind it are so toxic, nobody's going to be doing that, so they're just going to be going to smaller sites. Hell, fuck, man. We're actually, we were at 35K this month. I mean, within the last couple of days, we're pushing like 36, 37 unique viewers, and not even counting the views. So, I mean, it grows. And also these motherfuckers become more salty, which is goddamn hilarious. I love now the types of emails. They used to get pissed off about the Patreon because my Patreon gets like $37 in it, right? And people were threatening to cut themselves. When I started posting numbers of how many people are now coming to the website, they got salty as shit. They were just so pissed off. Some of them are going into Stephanie's stuff and they're trying to like rip on her. And like there was a thing she posted. It's got like 1,000-something views on it, and 67 comments, 68 comments, and climbing every day because the persons can't let it go. There's like 4 or 5 of them that just keep saying just total garbage. And they're so butthurt, and it's just like I was like, oh god, it's like a body wash. I can exfoliate with as much salt that you're giving me. You know what I mean? But
Dead sea salt's the best.
It is.
Yeah, I read
It's
some
great,
of
man.
her. I read some of her.
That was the weirdest thing to come back to.
Yeah, I read some of her writing. It's okay. It's pretty good.
Who's writing
And it
is it?
actually is Stephanie.
Hey, Angel.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey. Hello, Matt.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi, stream.
You don't sound like a Matt.
Well, I am. I'm Matthew. I'm 14. Follow me on Twitter.
That's why. Welcome to
Euro.
I remember being
Welcome.
14. God damn, you're making me feel old.
Man,
Hey,
God, that was
Hey man, my
that
kids
was
make me
16
feel old
years
every
ago.
goddamn
Yes,
day.
you better not be that same kid that was dressing up as a wizard last time, because there was a kid that showed up on Robin's stream, and that was hilarious.
No. I do not have one.
Here's something you've never seen. This is a Sega Genesis cartridge. Yeah, look at
Holy
that.
shit.
Which one?
Which one? The Master or the old or the Genesis?
This is the actual. I think this one. Yeah, this is the Genesis one. The Master System one I couldn't get my hands on, but this cartridge is older than you.
I got something for you.
Yes, and I used to have the Game Gear version of that thing.
God, I've got PC games older than that.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. My favorite game of all time, Half-Life 2, is only 4 years older than me. I mean, younger than me.
Jesus Christ.
Here,
I've been playing video games for way longer than you've been alive, man. Like shit.
I feel like I need to go up into my loft, get my ZX Spectrum out, get a couple of tapes, put that in front of me. Look at it, it's old.
Yeah.
Take a look at the image.
This PS1 game is as old as you, I think. Or actually, this thing is older than you are. This is a PS1 game.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he was born in the golden age of gaming.
Oh my god,
man.
It literally has a trigger warning. I'm sorry, this is like a real site, right?
I've even got a Pokemon of this one here on the yellow cart here too.
So what do you want to talk about?
Take a look at the link. It's an image.
SVU.
The SVU episode, apparently, according to Polygon, is based on reality.
What? Of course.
It's so real.
Get my hood up for this.
You know what? Seriously?
Trigger warnings and spoilers. Ooh, this is gonna be good.
Wait. Just so you guys know, also, another person who has, I think that Campbell and Chris Clue fucking must suck each other's dicks because they have like the same exact like paraphrasing of oh, this is based on future, this is based on real events and shit like that. It's like, are you fucking insane? Are you fucking really serious with this shit? When Anita Sarkeesian comes in and says this is terrible and this doesn't represent the situation at all, it's like, maybe you should shut your goddamn mouth.
Obviously, they failed somewhere.
What you gotta realize is every
is
single
true, right?
person
Like,
on the anti-GamerGate side are a bunch of fucking morons.
I heard a one.
Like, they're actually stupid. That's why they don't go against Mercedes. That's why they don't go against anybody.
Actually, they did.
Attacking the women.
Actually, they
They
do
went
attack
against
the women.
Mercedes for a little while until she started fucking shooting them down.
Yeah,
It's
but
funny
the
watching Mercedes destroy those folks. That's fun to watch.
Go ahead, Matthew. Go ahead and say what you got to say.
The thing is,
Yeah, go on,
he was right. I remember the time I went to a convention that's nowhere near me because I live in the middle of nowhere, and just went, "Go home, gamer girl," and then put on a luchador mask and started making really stupid videos telling my local police department, "Game on," and I leveled up.
That was awesome.
Can we get like Bane in the
that's
stream
the
or
thing,
something
the rape
saying
victim
"Roll
said
over
they leveled
there,
up. Here's the thing, though. The rape victim said I leveled up. Like, it's like,
yeah, that's the weird thing. It's like you've got a police officer who, sorry, you've just got an assault victim, and you go, I just need you to tell me about how these gamers are leveling up. It's like, no, someone's just been assaulted. The assailants are in the same convention. What you do as a police officer is you go and fucking get them, take them downtown, and fucking get them, go through, I don't know, this thing called Law and Order, maybe. Maybe you do that rather than go,
No.
I know, it's very casually, I've just got a bit of blood here, I've just been nipping the lip, that's fine.
Let the professionals tell you how it's done. What you need to do is you need to go to a convention and grab every single little shit you see pointing laser pointers at breasts. Because that is clearly the greatest threat to the entire convention.
Oh, I forgot about the time I had the laser pointers, too.
Yeah, and you gotta have the light board.
Man, I remember when those things were all the rage.
Speaking of SVU, I'm on Red Chan right now. I just want to show you guys right now. I'm on Red Chan. Look at the latest thing. It seems like Ice-T, like he's gonna win the internet with his selfies.
Oh.
I think these are amazing. I'm like,
well,
all
Ice-T
for it right
is
now.
pretty fucking badass. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I might I mean,
body can.
I'm gonna have to find this because
So feel free.
Did anyone
to
else?
Red Chan.
I
Did
randomly
anyone else see
ran
the
into
Tech
a
Wars?
video with Ice-T in it.
Hey, I heard Roguestar got shot by Ice-T.
Because he was calling, he called himself acid rain.
Rest in peace, Roguestar. Sorry you got shot, man. It's fucked up.
Ice seems to be an Army Ranger, actually.
I know,
Be
right?
slaughtered, mate.
Acid rain.
Fucker was in Special Forces.
Yeah, but the funny thing about that KOBS symbol is it was a direct take on Something Awful.
Yeah,
you know who
Something
used to be in
Awful
Something Awful?
and-
In Helldump? Fucking Zoe Quinn. And Helldump was one of the nastiest places on the internet. I shit you not. For many years.
People don't seem to realize just kind of how bad Something Awful is because I didn't. I can understand because I always stayed away from Something Awful. Like I popped in and out of 4chan when I was like 14 to 16. And it's not for me. But
I never visited the site.
I never been on the internet
Something
until,
Awful
like,
people
last
though
year.
are fucking terrible. Like I was doing research about it, and people were sending me links and stuff because I was thinking about doing their article, but I kind of found out that it's not really something for Ship to Block 20. And these people had like a blog that they were using to like try to get people to commit suicide and stuff.
Yeah,
it's really
actually-
fucked up. And like Zoe Quinn was a part of it, and a couple of these other people. They were Something Awful. You know, what do they call them? There's a certain name for them.
Actually,
no, it was
Goons.
Hell Dump was the
Goons.
area, but Goons. They were
The Goons,
They were all
yeah.
part of this fucking thing, and it's really fucked up. It's like, man, once you start researching, and there was like they took it down when they finally got like 2 or 3 people to commit suicide. It's like, what the fuck?
Actually,
I mean, that's like.
That place is more fucked up than 4chan, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I've been
Oh,
involved in
no
4chan
doubt about
since
that.
it came about.
What was the other site that you were talking about?
What do you mean? The Hell
You said
Dump?
there was a, what was it called?
Helldump is...
Professor was fucking fawning
There was-
over Something Awful.
There was 2 things. Helldump is a forum on Something Awful. It was
okay.
literally dedicated to trying to bully people into submission to commit suicide. After a few suicides, it got shut down. Zoe Quinn
You know what's
was
also fucked up?
very active.
They're
in
linked.
Helldump.
They're linked, right, to the fucking revenge porn guy, who was also a goon that was part of that group. And
Yeah,
he would
yeah.
often
Forrest
use
Everest, I think it
porn
was.
from his website to try to get people to commit suicide and stuff.
Yeah,
like
I
the
actually-
fucking rabbit hole's deep, man. That shit is fucked up. And
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's really hard to get all the links to meet because that's like you have to go to the Wayback Machine and fucking check out all the old shit, and you got to check out, you know, dumps of information and stuff.
Helldump was open right when the GamerGate fucking started. The way Zoe even found out about Helldump was because someone tweeted her and said, "Hey, someone doxed you big time on Helldump," which the dox turned out to be the Aaron Ganji post, Zoe post.
Well, she used to be known as
Zoe?
Uncle Anime, according to some guy.
Zoe was on Helldump for many years back in
God, I wish I'd
like
known
4
this.
or 5
Known
years.
about Helldump.
I got the archives on my computer to fucking prove it. She was there. She was an active poster. She had a Helldump addiction, according to her.
Yeah, including
So
the
I mean,
tweets.
these are people doing fucking awful things, man. I mean, it's just like
You know, I kind of ventured into some of that stuff whenever I was back in criminal justice school. I actually I had to write or do a research paper on cyberbullying, and a lot of it took me to stuff like 4chan and something called 9gag, but never anything about Helldump ever popped up in my research.
fucking
That's why I'm surprised.
9gag.
Yeah, I don't know what
9gag's a
9gag
meme
is, but
website.
it's something that
Trust
popped
me,
up
man,
big
you're
time
mixing
during it.
9gag is a
fucking
fucking
chunk if you didn't
meme
hear it
site.
Helldump.
There's a reason why they call it 9fag.
Well, what I was looking at
Yeah.
is like they were like people were putting a memorial page on Facebook for someone that committed suicide due to their cyberbullying or whatever, and then people from 4chan and this 9gag were spamming it with all kinds of fucked up pictures or something. It was years ago when I did this research, so I don't remember
This
much
was on
about
Facebook,
it.
right?
Yeah, this was on
I think
Facebook.
I do
so I don't know
remember
what
this
it
incident.
was. Several. I think one of the girls I looked up was Amanda Meyer or something like that, and there was another one. But there was so much more to it besides going into the 4chan thing. It had stuff that involved her real life. Basically, people were bullying her in real life, and she was going home and dealing with the same shit on the internet. And when she brought it up to her mother told her basically fuck off, so she went and hung herself. It wasn't all just internet cyberbullying. What was that?
Well, do you mean Amanda Cummings?
Yes, Amanda Cummings was one of the ones I researched. I might be talking about her, not Amanda Meyer.
Yeah,
Amanda
what happened
Cummings.
to her, I think, was that the Canadian one?
I think so.
Yeah, that's the girl
Cummings.
from Halifax, I believe.
Wait, if I understand it correctly,
She basically, what happened was, from what I understand from her story, she basically was bullied at school when they found out about her personal life and her background. What happened was a guy kind of pressured her to take a picture of her when she was young.
Yes, I remember. That's exactly what happened. That guy never faced any charges or something like that either?
Well, he did, but that was by the Anonymous. Anonymous kind of...
Yeah, didn't Anonymous rack him?
Yeah.
That was another one, actually. There's like this group of people, I guess at that time even, or still today, their whole goal is to trick these young girls into get naked so they can shame them in public internet spaces and shit.
It's called pedophiles looking for an excuse to get girls naked and say that they're quote-unquote like trolling.
Well, yeah, of course they're pedophiles, man. Of course they are. But that was like a thing that was going on, was they were trying to get these chicks take nude photos, and then they were taking them and spreading them out to their friends and their family and shit online. It was real weird shit. Let's just say it was a dark side of the internet and I didn't enjoy researching.
So, spore mine, though. You mentioned that criminal justice school, or when you're studying criminal justice, you apparently had a bit of a thing studying 4chan.
I only studied then.
Right. Like, how well does the criminal justice, or where the institution that you were studying from, how well do they actually know Chan culture?
My professors wouldn't have known a damn thing about Chan culture. As a matter of fact, I didn't actually know anything about Chan culture whenever I was researching all that stuff.
But you know now.
It was very strange. I know now.
You ever meet Chris
over
Hansen?
time. No.
And you could never unknow it.
I mean,
So, yeah.
I learned.
Would you like to sit down over here, just for a minute, have a little chat?
I learned a little bit about the Chan culture over time and learned even more about it when GamerGate came along, but at that time when I did the research for the suicide stuff, I was just finding out about 4chan and seeing what it is, and I was reading about maybe looking at the Wikipedia just to see what they were. I didn't really know anything about the culture of it.
Well, now you do. So, it's because
Yeah, well, that's one of the big things with Chan. Like, you gotta understand exactly what's going on in there. You gotta be ready to be trolled. You gotta be ready to be insulted. If you're not
I
ready
think
for
that's
that,
half the point.
don't
Well,
step
that's
in
half the point, is it not?
It is,
basically,
yeah.
the whole point was basically the only way you could possibly be on the inside is if you take all this abuse and somehow you come through the fire, then you can be part of this subculture, I suppose.
Abuse? My God.
Kind of,
they're
yeah.
not
Like, you were... Like, if you stepped into Chan and stated an unpopular opinion, a opinion that's completely ridiculous,
You'd be called a
you're going to
faggot.
be trolled to fuck.
Well,
But it's kind of funny
That's
though
the big
because all this shit is described like the Mos Eisley Cantina and fucking Tatooine, like the wretched hive of scum and villainy. Like, really,
Yeah, that's
motherfuckers?
pretty
It's
much
like
what
it's a
it
goddamn website with a bunch of like kids most of the time who just fucking shit posting. I mean,
well,
yeah.
Well, yeah,
What
that's
I
weird,
learned-
but true. It's a lot of shit posting, but
A
if
lot
you
of
want to
shit
break in
posting.
and
So the criminal system
you in
thing,
that area,
cyberbullying is essentially synonymous with 4chan. That's essentially what I'm trying to get at.
Well, let's
Yeah.
get back on topic. Do you have any final things on Polygon saying the SEO episode is equals real, even though there is a disclaimer saying nothing is based on reality?
Well, I was kind of curious in that case then, since we have somebody who studied criminal law, how I mean, I want to put it in air quotes, accurate was anything about how actual criminal procedures would progress.
What in the SVU thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Somewhat, except the thing I was thinking about when I watched it was that with what's her name, Punjabi, with her internet trolling and the swatting and all that stuff.
Reina Punjabi.
That was like actually kind of outside of the SVU realm would be, and then when you look at what happened to the other girl, that case would have straight up went to SVU. But with the swatting of Punjabi and her threats that she was getting on the internet, that shit would never had fucking even fallen under SVU, and it wouldn't have even gone that far within the police force. I didn't
It would have
understand.
been. I thought that
TV,
would probably.
man.
I mean, to the level. No, I mean with the level of weapons and all that shit, that would have been fucking FBI level, dude.
Absolutely.
Like,
that was the fucking retarded thing about it. I don't know. It just, to me, when I watch TV, I just throw out everything I know about criminal justice and criminal procedure and just watch the show. Because 90% of the time, they don't even portray it properly.
Yeah.
Even their portrayals of tactical maneuvers and shit is not right at all.
Criminal Minds.
It's called movie magic. Fucking movie
I will
magic,
say
bro.
one thing.
Criminal Minds is actually really
man.
close.
What?
Criminal
I'll say
Minds
one-
is actually really close. Oh, okay, go. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
I will say one thing about the article, that trigger warning was really lulzy.
Yeah.
Trigger warning in general is fucking stupid.
My
college.
I mean,
faggotry.
Matt, son. Wait, Matt. Never, ever use trigger warning. If someone needs a trigger warning, they can go fuck off because they do not have the mental fortitude to understand anything.
You act like I don't know this.
Well, no. Here's the problem. Trigger
just
warning
stating
should be
that.
reserved for
I'm just
people with
stating a fact,
legitimate
man.
PTSD. If you have shit like that from military accidents, like that, like a quote-unquote trigger warning should be related to people who are suffering and have been in like war, and then they play Call of Duty and they freak out when they hear a bomb go off and they start going through shit. But even though I also if they're having flashbacks and shit like that, PTSD, and that is legitimate. If somebody is actually if it's a real hardcore graphic depiction of rape and somebody has been raped, yes, there does need to be a trigger warning or things of like really hardcore rape, but like it's being abused so much that it has lost its fucking meaning because of these. That's the problem with all this stuff. It's like it's a long continuous story of the boy who cried wolf. This is why the word feminist was being voted to be banned, right?
Well,
because it was
that's
fucking
because
turned
4chan was rating it.
No, there were a lot of other people in
it-
there that were saying that. Modern day feminists talk about this shit all the time. Legitimate feminists who actually do legitimate feminism, not like the fucking bullshit that we see. I mean, this is a real serious issue. They are taking the lexicon of very important words and very important concepts and completely fucking destroying them and changing them to fit their narrative, which nobody's going to follow, and then it desensitizes everybody else from it. The only thing they're accomplishing is making people hate them more. They're causing so much goddamn regression for real serious fucking issues that it's ridiculous. And I can't even understand how these people
And they're
don't even
really
see them
dividing the
fucking
gaming
themselves.
community as a whole. And this is the truth. They're really dividing it.
Well, I'm glad they are because I really have a fucking huge problem respecting anybody who's part of the anti GamerGate side and talks out of their ass and completely puts blinders on. And I mean, I know some people, I've had some really great interactions, but when I look at some of the shit that they're saying, it's like, this is fucking ridiculous. You sound like a goddamn idiot, and it sounds like you've been brainwashed by the fucking cult. Like, what is wrong with you people?
Yeah, same with Sarah, of all people.
Sarah Butts?
No, Sarah is a fucking, she's mid-tier cult leader shit. Like,
all right.
Yeah, she's causing
not a
moral
victim.
panic. She's causing moral panic.
Yeah. No, that's
Everyone
Sarah's
that's been talking
operating
about Sarah.
feet.
Wait. Everyone that's been talking about Sarah so far tonight has been saying, "Oh, she's a troll. Ignore her." No. Ignore her because she's a fucking moron. She's stupid. It's as simple as that.
She may act like she is intelligent. By the way, she knows the definitions of words, and the fact is, that
doesn't mean you're intelligent.
I know.
That
She's
is
a
not
sociopath.
the meaning of intelligent.
Probably
That just means she Googled things.
Like, you can pull a Google out of your ass, but Sarah is fucking stupid. It's as simple as that. Everything that she does is a logical fallacy, and if you run into someone that everything that they want to say is fallacies, they're fucking stupid. So ignore her. Don't give her any attention.
I like, my body just said in chat, he said that Sarah's a former goon. I didn't know that. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, she is.
Well, then she's fucking got everybody on the ropes about how fucking stupid she is and the shit that she's saying. And she causes more damage. I mean, if her goal is to push more people into GamerGate, fucking congratulations. You did your job.
Just out of curiosity, I don't understand I don't know the term. What's a goon supposed to be?
Goon is something awful poster.
Yeah, they tend to troll.
They're a group of the people who are just fucking terrible on something awful.
Yeah, SA.
Yeah.
It's the SA goon.
The site is something awful.
Yeah, especially when we found out what's her name was a goon. What was her name? The Texas. No, the Texas. No,
what was
it's
the Justin Carter
Kinsner. Kinsner. She used to be not Liana K. It was the other one, Kinsner.
Kinsner. That sounds very familiar.
I got nothing.
I gotta look this
up. Texas, the Austin. She ran for the Austin government. I forgot her name.
Oh yeah,
I remember her.
Oh, you're talking about the girl, the woman on Facebook, or not on Facebook, on Twitter.
She basically tried to co-op like Gamergate or some shit.
Yeah, she tried to turn us into her personal army. Is what was on there.
And
Kelly
really
McKinzer,
tried for her personal army.
You're right, McKinzer Kelly.
Yeah, that's the name.
Doesn't she know that King of Pole confirmed that we're his personal army? I mean, come on. Why try to
He verified it, man.
I thought we were in the Aristocrats army.
I play games. I control armies in StarCraft 2. I am not part of an army.
Fuck that, man. I go Civilization 5 for controlling armies.
I read on Kotaku is better than Civ 5 with the Brave New World expansion pack.
Fuck that, man. Civ 5 with Brave New World is one of the greatest games of all time.
The thing is, it was
Amazonian Warriors. You haven't played that shit. You don't know how good that is. You could be warring, or you can be peaceful.
Amazon Warriors was better than Revolution 60.
Oh yeah, from the writer.
Man, I don't know what you're talking about. Revolution 60 is my jam.
Oh, it's such a fucking great game, right?
Yes, it was on PS1.
Mega Man Battle Network had a
wait a minute, guys. Isn't
it would have been if it was released back in the
on it, and that's what
90s,
Revolution 60
One at a time.
Isn't Revolution 60 based off that show Reboot?
No, we talked
about
this.
It would be better,
Hey guys, about Revolution 60, we just stopped being mean to the PS1. It's more like a 3DO game.
3DO, man. What are you talking about? That's like,
it's about PS1.
Like you have like a
Dude, virtual. Hey man, my virtual boy can play better games than that shit. Like
it's
fucking
basically
real,
like
man.
quick time events.
Fuck that. Seriously, man. Like I'll still go back and play
Crappy
fucking
Siege
Warrior
game on like
game on my virtual
Sega
boy.
Steam,
It's
or like
way
3DO.
better, dude.
3DO
When I first played Revolution 60, I was totally going in to give it a benefit of the doubt, and I just sat there and I'm like, why the fuck did I do this? I was actually going to do a review for Shifty Block 20 on it, and then I just was like, dude, and that's all I said. I was like, I'm only giving you a Twitter review. Mega Man Battle Network had sex with a prolapsed vaginal wall, created a baby, and took a shit on it. That is fucking Revolution 60 in a nutshell. Like, that is the fucking tea. It copies mechanics from other stuff. It tries to be witty with this fucking commentary relating to Metal Gear and all this other bullshit. It's none of that. It ruins so many fucking good things. It's ridiculous. And I just like look at it, I'm like, this is the laziest piece of shit. The fucking texturing is terrible. There was no effort in actually making gender equal characters. It's based off of Brianna Wu's fucking comic book that she did when she was still a dude, and it was in college and was fucking psycho and got a restraining order on herself for calling for what she called a professor a sand nigger in college. Then she called another woman that was in there a fat dyke. I mean, this is fucking Wu, man. Like, these are these people. Like,
Wu said
maybe she.
Get on the Wu
Yeah,
train.
she called a professor in the fucking journalism thing at college a sand nigger because they wouldn't run her fucking shit. I mean, like, this is some fucking real shit with these people, and I'm only bringing it up again because I know that there are new people popping in the stream. I'm seeing them, and I'm just making sure that all of you fucking people know just how terrible a person fucking Wu is. Fuck you, Wu.
You gotta tell me twice.
Bad person.
She's also ugly as hell.
Yeah.
Meh, whatever.
And if you're gonna get a
ugly as hell,
nose job, go to fucking Korea and get that shit done right. Fucking wonk-eyed weirdo. Stupid fucking puzzle face bitch. Get that shit done right. It's not that much money.
The fact that
Where
we
did
had
you go?
it.
Fucking Tijuana?
But the sad part is,
like, what the fuck? Did we really sit there and I mean, nobody has ripped on it as bad as this. What the fuck is wrong with her face? Like, there is something. I feel like she was like, oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get into boxing so that my nose gets broken. I have an excuse to get it redone.
Hey! Stop bragging on the Michael Jackson impersonators.
I was thinking the same thing. It's like,
I would say tee-hee, but I know that shit ain't there anymore. So
all right,
I'm not gonna do the
in relation to Wu.
Juice.
In relation
sorry,
to Wu,
I've had
we've all
way too much
seen.
coffee. Well, I'm gonna be right back. I need to grab a shot of vodka to kind of take myself down. Give me 1 minute.
Well, we've all seen the death threats. We've all seen the docs that happen on 8chan, correct?
Hey, Henry.
Everyone here.
I don't think I've seen any of them lately.
Well, all right. So for anyone that's new to this and haven't seen it, the doc stated, "Oh, I'm accidentally Brianna," and it listed her address, her phone number, and her name. That was it.
What is that crazy ass noise?
I have no idea.
No masturbation on the mic.
Yeah, stop beating off, man.
Mute that crap.
The next 30 posts in that thread were telling that person to get the fuck out of there. Now, on the David Pakman show, she stated that within seconds of the docs going up on 8chan, the death thread started. If you look at the death threads, they're perfectly grammatically correct and punctuation-wise. The person that posted the docs on 8chan had to be the person that made those threads.
What the fuck did you say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know Okay, now.
Also, if you look around, I'm not going to tell you how to do this, but if you look around, she has taken absolutely zero efforts to hide her actual address and her name from the internet since then. It's still very easy to find.
It's because she
and she never left her house.
Yeah, she never left her house. So that's a false fucking flag.
It may be a false flag, but that's why the media's running on it, is because it's a juicy story. She's not gonna hide her shit. She's gonna let her shit be out there because it allows her to keep playing this little role of victimhood, and then she gets more Patreon money.
She wants to level up.
Yeah, but
there you go.
Yeah, well,
if you look
here's
at
the
it,
thing.
every single time that she plays that little tiny fucking victimhood shit, like today.
Little? My God, she's going for an acting career. Come on.
Boy, yeah.
It's a raison
I'll give you
d'etre.
that. But today, as soon as she announced that, oh, I'm not going to PAX East because I'm a victim, Kotaku in Action gained over 100 subscribers within an hour. People are seeing through that. Because people are fucking morons.
I actually have something on this because GameSpot actually wrote an article about this and they did zero research on it and basically stated this as true. And you should look at the comments, and they're not even from GamerGate. Usually those articles get like maybe a few hundreds or thousands upvotes. This one has 2. So yeah.
Yeah, like
install that one.
Say what you want about IGN, at least they're not like spreading this bullshit.
Well, if you look at
policy,
if you look at Kotaku since we started in late August, September, they've actually removed the number of hits that they get on an article. You can't see it anymore. They used to post how many hits they got on an article. Now they only post the comments. Like, an article might be getting 20 to 30 comments on average. Every now and again they'll get 200 or 300. But their readership and their interactive readership has gone down. Make no mistake about it.
Oh, yeah, it has. Whenever you do look up the hit stats, we're talking about Kotaku, right?
Yeah.
Okay, whenever you do look at the hit stats that are on it, I mean, you see these huge fluctuations of spikes from their clickbait shit, and then they just drastically drop. And it's because they're not keeping regular readers, they're just getting the clicks. So
yeah, they got like a 70%.
They're not going to be around long with that going on with them. Clickbait's only going to work for so long. Because after they got the click, that person that read that article is not going to come back because they didn't care or give a shit about what they wrote. Or they thought it was a bunch of biased assholes, which they are.
Well, it's like
Shit, my
TB said.
southern accent's coming out.
It's like TB said in his podcast. He put off a video that was called, I will now talk about DLC for 18 minutes. Right now, I think that's over 300,000 views. There's no site that hits 300,000 views for a single fucking article. They need to get on his level.
Not anymore.
He's trusted.
Some used to.
They used to, yeah.
Well, IGN does. IGN probably will do. Fuck, man. What were their numbers before? It's like over 500,000, or yeah, over 500,000.
IGN is an outlier.
Some of their stuff hits.
And
well, no, it's actually anything on Metacritic.
GamerGate thing.
Metacritic, if you can get on Metacritic,
back in October, and that's it.
So people understand, like, if Ship to Block 20 was a Metacritic, we would probably have 8 times as many viewers as we do now. Metacritic is so fucking huge, and they get like millions and millions and millions and millions of people looking at game reviews and stuff. If our game reviews were on there, we would get so much runoff on that. We would actually be able to fund every staff member as a full-time position. Like, just to give you a concept of that.
Okay.
Oh wait, do you pay?
But I'm on the same concept though.
But
Metacritic needs to go away.
But that actually brings up a point, Mike. If you look at all these big websites and everything, they're all stating, "Oh, we have no influence over gaming." However, if you go through the Metacritics, who's listed first? IGN. Kotaku used to be listed up there when they were doing scores. Polygon. Those are the big websites. They have multi-millions of views, and they state, hey, we have no influence over viewers. But the thing is, anyone that's going and looking for a review that isn't a gamer, that's looking to buy for their kid or their friends, those are the sites that they're going to. So they actually do have an influence on who's buying what. It's absolutely amazing that they state that they don't, but they truly do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, that's why I say that these people have a fucking responsibility to the readers to review them as product and not to inject their own opinions. I mean, it's quite simple. It is not a complicated concept, and these people love to make it out to be. And it's like, it's simple things too. And here's another thing. They could take, right? They could actually take their. Whoa, a lot of noise coming from you, brother. Matt.
Oh, I'm typing.
Sound like your fist
got a lot of
man. Woo, calm down with that.
I know you're young, and the hormones are raging.
I know you're young and horny, but stop beating off.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, now I kind of lost my train of thought with that. I was like, woo, a little hot and bothered there.
I just started thinking about masturbation. He was like, yeah.
Oh, totally. You probably have Sarah. You have probably Sarah Butts secretly hiding, in chat, just beating off right now.
No, she's busy with her dog right now, actually.
Oh my god.
Oh, she's like playing Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Let's not go that far, actually.
I feel like Sarah Butts would be good in Pink Flamingos. Like,
Sarah just destroys our entire conversation. Do you know that?
Anybody who's old like me and remembers, Pink Flamingos was before my time, but as a 30-year-old, but you probably heard about it. Sarah Butts fits right into that. Anyway, where was I even going with all this?
You were responding to my tirade.
About reviews, right? That's where we're at. I'm trying to repiece
reviews
Sarah
and
Butts
driving
is like
consumers.
that red blinky light in Men in Black. I'm not joking. Sarah Butts' name comes up and it like erases the last 5 minutes of memory.
Alright, so you were driving towards my comments on how
reviews and editorial.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. If these people actually had a fucking brain in their head, they could actually double their reviews, or not reviews, but their views, and double the income from ads if they did a review and an editorial or opinion piece, or did multiple opinion pieces. Because what will happen is you'll have writers. Here's the good thing. If you foster healthy conflict between your writers, it not only gives viewers differences of opinion, it gives an interesting sort of narrative of who people are. Because let's just face it, narrative is not a nasty word. It's just kind of the words to the story, so to speak. But if you do that, you'll get ideas of, oh, I agree more with this person, I agree with this person. The review is the review. The review is on that technical level, but when you bring in editorials and stuff like that, or different opinion pieces, what you're doing is you're also not only fostering communication in the written word and intelligent word between writers of the site, but you're also fostering the community who's played the game to have conversations about that, to engage in that, to be more of a community and have more of a healthy discussion about it, because there are differences of opinion. Eventually, that's what I want for Ship 2 Block 20. Eventually, I want, let's say I do a review on a game, and Dennis plays the game, and oh, sorry, I just doxed Dennis. But if if he plays the game and goes, I don't agree with it, we could both maybe sit down, talk about it, write editorials about it that link back to each other, and then people can read our opinions and get a different sort of healthy understanding of our viewpoints of the finer points of the story as an art form. The game as an art form rather than the product review. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's one of the big
these
things
things
about YouTubers and Twitch reviewers. Like,
yeah,
as
talk about
consumers,
get the review
we get to
discussion thing,
interact
at
with
least
them.
when I was subscribed to them.
Go for it, Matt.
Okay, but also I guess I should disclose something. I'm in IGN All-Star. It's a little bit hard to explain. I'm going to go ahead and post a link in our chat.
Oh,
and
I know what that is.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Can you please explain to everybody?
Okay, so basically it's a spotlight thing on a member of the IGN community. Basically, I have free Prime, which is like IGN subscription service, and I'm acquaintances with a couple of IGN's community members.
Okay, so basically what you are is you're like Destructoid community blogs that get kind of like upvote or posted and shit like that. So you've done content that's quality that they decided to feature and show off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's
cool, man.
Okay, simple enough.
Congratulations.
So, yeah, that's showing that, hey man, at 14 years old, You know what? Because I can't pull anybody on staff who's not at least 16 years of age, just because of the news
labor
and stuff.
laws.
Feel free to hit me up on Ship2Block20 in 2 years, man.
That's
but that's great.
That's
dude.
impressive, Matt, man.
You know.
All right. Can I come in and say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Remember Electric Gaming Monthly?
Oh, EGM. I love them.
EGM.
They're still around.
I said I love them as in past tense. I don't like them very much anymore.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised they're still around. The fact that they went. They used to be a magazine publication. Now they decided to stick with internet and everything. And right now they're actually doing, they actually got YouTubers helping them out, trying to write articles for them and such. It's kind of surprising how they're doing things differently now. Trying to reach out to the public and everything, trying to get people to, come to their website. It's kind of weird though. It's kind of considering that they've been around since the 90s. But what are you guys' thoughts about this?
Well, it depends. Are they for better or for worse?
Well, that's pretty much right now. I'm like looking at their website. They did a review of The Order, and they gave it a 4.5
out of 10.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the big things that needs to be addressed in game reviews, is the fact that so many sites work on, hey, 7 to 10 is a great game, 6 to 7 is an okay game, anything below that is horrible. There needs to be a standardization to some extent. If you look at movie reviews and everything else, 4.5 to 5.7, 6.0 is a decent book or a decent movie. Anything beyond that is good. Anything beyond 8 is great. But in gaming, it doesn't work that way. We're thinking, we've been bought into this motion that gaming, it's 7 and above is a decent game, 7.5 and above is an alright game, 8.5 and above is a great game. And it's fucking ridiculous. I've very rarely seen in my life a rating of 1 on a game. Every now and again it happens.
Every single female character only had A-sized breasts.
Got one from GameSpot.
Well, that happens, but it's not very common. A 1 doesn't happen.
Here's what I have to say about game reviews, movie reviews, book reviews, and all that. It's great to see a review, regardless of them having a score. It's great to see a review that does talk about the objective side of, say, game, movie, whatever you're trying to look up. The thing is what I've learned about movies, because I've seen a lot of people tell me, oh, don't go see movie, what's it called, because it's terrible. And I've wound up going and seeing it and discovering to myself, that was a cool movie. It's all how you take in the content. Get an idea from a review. Well, it's not really that. It's just get you an idea. Hey, I might have shit taste. I don't give a shit. But read it to have an idea of what you're getting into. But ultimately, you have to make a decision yourself if it's good, because your opinion's the only one that's going to matter to yourself. Like I say Resident Evil 6 all the time. Everybody hated it. I actually enjoyed it.
Oh, I liked it too. I thought it was pretty cool.
It was okay.
Except for the really shitty gameplay. It was pretty cool.
That's why I'd say it's less about the absolute or the review. It's more about, can you find somebody who has the same taste as you do?
Exactly.
That works.
I don't even know if that is true.
I mean, one of the games I recently got and enjoyed quite a bit and was surprised I enjoyed it was Hunipop. a lot of the feminists were hating on it. A lot of our guys were saying it was great.
I like Huny now. It's now
Hunipop. Yeah, that's the way we're pronouncing it from now on. Hunipop.
I couldn't tell if I've heard someone say Hunipop, so I didn't know if it was Huny or Honey the way they pronounce it.
Are you a Hunisexual?
You're all getting it wrong.
But anyway, I quite enjoyed the game for what it was, and I've seen a lot of people bashing the shit out of it. A lot of people in GamerGate were just buying it just because the feminists hated it. And I downloaded it out of pure curiosity, going, oh god, what am I getting myself into?
People should buy games just to spite others. You should only buy games if it's good. That's what Brad Wardell says, and I think that it still holds true.
Yeah, I agree with Brad.
I agree with that too. And the same thing goes with music. Me being a musician, the way I listen to music is very different than other people. I used to do that sort of thing, though. I used to go inside of a music store, look at a CD and say, oh, this picture looks fucking cool, and buy that, and then I discovered so many different bands that I absolutely loved just because of that. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have never listened to Dry Kill Logic or even Fear Factory.
Oh my god, I beat it! Oh shit, I beat it! I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I finally beat this guy. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's why you were breathing so hard.
We're thinking of a different beating.
Finally beat off this guy, man.
I'm sorry.
Finally beat off this guy. What are you talking about?
I'm playing Final Fantasy 14, and this guy is
14. I've heard that that's a good game. Is it?
Wait, is that Final Fantasy 14 the online one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
The first version was
I play Final Fantasy 14 online. I got my Ultimate Weapon +1 or whatever, and then I immediately stopped playing because I said this is fucking boring. No offense, but that's just me.
No offense, but you're wrong.
I've heard that Final Fantasy XIV, since they came back with the new version, is one of the best MMOs of all time.
It is. It's so goddamn good. I'm addicted to it.
Hey, you know what's a good game? Fucking Warframe, man, and it's free. It's fucking beautiful.
I actually had a lot of fun with Warframe. I liked that. I played it for my first couple months when I had my PS4.
Anyway, back on topic.
PC.
Let's get back on the.
Who's canceling that PAX, man? Who cancels PAX? I'm sorry, I'm reading the fucking sidebar here.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. She tried to incite a hate mob against GamerGate just to cancel at fucking
You know what,
PAX.
though? This is going to sound terrible to me to say, and I don't wish any harm against anyone. I don't want to see anything happen to anybody. But that's what it's going to take to get their narrative to fucking finally fall. Is something like a fucking attack on somebody that's pro-GamerGate at a convention or something.
Okay,
that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, that's quite
not
true.
the only thing. I'm filing FOIAs left and right, and I should hopefully get some response for next month.
I don't even think she's actually saying what she's saying here, because she probably is trying to pull a fast one on everyone, saying, "Listen, believe I need protection because I'm afraid because due to the fact that I saw SVU, I see the future now."
Donate to my Patreon.
Well, watching
wait. This
There
is
was
a person that stated that they were afraid because a bunch of people flooded a meme generator page.
Oh, God.
I'm serious. This is why she left the internet the first time. She stated, "Oh, I was afraid of that."
Leaving the
what
internet.
the fuck are you smoking? Like, seriously, I've smoked some good shit in my life. It's never made me afraid of that.
Here's my question.
Seriously.
What brand of crack is she smoking, and why isn't she fucking sharing the shit with everybody? That's what's upsetting me. I want some of that shit.
Told me to share.
Dude, she got PCP motherfuckers going.
Wait a minute.
Damn, I gotta get my hands on that shit.
Dude, I want some of that shit.
Now that I think about it, I kind of don't want what she's smoking.
No,
what she's smoking is Mr. Woo's dick. Get
You know
that
what?
image in your eye holes.
Hey, which one is the man in the relationship? Pro tip.
I'm gonna share something with you.
You can look at the images from
I just
back
got
when.
I just got a subtweet with a link from Mark Kern's petition. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
All right, I'm gonna put something in the chat for you guys that happened out at. It was a tournament called KIT.
You're gonna put something in the chat, yeah? Okay, so what is this KIT thing?
Okay, KIT, it's a fighting game tournament out in Tennessee that happens every year, and there was an incident that happened at this year's called "Who Bitch This Is" from a guy named Shinblade. And yeah, you've probably heard of this. And this chick, like, the dude did a pop off because he just won a round in a money match for Guilty Gear, and he did this pop off. And while he's popping off, this chick in the crowd was trying to get him disqualified by grabbing him, and she says something, but I can barely hear it. Somebody said that she says cisgendered or some shit like that. It's actually a black dude. Yeah, and what happened though is that bitch apparently went on Twitter sometime after and started talking all this SJW nonsense that he was assaulting her and pushing her around and grabbing her and shit. And then somebody posted the actual video of what happened, which I just linked in there for you. And what happened was he didn't do anything to her. She grabbed him, tried to get him to hit her, and all he did was just scream out loud, "Who bitch this is?" the whole time. And Rainbow did apologize and left, but it had something. It rolled around on it was trending on GamerGate for a little while when it happened. This is maybe a month ago or 2 months ago, but we were talking about a physical altercation happening with an SJW and gamers and shit, and this actually happened, and it was somewhat of an SJW incident, so I figured I'd share it. Enjoy the video. It's funny as shit,
somebody with rainbow hair.
Well, at fighting game tournaments, you're gonna run into some crazy motherfuckers, but we're all cool ass people too.
No, it was a fat white chick.
Yeah, it was a big white woman.
That's a huge bitch. That obviously that black guy must have had some internalized whiteness somewhere in there.
Yeah,
and
she had like a group of people that were trying to get him DQ'd along with her. I mean, they basically were trying to get him to punch her or some shit, and which it didn't happen. God damn it, Cat! We get off the fucking arm of the chair.
Check your human privilege.
Get cat frequency in here. Sort you out.
Yeah, get some FemFreq on the go.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if something's going to happen out at EVO this year, too, with these SJW idiots, because I know how much they hate fighting games.
Well, you can leave it up to Event to cover that shit.
Okay, so did you all read the change update?
Yeah.
Change update. What happened?
Basically,
I'm reading.
Mark Kern is what happened.
This is the response, right? The response to an article written.
The email response.
Pat responded to his concerns, Mark's concerns.
Yeah, he basically just said we're still asking.
The tacit threat. Was it can't remember the exact phraseology. The ink cannot be easily removed, or something along those lines.
Yeah, Pat is trying to play it down as no, it wasn't a blacklisting threat. It actually was.
It
like,
straight
if
up
anyone
was.
is intelligent enough to understand exactly what he's saying there, yeah, that was a blacklisting threat. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's not like it's not like literally. If you put ink onto cellulose-based material, then it's quite difficult to get the ink back into the pen. I'm not making a It's like, what are you trying to say? I'm making a literal physical statement about how writing on paper works. No. I don't think you can get away with that kind of shit.
No. That was.
But
that
think
was,
of this,
you
right?
signed
Think of that
this.
statement.
I'm gonna do my best to blacklist you.
But here's the thing. Think about that, right? Think about that phrase that person is saying. that phrase inherently is now spread throughout the internet, and that person is forever associated with that shit. That is a victim of your own bullshit. It's karma kicking you in the ass, and I'm glad that shit has fucking bit him in the ass for saying such goddamn bullshit, you know, because it's fucking hypocrisy. And, you know, now that we have all these devs and shit that are coming out and speaking about this bullshit, they can't fucking, you know, they don't have any ground to stand on. And more people, like, that's what I'm also saying is, like, this is the time to get those emails going to all these major companies and go, hey, you know what? Don't fucking send these guys review copies, because if you guys make that shit matter, right? That's the thing, is GamerGate is fucking huge. The 100 and something people who are now listening right now have the ability to get that word of mouth going and say, hey man, I heard that this shit is going. We could probably get our way in to kind of tell these people that we don't respect that and we don't want these people in there, and you could cut the legs right from underneath them. You'll take away their views, you'll take away their access, you'll cripple the shit out of them. And then when people start realizing, hey, why the fuck are all these companies like deserting out of, let's say, Kotaku or fucking Gamasutra or whatever, it's going to be like, oh my god, it's going to be a mass thing. Like, we have fucked up. We have gotten so bad that now developers don't want to deal with us. Our fucking line of thinking, and what will also, for some of them who are fucking pig-headed bullshit assholes, they'll sit there and go, well, how dare they? And they'll break down just like Wu did, and they'll fucking dig themselves in a further hole, and they will fucking put these people on blast, and they'll be like how when Kotaku started putting people on blast for fucking leaving them, like Intel and all this shit, and they did a couple of other companies too who dropped out of doing the advertising. That's how you fucking do it. You make them dig their own goddamn ditch. It's like basically you pull them out into the desert, you hold a gun to their head, and you say, here's a shovel, dig. That is what we're fucking doing, if we can do it. If you can manage that right now, it will be that fucking simple.
That's one of the big things that you see with the YouTubers like Total Biscuit. When TB came out to stand up for us, and he did, he stands for GamerGate. The reality is, they have nothing to lose by this. If every YouTuber came out, if we had PewDiePie, TB, Jesse Cox, all the guys come out and say, I'm pro GamerGate, fuck the mainstream media, fuck the gaming media, they would be destroyed. Because almost everyone turns to them now.
Well, just posted a handle. There was this guy, I believe he's a Blizzard developer. He ended up getting in the middle of this through no fault of his own, but basically being criticised for all the normal stuff. I just posted the Grums, and I saw this shit. It's like, yeah.
I was talking to him earlier.
I want to read from the petition he got from Patrick at VG247. I don't want to read all of it, but this is the most important part. Secondly, about the ill-informed bigots quotes, GamerGate is full of ill-informed bigots, and we don't need another GamerGate. I have no idea if you and Ken Levine are ill-informed bigots, as I don't know either of you. To be perfectly honest, Mark, I'd never heard of you before you posted that petition. I've interviewed Ken once, I think. I do believe your petition is ill-informed, and I hope I explained why in my article. But as to whether or not personally are a bigot, I have no idea. Sincerely, I hope you aren't. As I was saying, that in my view, we don't need any more activity of the type we saw with GamerGate for very obvious reason. And your petition had the potential to form a starting point with for another us against them. Between sexist militants, the ill-informed bigots, and women working in any aspect of the games.
All right, that's the fucking irony.
Guys.
Sorry.
The reality is that a bigot is someone that
wait, 1 second, because it can't be heard because of Matt.
Okay.
Oof.
Okay.
You just made me cum in my pants, man. Calm down. All right, go ahead.
Got heavy breathing there, Matt. Damn.
A bigot is someone that cannot accept that there's a worldview outside of theirs. The only bigots I have run across in this entire thing are the journalists. They cannot understand that, hey, I'm holding up these people as the godsend to gaming, whether they be Brianna Wu, they be Anita Sarkeesian or Zoe Quinn. But gamers are saying, no, fuck you, they're not. And they're calling us misogynists, they're calling us sexist. They're saying, no, you're wrong. That is what a bigot is.
Well, you know
you
what?
have to realize that
it's not
they're not going to abandon this because they've dug themselves so deep. And not to mention that it's been kind of a thing across all media, not just gaming, but across all media, that viewer rates are falling, people are reading the traditional news outlets less and less, and even the less traditional ones. They just don't care for it, they don't trust it. The one of the few audiences that still reliably read it are the social justice types. The people who obsess about gender and everything. So that's why we're seeing so much focus on it, because that's how they get their money. They have so few other demographics that care about what they say.
The thing, too, is when they say bigot, it's just like when they say rape. It means jack shit because they've devalued the meaning of what the word actually is. They don't even know what it means anymore. They're that fucking stupid and that goddamn dense.
Well, it's all about smear.
I'll give you
all
an
about
example.
smear.
Wait. You want to talk about fucking... I don't know if you guys actually saw it. You guys probably missed it in chat, but Sarah Butt said that we all basically had a rapist in our fucking stream. Well, I wasn't in the stream at the time, but in this stream, and that we needed to call them out, and we were championing, and this was when Ralph was in. It was like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like... these people are fucking ridiculous.
If you even talk to him, you're a rapist.
Wait. To be honest, Ralph did rape me with his beauty.
Honest to God, if someone came up to me and said that this person is a rapist and provided proof, I would go and I would rip them head from body. Simple as that.
Hey, Sarah.
I will kill them.
There's no need to talk about it now. She's just gonna live in her own little bubble in misery, and we're just gonna play video games. That's all.
And she finally screams.
Forget butts. Nobody wants. I don't even want to.
But I want to say there's something kind of funny that I want people to think about, though, just a little bit, right? Is the fact that Sarah is basically like the one person who can't get money on Patreon.
Salty.
How much does that sting? How much is that? Ooh, that burns, doesn't it? That shit just fucking burns. You can't get money from that.
She can't, dude. She can't say a story as good as Woo, man.
Yes, like Gallagher $5,000 raised for his fake wife's surgery.
Yeah, right.
God.
He fucking gets his fake plastic pussy surgery shit, and fucking Sarah can't get jacked. I laugh my ass off.
Sarah Butt is actually followed by one of the most prominent personalities on Twitter. She's followed by Felicia Day.
Oh my God, Felicia Day.
Felicia,
shit you not.
You know what? I feel like Felicia Day is just fucking so out of the zone. Like it doesn't even fucking matter. Like I really feel that.
She's just like whatever.
I know someone who knows Felicia. I mean, Andrew Gleason, Otter Jesus. He actually knows Felicia. They talk every so often, and it's kind of like Felicia. She's not outspoken, really outspoken. She's not getting involved too much. She has her own views, but just don't mind her, please.
No, I have no problem.
We left her alone.
Dude, like I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna give you a little inside baseball. Somebody got actually, and I know this is kind of looks shitty on fucking Destructoid, but somebody got fired from Destructoid for starting shit with Felicia Day. Way back in the day. Yeah.
Glorified.
Babe. The only reason I know anything about it is because I shut up Wesley.
But in reality, like, you look at the Felicia Day thing that happened. She posted an article. Within 10 minutes, there was a docs go up on her website.
Yeah, because
I'm not sure
kind
if it was
the
exactly where
trolls
she was.
Well, no, it was the trolls wanted to prove a point. Like, there were some really nasty fucking individuals who hopefully we've weeded out, who did some shitty stuff.
Already.
Well, yeah, it was under the
seriously,
name
the shit
Internet
that-
Aristocrap.
No, the person
No,
who
I
donked
thought it
it,
was-
I saw a screen cap of it. The person who
Never mind.
donked her had the name GamerGate in the username.
Really? I thought it was an
No,
Internet
it was
Aristocrat.
yeah.
Well,
It
it doesn't
wasn't
matter.
Gamergate. It
Name.
was some guy.
Whoever it was, they released the docs anyway, and they had no affiliation with us.
And the funny thing was, one person, Men in Black, kind of knew that it wasn't her actual address. It was her address to her PR business, whatever it is, her
Oh
office.
yeah, it was actually a Who Is on her website, and it pumps out the address to her talent agency. To actually find docs on Felicia Day is about a 6-hour endeavor.
Yeah.
I shit you not.
And this was kind of weird.
Not that I've ever published it, not that I'm an asshole like that, but it's a massive endeavor to try and find that shit. I'm just saying.
She's a
You'd be
celebrity.
surprised how easy it is to find
because
somebody
he
that-
kind of commented a while back, and he mentioned that it was Felicia's Days, and he knew from what, how did he know about it? A lot of people were starting to question how did he know when everyone else didn't know.
I see somebody mentioning Will Wheaton in the chat. Why are we mentioning Will Wheaton in the chat, guys?
Shut up,
Not talking,
Shut up, Wesley.
I'm talking about
Shut
on
up,
YouTube
Wesley.
chat. Who's
Stay
mentioning Will
calm.
Wheaton? Fuck
and
Wheaton.
Wesley can suck my fucking dick.
That dude thinks he's got an epic beard. He ain't got shit on Daddy
Well,
Warbucks.
I kinda was laughing at what happened when people rated him. It was kind of funny. Everyone was telling him to shut up, Wesley. The shut up, Wesley rate was so hilarious.
Well, because he went full SJW retard on everybody.
They will realize this is not a fucking game. And Chris
Papa Squad.
My wife, seriously, like, when that Wesley shit was going on Twitter, my wife had turned on some fucking documentary that he was narrating the whole goddamn time about video games, and I'm just like, really? You gonna put this on now when I'm that pissed off at this asshole?
Just really quickly,
Hey, man,
I was
hung
talking
out
with people
him
in the
down
chat
PAX
real quick.
2010.
That's what it looks like with the outline. So people that I asked in chat their opinions, that's what it looks like with the outline. Okay, now moving on. Go back to Wesley Crusher. Okay, so Wesley Crusher, obviously Star Trek. One thing that I wish people would say more of is, how does it feel that Captain Kirk banged your mom?
Oh.
Because that is what I wanted to say, but it's not funny if I thought of it and then brought it up in that sense. I really just wanted to retweet somebody who said that shit, because that's fucking amazing to me. So
I heard that
anyway.
in real life, Shatner was basically a complete dick to him, and apparently Gene Roddenberry had to come on and say, "Look, Shatner, go back and apologise to the boy, or I'll fucking bitch slap you," or something.
Shatner was? I mean, Shatner
Yeah,
wasn't
Shatner
really on a lot of things.
No, he
so
wasn't on the
basically
show,
was
but
like,
it's
what was
like-
at the movie?
It would have been on like basically the Paramount lots. You know, like I think they were filming Undiscovered Country, because that was 91, so that would have been Series 4 for Next Gen, and obviously you got the Paramount lot, and it would all be there. So it's like Wheaton is obviously like, oh well, he's like one of my heroes, obviously being a Star Trek fan and all that stuff. So it's like, oh, can I get to go and see him and all this stuff? And apparently Shannon was a dismissive dick, as you can imagine. He's got a bit of a reputation for that kind of shit, so it's not unexpected. Apparently Roddenberry, he died soon after that, because I think that was 91 was about the time. But
you want to
apparently
know
he had
why he wanted?
Yeah, Roddenberry died in the
wanted
middle
to stop
of
that?
filming the first few episodes of Next Generation third season.
Will Wheaton was a self-insert for Gene Roddenberry.
Yes, that's a Mary Sue, definitely a Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Is he really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, he was.
That's why I
So
didn't
is he
watch
rolling
that.
in his
Trying to
grave
the young
now,
guy
or
to get
what?
on the set.
Is it rolling in his fucking grave now, or what?
I expect so.
I mean, I don't know, man. So anyway, I just want to bring up some things that I don't know if we talked about with Wu, speaking about with the whole gas thing and the sarin gas. So I don't know if you guys saw the full list of tweets leading up to it, and I was kind of like working with some other stuff at the time. But one thing that we really need to mention is the fact that she was taking anti-GamerGate tweets from a long-ass time ago that were meant to be directed at us, to harm us, to be directed to the idea of burning us alive in a convention for video games, and then turning it around and then saying, oh, hey, you know, this is a sarin gas. Where the fuck did sarin gas come from, you daft bitch? Like, what the hell was all that shit?
Dude, she deleted that shit later on, too. From what I understand.
Because people called her out on it. Like, other SJWs were like, whoa, what the fuck, dude? Like, she lost some followers from that shit because she took shit off. They're starting to see through her bullshit. I mean, I hate to say this, but
yeah, she already went and talked about Gabe Newell.
Well, that's why we.
Oh, and then the Gabe Newell. Oh, man, dude.
She's starting to kill herself here. She's starting to kill her career by dissing Penny Arcade. It was just ridiculous. To the point that she claims that every one of them are sexist and everything. It got to the point that but didn't they make fun of? Gabe Newell's neutral, and to my understanding, Gabe Newell's neutral, and also Penny Arcade kind of dissed us about GamerGate.
No, I don't even think Gabe Newell even got involved in GamerGate.
No, he never was. He never got involved. He didn't talk about anything about it. He's basically staying out of it, which is a good thing.
The only thing that Gabe
good on him.
Is about Gabe Newell still?
He pulled stating that censoring hatred was not correct. That's all he's done in regard to anything in the past 6 months. That's it.
Now, is Hatred still going to be on Steam since it got an adults-only rating?
Yeah, it's still going on.
Okay, I want to explain something about why they have the AO policy thing. It wasn't for games like that, because obviously they had Manhunt on there, and Manhunt got an AO originally. So the thing that they're preventing is they don't want Japanese porn games on there. They don't want EroGate.
They're holding Honey Pop.
Honey Pop isn't
Honey Pop has all the porn taken out of it. You can patch it to get that back in, but it's all taken out.
And in reality,
those.
Honey Pop is not erogy compared to what you can get. There's a lot more.
I'm going to just say this as kind of a little of a side. When I was actually working in Japan, originally I was there doing writing, and I was doing game writing, and I actually was doing, because game writing doesn't pay jack shit, so I started doing teaching, and I was working as a host. And when I was teaching, one thing that was fucking hilarious to me is I caught one of my students playing an EroGate on his computer, and because this was kind of more of an affluent school, so like everybody had computers. Yeah. And one of the female students who I was close with, no, I wasn't banging, kind of came up to me after class. You're a dirty old bastard. Well, when I was over there, I was 20 years old. I was the youngest professor that they had over there. So you got to remember, I'm working on my second degree right now, so for psychology. But so basically, like she came up to me, she was like, you need to really. She didn't tell me in so many words, but she was like, yeah, at this time, because he was like dead on. There was like a time, like you know, like how some people have a morning shit, they have it timed perfectly. He had that shit fucking timed perfectly. And so he was playing it right there. And so basically I had like a surprise thing where I made everybody stand up and walk around and take a look at that shit. It was just like, he was fucking like full on crotch shot. Well, the crotch shots are censored over there. But it was like, damn, dude, this shit is graphic. This shit is also weird. Like, he was into some weird kinky shit. I had to confiscate his computer. I was like, dude, okay, I get that you have some weird fucking horny issue, but you cannot do this shit in class, man. Like it was like I can't even explain how hard that is to explain in Japanese. Like I'm like, dude, it's like either I try to explain this to you and you calm down because everybody in the class knew, or like, so rule of thumb, don't do porn in class, kids. Just want to put that out there. Anyway,
don't do porn and at work either. That's a bad thing.
Yeah, because I remember.
Yeah, sure. If your work is porn, though, do porn at work.
Yeah,
well,
I
we got
for that shit. Off at work. Oh my god, shut up.
Yeah, I'll explain this whole story with mine.
Oh my god.
I remember a kid in college got in trouble for basically having a little girl that was cute and everything, and it was lolicon. And they kind of he got suspended.
It was all right, guys. We got about an hour left. Let's get back on GamerGate topics.
All right.
Why don't you actually?
What's the next topic?
Wait, guys. Why don't we have him do a fast track of the stuff, because I know there's a shit ton of topics that.
Actually, that's the last topic. So unless
what?
Brianna Wu.
Yeah, or if you guys want to talk about the movie Bob getting crazy, I mean that's the last topic. But
did we talk about them this war?
Movie Bob is a fucking moron, so we don't need to talk about him.
Yeah, well, the sarin gas thing is basically the last topic.
Expanding on that.
TV responded to that. I got your link on here. TV responded to that.
One thing I wanted to bring up, like, I saw people talking about a tweet that Wu really quickly deleted about her, like, getting a handgun and, like, polishing her handgun and shit, and that she was going to bring it to PAX or some shit.
Yeah, she was going to field trip a handgun and post a video of it.
Yeah.
So
I've been sending a lot of stuff to PAX on Twitter.
I would not feel comfortable going to PAX East if that's what she's fucking doing.
I wouldn't feel
that is
going to PAX East with her.
I have a quick question about Wu. Well, it's not really a question, but my thing I want to say is, will Wu actually, to keep her little charade keep going, will she go to an extreme like that at a convention?
You don't know how far these guys will go.
You have to realize.
Yeah, she will. Wait. She has a history. Here's the thing. She has a history to the point where she needed to basically get a restraining order against her. Like, she is, I would classify her as somebody who's borderline psychotic, if not psychotic. I know that people in my position aren't supposed to diagnose people online, but just as a study of a person who puts and does things in online, like, we seriously need to think, is this safe? Because she scares the shit out of me. I'm afraid that somebody who's
Like in the past, we have talked about this. That we've discussed that it is not very safe now. That they are very insane.
We know.
Here's the thing. I don't think it's not like Arthur Chu. Like Arthur Chu, he might be an asshole. He might be manipulative, but this is a person with a long-standing history of mental problems to the point where they need a restraining order. A restraining order is not given lightly. It takes a lot of fucking work, and it takes a lot to get one of those, and people don't seem to understand that. Like, when you have a crazy person with a gun that's fucked up, and I'm, like, fucking scared that, you know, one of our brothers and sisters will fucking walk up and say, you know what, I fucking disagree, because there's going to be somebody who's like, I disagree with everything that you say, and state their mind and be so angry that they'll state it. Obviously, they're not going to do anything because people have been in places. I mean, fucking, what's her name? Fucking Lego Butts from Silver String Media was at MagFest and shit like that, and was probably fucking addressed, and there was nothing that went fucking down.
What happened with Lego Butts?
You know,
you have to realize Wu wants attention. She's not going to be stupid enough. I hope she's not going to be stupid enough to cause violence.
See, that's my question. That's why I asked.
No. Wait, hold on. One second. Somebody asked about Lego Butts?
Yeah, who's Lego Butts, and what would happen with Lego Butts?
Lego Kramer. Yeah, Maya Kramer is actually, she was like one of the lead PR people for many companies for Silver String Media who worked with the indie game scene and a bunch of these other people on websites and was the PR person in relation that was responsible for hooking all these different people up. She is kind of the catalyst for something like a Game Journals Pro, and I always get on people because they forget about her and they forget about what was going on with Silver String Media. And I've told people to pay more attention to it, and obviously they don't. But she basically was a kind of like a lead person who was tied into all these persons. I believe there were some tweets that made it kind of look like she had a sexual relationship with Zoe Quinn and some other women.
Oh,
I'm not quite sure.
I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah, there was a lot of fucking shit going on.
Yeah, I remember.
Especially the DDoS attacks against fine capitalists.
And there was conversations between her and Zoe Quinn about those things, and a lot of people seem to forget because everybody wants to harp on Kotaku. So let me just say, I'll kind of go into this. I try to do this every time to inform new viewers and old viewers. The fact that everybody focuses in on Kotaku, and the fact that we don't have a solidarity place to go to talk about a lot of GamerGate stuff that isn't quote-unquote Kotaku in action. I've been having some grinding of the gears with Kotaku in action for own personal thoughts and experiences with the fact that the leader of Kotaku in action did the fucking stream with Brianna Wu and fucking signal blasted her goddamn game and to push people to buy it out of morbid curiosity. Sorry, had to. Fuck you for doing that, you asshole, you ignorant bitch, because I know you didn't do it on purpose, you did it out of ignorance. But anyway, the fact that we have such ties focusing in on Kotaku is crippling us because we don't look at fucking Polygon enough. We seriously have done jack shit, really, in comparison to Polygon. We have done jack shit to Gamasutra, we've done jack shit to Silver String Media, and these are all things that you guys should be talking about more, should be paying attention to more, and you're not. And the fact that that is happening is really a loss for everybody. It's good that we're kind of making those people lose shit, but Gamasutra has been going to shit for a while. Just so you know.
Right.
Like, if you want to talk about it, go ahead and shoot.
Disagree on this one. Let me disagree on this one. On Hat's part. The fact that it showed Brianna Wu's character. The fact that we kind of figured out the fact that we gave her a fair interview. Hat gave her a fair interview and gave her, a fair, objective interview. And what happens next? She screwed over people. She lied. That's evidence enough that backed us up on what we asked and why she did this. It kind of did help us in a way.
The only reason she posted that article, like going on about Taku in action and Frederick, is because she lost all that Patreon money. Like that $10,000 was gone.
No, the $10,000 was a one-time deal, and I truly believe there was some connection with the Law and Order SVU thing because she originally was saying that, oh my God, this is totally what is going on, and I'm being tinfoily here. Yeah, I know, and I know I kind of rip on people for being tinfoily, but I truly believe that there is some connection with the $10,000 and the SVU thing as sort of like help funding for giving them like inside information because she was originally sitting there and going, oh my God, this is how it is, and then as soon as she saw Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn getting pissed off about it, she totally deleted that fucking tweet, which was archived somewhere, and then sat there and was like, oh no, it's bad. It's like, no, fuck you, Woo. You fucking, I smell shit, and it's coming from the tip of your goddamn nose. Like,
that is quite correct.
She shits out of her nose?
She has disowned her arguments that she was
I doubt that there is an orifice on Woo's body that does not spew shit, alright? Like, seriously. Fucking
You know what? I really don't want to try to mental picture this, so stop it.
I don't remember 100%, but I think she might have gotten a pre-screening.
Oh yeah, I definitely believe it because her shit, her comments were right on the airtime, and I couldn't even get that shit. And I was actually talking to people within that field. I was doing extra work beforehand for those two shows, and I was really trying to fucking get in there and get that stuff. So there is some fucking weird timing with that shit.
Are you trying to do a
Here's another question. Here's another good one though. All the shit that Wu has been saying about what's going on with PAX East, getting her little thugs and polishing her gun, all that shit. How come the PAX hasn't made a statement about this yet?
Because
how come they haven't come out and said something against them? Because we've been sending shit to PAX on Twitter.
You do
To be perfectly honest.
Wait.
People,
one at a time.
The Dick Wolf
Game and
controversy.
Tycho have an awful lot more to protect than any one of us do.
PAX
They
lost-
have multi-million-dollar shows. They have a massive ass charity, and they've been fucked over by SJWs in the past.
Yeah,
so
they
they're
have.
not going to go after them right now. They're
That's
going to leave it
basically
to
what
the
I was gonna
gamers. It's just what it is.
Trust me, they will join in once we have more traction against the SJWs, and we are
really
getting the traction.
They really need something, or else they're gonna really lose traction on their freaking convention.
Well, you can see them bouncing in every now and again in their comics and stuff, but until we have absolute hold, they're not jumping in. It's not happening.
I know, but the fact is, they're gonna need to do something because they're the ones being responsible to who they let in.
Quite true.
Well, see, this is the thing I was just thinking, though. I mean, the stuff that she's saying would seriously sounds
What's
like
that
she's
noise?
posing. It's something going on with Matt, but it's something that seriously
Stop
the thing
that.
she.
Stop carving up those bodies, man. We told you beforehand to stop doing that.
Do you have something to
You can
say?
dump them in the toilet after you put them in the acid later, man. Leave that shit at home.
Okay. All right,
Dude,
Matt, do you have
it's
something to
never
say?
gonna flush down a toilet if you keep trying. It really just doesn't work. I've tried it 100 times. Bodies do not go down the toilet that easily.
I have to.
That's why you need a plastic barrel and sulfuric acid. All right.
Yeah,
You're supposed to make a nice fancy meal. You should watch the new Hannibal. Make a nice fancy meal out of it. That's what you do.
Well, no, come on. You're ruining our ISIS name, guys. Come on, we're worse than ISIS. Stop
I'm
fucking
sorry.
trying to
I'm
fuck
sorry.
that up, man. Being
Worst
God.
ever.
We're like that much worse than ISIS. We should just start calling ourselves ACES.
Hey, I'm on an ACES shit, man.
Dude, ACES would be pissed though. ACES would be like, "What the fuck you saying about our fucking chips and shit?" We'd be like, "Oh shit,
Well,
no."
yes, we can call ourselves by the word anal.
GamersGate got the same treatment too. Remember they sent out a tweet
Oh,
saying,
God.
"We are not
Okay,
affiliated with GamerGate. Please stop."
All right,
asking
back
us."
on topic. Now that he's fixed his,
Okay.
go back to what you were saying.
I'd like to say something about the petition to get
Go ahead.
to stop GamerGate and everything.
Go.
I think this
There's
is a bit
another
obvious,
one?
but it is not gonna work at all. It is not gonna work.
No, it
Like,
is going to work because everybody now is we're going to have to get everybody to go and sign up petition because I want to see Barack Obama talking about Gamergate in the American news media because that would
If I had
laugh
a game-
so fucking hard.
Yeah, but
If I had a
like
gamer-
those
Wait,
GamerGate guys.
whoa. The petition thing is not a guarantee.
I like Gamergate. Titties are nice.
Controversial opinion.
I love that a 14-year-old just fucking said that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just be clear about who just fucking said that. All right, but
Lord, Thunder and Jesus,
so you
we got
guys
a
know-
14-year-old in here saying that shit.
Wait. We all need fucking Jesus up in here because we're fucking corrupting the young. But I want to just say one quick thing about this.
That's why they
We're
call me
still-
Nurgle,
we-
God of Chaos.
Oh God! Stop with that
But
shit.
no, Nurgle isn't
here's the
fucking
thing.
chaos. Nurgle has got a disease and plague.
Exactly, fellow plague
Get your
lord.
Warhammer lore straight.
Okay, I'm gonna
Here's
stop now.
the thing. The petition, but let's actually think about that petition for a minute. That's not going to get.
Go ahead,
What
man.
that's doing, what that petition is it's giving a space for people to speak out and to try to kind of push cogs forward. I kind of understand why they did it. I don't think that it's right to sit there and blame Gamergate for it because if you look at how much change, how much work that all of us do. I mean, everybody who's in the stream right now, we're putting in time for everybody here who's putting in for kind of that entertainment, their understanding, their info. You know, we're doing this because we want to help people be informed because we fucking care about this and we want to talk to other people who care about this, you know? Basically, the people who are watching the stream right now, they make this stuff happen, you know? Because they're also giving us the time. We talk for a fucking long-ass time, you know? And it's sometimes it's easier to talk than it is to listen, and everybody here is listening, they're talking, they're having fun, maybe some of them are getting kind of drunk like me right now. I didn't realize how strong I made this. But
I wish I had more booze on me. I've run out.
I'm just but just understand that fact. Like that's kind of how it works. Like you got to kind of have that. You know what I mean? Or you could say how Ralph says it, they're drunk on corruption. Oh my god. For some reason, I see Brianna Wu with that face. Hold on. I got a perfect picture for it. Just give me a minute. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
I got a fucking piss
So,
like a goddamn horse.
Yeah, well, if this petition does like get signed and everything, Gorka is not going to give in. Like Gorka tried to refuse to listen to the court when they demanded for the Hulk Hogan sex tape to be taken down. Gorka is not going to listen to the petition.
Well, actually, I have
No
something.
one's gonna listen to the
Of course
petition.
they're not going to listen. They've dug themselves in too deep.
You don't say,
They're
guys.
doing
You
a mock time.
you guys don't say, huh? You don't say about any of that.
They have an opportunity just last week to finally have their chance to get their ass out of the hole they dug themselves in. And they snubbed Mark Kern. They snubbed him. And right now, you find anti-GG just fucking constantly bitching at him for treating us like humans. I mean, my God, he is getting a small taste of the shit we've gone through over the past 6 months. No,
They all are. Even the guy from Ubisoft.
today.
Look at what happened to David Draymond when he jumped into GamerGate back in the day.
Yeah.
They
he
jumped and dogpiled him.
Whoa! You said
Fucking
back
ripped
in the
lift shits
day?
and Zoe Quinn.
Back in the day, man.
Back in the day.
That was
Someone says I
amazing.
totally
That was like early October
this month
shit,
or
man.
last month.
Holy fucking
This
Christ.
is internet time. You've got to remember we're dealing with internet time, and in internet
it's
time,
not
that
like
can go on for millennia.
David Dryman, when he came into Gamergate, Alex Lifshitz and Zoe Quinn tried to dogpile him, and he basically took a sledgehammer to their fucking heads. It was fucking
Jonathan
horrific.
David
Duran.
Song
David
for
Duran
him,
was.
Oh,
Jonathan Man did a
because
goddamn song
Lifshitz was
on
there.
YouTube.
Hey, this is Paul. This supports Gamergate. Dryman looked at Gamergate and said, "Yeah, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here."
Draven was fucking awesome.
Yeah,
You don't see him
Dryman
much on
is
Twitter anymore, though.
wicked.
Dude,
I was
okay,
posted a Gamergate post there yesterday.
It's
really?
actually really interesting though that that Gamergate got the attention of David Draymond, especially when it was kind of like, you know, especially about the Intel stuff and the stuff with Macintosh, as you can fucking see from oh wait, shit, I took that off of my image thing. There you
Draymond.
go, fucking Macintosh
Sorry.
right there.
Draymond
You know,
laid the
like,
shit down on him.
it's great
scary
to
looking.
see. It's great to see that though. You know what I mean? Because it's
Yeah.
like, for all intents and purposes, like it means that more people are actually realizing what the fuck these crazies are saying. You know what I mean?
Well, the big thing is, it's not so much that we're at an ideological standpoint. It's not so much that, hey, I disagree with you. No, there are censors in our midst, and they're being propped up as the main thing that can control our medium and can push our medium forward. It's fucking bullshit.
Just one quick on the whole Hulk Hogan thing. Gawker is now running on AdSense, and they're breaking the terms of service for AdSense. So does Polygon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
around
that ain't new, mate.
has more than just AdSense right now, though. They have like Click Media, which is a big one for them as
They
well.
have, I think it's.
Could someone
70%
explain?
of their
Because
posts
I don't know
are-
anything about how it works. What they're breaking, just so
Well,
I know.
they have
Porn.
within Gawker, they have two types of posts. One is news, and one is clickbait, pushing ads.
the clickbait pushing ads at the moment is like 70% of their posts. They are fucking hurting at the moment. They don't have any ads on their site. They're like almost bereft of income.
How
clickbait, kind of like this image that I posted of Sarah Butts.
How do you know that this is? Okay, how do you know?
It's just like this image is Sarah Butts. It's clickbait.
How much clickbait did it used to have?
No, this is new clickbait. You got to understand how they've changed. Well, actually, kind of no.
I think from an economic standpoint, you can't say they're hurting right now when they have 70% clickbait if they've always had 70% clickbait. That's why I'm asking for the previous number.
Wait. So the reason why like Gawker lost 7 figures and all that stuff, why it's so massive to have the kind of pullout that they did.
We don't know how much they lost. That was your self-admission.
No. They admitted to 7 figures. They're well beyond 7 figures right now.
Yeah, of course, lawyers are paying for everything.
But, you know, they're not
Just
going
for
to.
context, 7 figures means somewhere between 1 million or 10 million.
Yeah,
but they actually just went looking for $15 million in capital investment. They wouldn't be looking for that if they were a stable company.
No, Gawker. Here's the thing. People don't understand for business, because as somebody who actually used to do a lot of investing and stuff, like I had stock in Nintendo, Activision, EA. I had a little bit of Microsoft and Sony, but that's not because of the game division, but more of their technology division stuff. And when somebody does a total restructure like they did, that means that they're probably losing with a company like that anywhere between $3 to $5 million, and that's just speculation on my part. But when somebody actually does the PR and says we lost 7 figures, we know, like, comes out, that's not just $1 million. And let me just put it this way: $1 million for a website like Gawker. Okay, the average staff pay for somebody at Gawker is anywhere between $48,000 and $60,000, right? Calculate that into just $1 million. How many jobs did that fucking cost people on the back end?
But you have to take that
banana picture. That is brilliant. Hold on, we gotta look at that.
Okay, we get it. She's suckling on their fucking fat teats. So fucking hell. Gawker got $50 million in revenue a year, according to their own self-admission to the people they were trying to seek investment from. So, assuming that we're even telling the truth previously about the 7 figures, we can assume, you know, we've taken out maybe up 10% of a single year's worth of revenue, which, you know, that's hurts them, but that's something they can easily ignore. That said, what shouldn't be that how much they've lost so far, it's how much they're going to be losing overall, because what we've done is not a single one-time hit to them. They've lost Intel.
Actually, we did a scratch to them. That's pretty much what we did.
No. We gave them a bloody nose that they can't clot because they fucking burned so many goddamn bridges with the shit that they did. And this is one of the reasons why they restructured. Not only because of the loss, but because they have no control over their fucking shit. It's similar to why everybody was getting really pissed off on, what was it, yesterday or the other day's stream, about when I was trying to explain shit going on with Destructoid and kind of how they're restructuring their history. And another reason why I fucking defend them, too, about kind of having ignorance in that sort of situation, and it's a little bit over their head in realistic terms. So, I mean, like, you and anybody wondering, that's Randy Harper when she was actually starring in Star Wars, just so that you guys know.
I thought
they had to cut her hair.
I thought that was going to be in the next Dragon Age, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, when I had her figure, man. Like, it was fucking amazing. She did a great job. I loved her in Star Wars. But what I have to say is like, you know, they don't sit there and it doesn't fucking mesh, man. Like, a lot of the shit just they fucked up, man. They fucked up on the management side. They fucked up on the understanding of how these things kind of basically work. They let things go wild, and now they're trying to rein that shit in. And it is fucking that figure of the loss does not count the figure of the loss for structuring their whole entire business model. There's a lot of fucking money and time that goes into that. That fucking costs goddamn money, man. And people don't know that. So
I'm doing some math on the share claims. Checking how many employees that is.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I
that
did
if
mess
you
with
asked
Paul.
Arthur Chu, he would be able to tell you. I mean, he's a fucking Jeopardy champion, right? With his fucking daily dildo, so...
That's a
Fuck that guy.
scary picture too, man.
Yeah. We won't know when Gawker is really fucking hurting until they pretty much start closing stuff down. They're saving face right now.
They're getting close on it. I will assure you of that.
At the very least, I don't see Kotaku in 5 years.
Zeta in the chat said something right about that. Gawker's going to have issues with advertisers for the rest of their time, especially after that Coca-Cola shit.
Oh yeah,
Someone just I just saw someone mention it over here on the chat.
You want to know why?
Well, I mean, they turned a happy message from Coca-Cola into a Nazi campaign.
Yeah, but guess who
They were
runs?
shitposting.
They don't realize.
That was a
They don't realize
thing
the
to do.
CEO of Coca-Cola is a Turkish American.
Yeah.
Who
evaded the fucking
Don't be hypocrites. Don't be hypocrites. This is something any one of you who visits Pole would do.
I don't visit
I don't like
Pole.
Gawker either, but fucking hell, that was pure Pole material.
How does Pole get into this? How does Pole get involved?
Wait, why are we talking about Pole now?
Unless we're talking about Pole fans, and I don't want to talk about Pole.
Wait up!
Wait, why are we talking about penises? Why are you guys talking about the pole? What's going on? I missed it.
Because you're talking about
we talking about penis
Pole
now?
Nazi shit, and Pole has this big thing of Hitler and Nazis, and this is something
Who
we're
is
not Pole's
Pole?
ally.
That's what I'm trying to say, Pole.
I think he's talking about King of Pole.
No, I'm
King
talking about the
of
Pole
Pole.
message board.
Hold up.
Oh, you're actually that's where we're confused. Are you talking about King of Pole? Or are you talking about the Pole messages boards on
Hey,
Pole?
so I just did the
Hey.
math on the figures thing. So let's say if they lost 3 million, 3 million. That's the paycheck of somewhere between 50 to 75 employees.
Divide that by 1/3 because you're not calculating taxes in that.
Don't forget.
And also, there's going to be cost overheads for any employee. So it's never just the salary. It's like building costs and all that kind of stuff.
Here's the good way to calculate it out, though, as a business person. Wait, I want to explain the math real quick. This is what you want to do. You want to calculate between, well, no, you would actually cut it in about 1/2 because you're going to take about 1/3 for taxes and resources because they probably have some sort of tax avoiding thing when you're making that much money. And then you're going to probably go in and take money for resources, tech budget, buying story. They do that too. They buy stories from other people, and they solicit information with stuff like that. So you're probably going to be sitting at, if they lost 3 mil, 1.5 to 1.8 million is definitely going to be going toward stuff, just like hiring staff and maybe funding staff inherently, like to maybe well, it varies too, because you also have to understand that you're talking about like it could be accounting people that get their jobs lost. It could be people who are maybe in the press side, people who actually seek stories, maybe shit like that. You know what I mean?
Well, speaking of the tax thing, they are based in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, I was just catching
that's-
some of that.
Yeah.
That's true. They do hide behind a tax haven.
Yes,
It's not uncommon, so you couldn't say, oh, they're evil for that. It's like, that is pretty much common practice amongst any large corporation.
All you need to do is look at Nick Den's interview with Playboy to understand that they're all fucking assholes. Like, I looked at a guy one day on GJP, and I was talking to him. Have no issues with him at all. He's a good guy. And I said to him, are you serious that you were on that list and expected to keep silent when at least...
Oi, more happening.
Careful, man. Your speaker's blowing out everybody's ears on stream.
I said to him, honest to God, you were on a list with people from Kotaku whose owner
does not value your privacy, and you think that we're going to respect your privacy. Are you fucking stupid? That's what I said to him. Are you stupid?
Stuff that, like, here's the thing, like, they're ultra left, right? These are politically people who are ultra left. They're very much against guns. They're very much against gun ownership. And what did they do? They fucking went and he took all these names and all this information from people from fucking New York. And they not only doxed, but they didn't only get their names, they got their addresses, they found out where they were, they found out all this fucking information, and then they sat there and they were like, you know what's a good idea? Let's put all this information out on the internet in an article to try to make New Yorkers feel unsafe about people, you know, because they have a different political ideology about gun ownership, and do some really shitty stuff. I mean, these are the people we're fucking dealing with.
But, you know, like, I look at that.
Something to add to that gun thing, though. I'm sorry, man. Something to add to that gun thing, Mike. If you read the, I think, in the comments about that gun shit, there was somebody on there that said that now their harassers getting back in touch with them and constantly bother them again just because that list got put out onto the internet like that.
Yeah,
that was fucked up.
My life is threatened because you put this list out there.
I
look at it. I'm very ultra left.
Yeah,
I'm
but guys,
left.
we have to wrap up now. It's not. We don't have a lot of time left. So we gotta continue the discussion another time with this.
Yeah.
So let's just chill our stuff. Matt, you can start out. If you wanna chill your Twitter handle, or you're muted, by the way.
We're muted.
You have to unmute yourself, buddy.
Matt,
you must unmute yourself.
Muted, Matt.
Go, young fella.
Oh well, let's go to Spore then.
I want to say real quick, it's important. Pterodax was trolling an ISIS recruiter the other day. Anyone see that?
No, I didn't see that.
It was amazing.
I beg your pardon?
Pterodax was trolling an ISIS recruiter. 2 of them, actually. He got one of them.
That's what he got blocked from?
Okay, that's a whole other subject, brothers and sisters. We don't want to get into the ISIS and
yeah, because they were very
ISIS
upset when I kind of did that whole GamerGate thing. I trolled them the hell out of them, and they were getting upset with me about that issue.
We should troll ISIS more often.
Okay, well, whatever. That doesn't have to.
Team Aya wants to take
Whoa! Stop! Everybody, stop! Drop the topic. No, do your plugs. Don't do that shit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Spore, do your stuff. Plug your stuff.
My stuff? Alright. If people want to follow me, they can follow me at the Spore. That's these _Spore 666. That's pretty much all you'll find me.
Hail Satan.
Satan is the man.
Hail Sagan.
Matt,
I'm gonna put it in our YouTube chat too, just in case.
Well, you can always comment on the video after and put your handle in.
Yeah,
Matt, your stuff. Matt.
Dude, Matt, you just talked.
Matt.
You could follow me at on Twitter at @USpoonieBard. That's U as in the letter U, Spoonie Bard, because dang it, I like Final Fantasy IV. I think somehow I have 1,000 followers.
All right, Michael, you can plug your stuff.
You can find me at Michael Space Jam. You can also check out my website where there's also a litany of other people who like to write about video games at ship2block20.com. You can follow me at youtube.com/MUKYOUCOM, if I'm getting that correctly right now. You can also check out the Patreon thing if you really want to. That's patreon.com/Michael Space Jam. And I do the photoshops of people and people like them. and people get salty about it. So feel free, and if you want to contact about site issues or anything like that, go to info@shiptoblock20.com, and you can post stuff that you want, give criticism if you think that things need to be added. Feel free to do that there, or you feel that we should be covering something that we're not. We got that there. All right, guys?
Yeah, JT?
You can add me at my handle at Hero for Nuts. Yes, that's actually that, and also I have a YouTube channel. It's JT Vega, and I do stream on JT Vega Plays Games on Twitch. Anyways, that's it.
All right.
That's
Henry?
a lot of nuts.
Yeah, that's a lot of nuts there.
Okay, you can follow me. You can follow me at Henry the Egg, HenryTheegg, and you can check out my YouTube channel. I'll post everything in the chat in a second. I recently did a SVU YouTube poop, so you can check that out.
NTSFFTSUV.
All right, Gary.
Okay, I'll be entirely honest. Until Bobbio is, locked up or stops trying to randomly get people fired from their jobs, I'm not too comfortable with, trying to associate my handle with my name publicly. Nothing personally.
Okay.
It's understandable.
Douche X.
Yes, well, if you're insane, you may follow me if you'd like to see all the random shit posting I may be doing, or possibly right at the other end of the intellectual spectrum, highly detailed, as far as Twitter will allow, insights into logic and so forth. It is how I get paid. Is at XZHYRAX. I basically couldn't find anything better on Twitter. It didn't. I tried. It's like I gave up after a while. So fuck this shit. I'm just here to. I don't like Twitter. Fuck it. I'm just here to shit post. Whatever. Anyway, it's been very fun, and I'd like to give a special message to all the gamer girls out there. You should go home because it's much safer there, and there's no misogynists in your home, hopefully.
Go home, gamer girl.
But
no, it's safer there. It was a message of safety.
Wait. Except if you internalize it. Like Mercedes
well, you can't
does
get away
with
from
the
it
dildo
then.
that is called
You're screwed.
misogyny.
You're screwed at that.
Yeah, with you, girls.
Mercedes actually named one of her dildos misogyny so that she can internalize it. So you guys know.
Mercedes is fucking awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. She's a brilliant.
Go home.
She's a brilliant young lady.
Go home, gamer girl.
All right.
Oh, gamer girl.
Blake. Blake, your turn. Blake.
Blake, man. Hi, brother.
Come on, Blake.
Oh well, Balinor.
Alright, so I'm Balinor41 at Twitter, and I sometimes post things. I'm kind of crazy. So, follow me if you want. I don't care.
Alright.
You're challenging me, mate.
I challenge everyone.
Fucking what, mate?
Fuck you.
Fucking what?
Fight you fucking what?
Challenge accepted, Balinor.
You people have been very gracious to come in here. It's kind of got chaotic when Bud started posting shit in the chat. So I want to thank people who came out of nowhere, like Sargon and people like that that came on. You can find me at the_last_ride1 on Twitter. I write on Ship2Block20 from time to time. And unless there's any final words, I'm gonna close this stream, and I will let you know when I do my next one, as you know, on my Skype call. And Balinor,
I have a final word for you that you're forgetting, my friend.
Oh, what?
Everybody who's actually here in chat and watching this video, you know what you should do, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, for fabulous prizes, you should actually subscribe to this channel, because I actually might be doing some giveaways later on for the shirt that you guys helped design. So keep that in mind. I will be posting that later. But subscribe to the channel so that you get
Sunday.
Only I can advertise my
And
channel.
I have to say, Sunday is not going to be a stream because we're doing this on Saturday. Anyway,
kids tickets are only $5.
Okay, well,
All right,
just before we end.
Yeah, just stick around for like a minute after we go off air. I just want to say something. Yeah, thanks for everyone for watching. It kind of got crazy, so yeah. See you guys next time. Bye.
Before we leave, I just want to say one thing.
This channel should have 300 subscribers when this ends.
Kanye West is
It's so